Turning around, Chu Zhongshan looked at Ouyang Heian gloomily, and his heart lit up uncontrollable Xingxing anger. At the same time, a strong murderous spirit rose from him. At the beginning of Ouyang Heiyu's verbal contempt, Chu Zhongshan was very angry. According to his temper, he had already turned against Ouyang Heiyu. However, in Lu Yuan's face, Chu Zhongshan did not intend to quarrel with him and chose to give in temporarily. But now he dared to prevent himself from taking away the blood core of 10 years. This was a naked provocation, and a provocation that Chu Zhongshan could not bear. At this moment, he has a strong intention to kill Ouyang Heiyu. 3 blood essence and 2 blood nuclei were discovered by senior brother Lu and I first. They are the common property of the two of us. He has no right to decide the ownership of blood essence and blood nucleus. Facing Chu Zhongshan's undisguised intention to kill, Ouyang Heiyu said to himself with an expression that he didn't see at all. Elder Marshal Brother Chu Zhongshan made no secret of the strong murderous spirit rising from his body, which made Lu Yuan cry out in a very worried voice, hoping that he could temporarily suppress his inner anger. After all, Ouyang Heiyu's identity is not simple. He is one of the 9 forces and the 3rd successor of Ouyang family. Lu Yuan is worried that killing Ouyang Heiyu will bring trouble to himself and Chu Zhongshan. Who? Lu Yuan's soft cry made Chu Zhongshan take a deep breath, forcibly suppress his inner anger, and temporarily take back his heavy murderous breath. After all, Lu Yuangang's selfless comedy to the blood core made Chu Zhongshan really value this friend. He didn't want to embarrass Lu Yuan because of Ouyang Heiyu's provocation. However, Chu Zhongshan's active concession did not show weakness in Ouyang Heiyu's view, so his attitude was more arrogant, and his tone was more contemptuous. Blood essence is a treasure for quickly restoring essence, qi and God. Blood core is a strange treasure for improving potential and understanding. Treasures like blood essence and blood core are only suitable for geniuses like Brother Lu and me. For some waste and fools, it is a waste to use blood essence and blood core on him. Younger Marshal Brother Lu, I'm sorry. Friendship belongs to friendship and mood belongs to mood. In the face of Ouyang Heiyu's repeated provocations, Chu Zhongshan neither wants nor can control his inner anger. He wants to vent as much as he can. If he continues to suppress his inner anger, Chu Zhongshan is afraid that he will become possessed. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I don't care. Whatever you do. Seeing Ouyang Heiyu repeatedly provoking and insulting Chu Zhongshan, Lu Yuan was also angry and helpless. What he didn't expect is that Ouyang Heiyu, who has excellent talent and savvy and is worth becoming his competitor, is so childish and ignorant in dealing with people and things. Therefore, Lu Yuan didn't want to be in charge at this time, nor did he want to make Chu Zhongshan resent him for his own reasons. The scorching sun. Angered by Ouyang Heiyu's repeated provocations, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to leave any affection, so when he took the shot, he directly used the first-class saber technique that reached the peak. At the same time, he cooperated with the high-level body martial artists in Dasheng territory to take Ouyang Heiyu's head directly. Chu Zhongshan angrily shot. Ouyang Heiyu had long guessed, and secretly prepared. Originally, according to Ouyang Heiyu's initial plan, after Chu Zhongshan started, he directly hit Chu Zhongshan with a small medium-level sword skill and high-level body skill. First, let Chu Zhongshan know that in the Eternal Continent and in the southern region, birth determines status, birth determines strength, and birth determines final achievement. Second, I also want Lu Yuan to see. He has always praised the beautiful Chu Zhongshan. He is just a straw bag, which is not worthy of respect at all. However, just when he was going to attack, he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongshan showed his high-level body method and martial arts into the realm of Dasheng, which forced him to immediately change his way of shooting and turn active attack into passive defense. Alas! Seeing Ouyang Heiyu who chose to defend, Lu Yuan couldn't help shaking his head. Because Chu Zhongshan, like him, has precise control over the war situation. Facing an opponent like Chu Zhongshan, you can only choose to attack, and never fall into defense in attack. Otherwise, in the face of his strong attack, you can't defend at all. Boom! The Benaming spirit power, which contains attribute power and the power of sword technique, was mercilessly cut on Ouyang Heiyu's Benaming spirit sword. When the weapons collided, it made a deafening roar. Accompanied by the roar, the red rock with an area of more than 10,000 square meters sent out a slight shaking. With the slight shaking of the red rock, Ouyang Heiyu took 3 steps back to spit blood. Chu Zhongshan, who had a precise control over the war situation, saw that his just blow directly hurt Ouyang Heiyu. He did not stop at all. He continued to use the Scorching Sun in the primary saber technique and chopped at Aoyang Heyu one move after another. The imitation Buddha statue of Chu Zhongshan is to vent the depression accumulated in his heart for a long time. While attacking one move after another, he kept questioning in his mouth. Boom! Aoyang Heyu stepped back 4 steps and vomited blood. Xiaoliu District, the third-ranking expert of Li Yunsek's external disciples and the disciple valued by the law enforcement peak, was easily defeated by me during the sect competition and forced the high level of the law enforcement peak to rescue himself. Boom! Aoyang Heyu stepped back 5 steps and vomited blood. He Wang, the second-ranking expert of Li Yunsek's external disciples, didn't have the courage to compete with me when Sect Dabai competed with me and took the initiative to admit defeat. Boom! Aoyang Heyu stepped back 6 steps and vomited blood. LV Kong, the #1 expert among the disciples of Li Yun sect, was always at a disadvantage when dueling with me. Even the spirit sword that reached the level of spirit weapon at last was still easily defeated by me. Boom. Aoyang Heyu stepped back 7 steps and vomited blood. Yang Heyu, none of the 3 people you praised is my opponent. Then I don't understand. What confidence do you have to look down on me and what qualifications do you have to insult me? Boom. Aoyang Heyu stepped back 8 steps and vomited blood. Aoyang Heyu, when I entered Li Yun sect in Chu Zhongshan, my cultivation was only 10 levels of perfection in the Qi refining period. It took less than 4 months. I was already the cultivation at the peak of 9 levels in the body refining period, and the strength at the peak of 3 levels in the Qi transforming period. What confidence do you have to look down on me, and what qualification do you have to insult me? Boom. In the 9th attack, Aoyang Heyu stepped back 9 steps, not only spitting 3 mouthfuls of blood directly, but also directly got rid of the Benaming spirit sword because it could not withstand the powerful bombardment of the Tianling sword in Chu. Aoyang Heyu, at the end of the sect contest, I was valued by Long Xingyun, the master brother of the sect leader's first department, who gave me the promise of accepting disciples in person, but I refused directly. What confidence do you have to look down on me, and what qualification do you have to insult me? Chu Zhongshan's verbal questioning dealt a serious blow to his martial arts Taoist heart and plunged him into deep self-blame and self-questioning. If he can't recover from the blow and cheer up today, the peerless genius who is the 3rd successor of Aoyang family will completely become a waste that can never break through the gasification period. Elder Martial Brother Chu, Aoyang Heyu has learned a profound lesson. Do you think you can let him live? Seeing Aoyang Heyu, whose sword heart and Tao heart had been badly hurt, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of their past friendship and mutual encouragement and couldn't help asking for him. The Benaming spirit knife that had been stretched out wanted to cut off Aoyang Heiyu's head, but after hearing Lu Yuan's request, Chu Zhongshan thought about it a little and finally decided to give him face and let Aoyang Heiyu go for the time being. As for whether to release the tiger and return to the mountain, which will lead to endless future troubles, Chu Zhongshan can only ignore it for the time being. Elder Martial Brother Chu, don't worry. If the Aoyang family troubles you afterwards, I'll deal with it myself. I won't embarrass Elder Martial Brother. Chu Zhongshan thought briefly just now. Lu Yuan thought a little and knew where his concerns were, so he took the initiative to bear the hidden dangers that may arise in the future. Younger Martial Brother Lu shook his head. Chu Zhongshan said firmly, if the Aoyang family retaliates against me because of Aoyang Heyu, Chu Zhongshan is not a vegetarian. I will let the Aoyang family taste my means. Chu Zhongshan is grateful that Lu Yuan can take the initiative to take the revenge of Aoyang family in the future, but since he has decided to let Aoyang Heyu go, he is not afraid of the revenge of Aoyang family. Elder Martial Brother Chu, next, take away the blood essence and blood nucleus to prevent accidents. Chu Zhongshan's character of fearing nothing and not flinching back also impressed Lu Yuan, but he knew that this was not the time to talk too much about it, so he quickly reminded him. Younger Martial Brother Lu is right. It's a long night's dream. I'd better take away the blood essence and blood nuclear insurance quickly. Taking back his life power, Chu Zhongshan nodded in agreement, went to the hiding place of blood essence and blood nucleus, and stretched out his hand to take away the blood nucleus of 10 years. Later, Chu Zhongshan said to Lu Yuan, Younger Martial Brother Lu, the blood check of 10 years is of great help to me, so I took this blood core. Elder Martial Brother Chu, why don't you take away the centennial blood core? You know, the effect of Centennial Blood Core on improving the potential and understanding of martial artists is dozens of times that of 10 years. Lu Yuan was puzzled to see that Chu Zhongshan only took away the blood nuclei of 10 years, but ignored the blood nuclei of 100 years and blood essence. Younger martial brother Lu, I know the specific function of the blood core, but I only need the blood core of 10 years now. Moreover, younger martial brother Lu needs the blood core of 100 years more than me to improve his understanding, so as to enhance his understanding of the sword technique. Put the 10-year blood nucleus into the storage bag. Chu Zhongshan explained why he only took the 10-year blood nucleus and got up to give way. For the Centennial Blood Core, Chu Zhongshan is not excited, nor does he want to be included in the bag, but he knows what is enough and what is insatiable, so he suppresses his inner greed and only takes what he urgently needs. Elder martial brother Chu, Lu Yuan was deeply moved by Chu Zhongshan's move. Although Chu Zhongshan nodded and agreed without worry when he asked for the blood core at the beginning, he was not 100% willing in his heart. As Chu Zhongshan said just now, I urgently need to improve my understanding and increase the perception of sword technique. However, for the sake of friendship and life-saving grace, I can only pretend to be willing to let the bleeding core. Now, Chu Zhongshan only takes away the 10-year blood core that has not improved much for himself, leaving behind the 100-year blood core with better effect. While Lu Yuan is moved, he is more firm in his friendship with Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial brother Chu, the value of blood core in 10 years is not high, especially for genius like you and me. Its value is not as good as the blood essence that can quickly restore the essence, qi and spirit, so I hope Elder martial brother Chu can accept these 2 blood essence. When collecting the Centennial Blood Core, Lu Yuan picked up 3 blood essence on the ground, took out 2 of them and handed them to Chu Zhongshan. Although Chu Zhongshan hasn't personally experienced the effect of blood essence, he can also infer its effect by taking the fake version of blood essence pill. Therefore, in the face of Lu Yuan's 2 blood essence, he is also excited, but he also knows that he must not advance inch by inch. Younger martial brother Lu, it's reasonable that you found the blood essence and blood nucleus first, which should belong to you. I'm very grateful that younger martial brother can give up a blood nucleus. I can't accept the blood essence. Reach out and hand Lu Yuan back to the blood essence in front of him. Chu Zhongshan refuses his kindness. Elder martial brother Chu, what you said just now is only half right. Yang Heiyu and I found the blood essence and blood nucleus at the same time. According to the normal truth, I should share the blood essence and blood nucleus equally with him. Now Yang Heiyu is defeated by the elder martial brother, so his harvest should be given to the elder martial brother. 3 blood essence and 100-year-old blood core are too valuable. Lu Yuan was embarrassed to swallow them alone, so he took out 2 blood essence. This, Lu Yuangang's words, are not unreasonable. According to Yang Heiyu's pride and toughness, he must want to occupy the majority when discussing the distribution of harvest with Lu Yuan. Even the Centennial Blood Core is his must. He easily defeated Yang Heiyu and took the initiative to give up the Centennial Blood Core. Lu Yuan will certainly accept this kindness, and it is reasonable for him to accept these 2 blood essence. However, Chu Zhongshan has made it clear from the beginning that his goal is only blood nucleus. If he receives 2 blood essence, he will obviously break his promise. Younger martial brother Lu, after all, you found the blood essence and blood nucleus first. I can't accept the blood essence for nothing. I'll exchange it for a treasure of equal value. Chu Zhongshan took out 2 bottles of pills from the storage bag and handed them to Lu Yuan. Younger martial brother Lu, this is the essence blood pill taken from the slain disciples of the Demon Heart sect. Its effect is the same as that of blood essence. It is a pill that can quickly restore essence, qi, and spirit. I'll exchange these 2 bottles of pills for the 2 blood essence in your hand. Blood essence pill, could it be that the experiment of the evil heart sect succeeded? Reaching for the pill from Chu Zhongshan, Lu Yuan said in shock. Oh, so younger martial brother Lu also knows the origin of blood essence pill and the materials needed to refine blood essence pill. This makes Chu Zhongshan have to doubt that the refining of blood essence pill by Morxinzong is not a secret among the top forces in the southern region. Even refining blood essence pill with the help of the corpses of ordinary warriors is jointly promoted by the 9 forces in order to consolidate their strength and status in the southern region. If things are really like what he just guessed, Chu Zhongshan feels cold about the indifference of the 9 forces in the southern region towards human life, and is dissatisfied with the current situation that the strong are respected and the weak are cheap in the eternal continent. Lu Yuan's next words confirmed Chu Zhongshan's guess just now. Elder Martial Brother Chu, as early as hundreds of years ago, when the Devil Heart sect tried to refine the blood essence pill that can replace the blood essence with the corpse of the warrior, the other 8 forces of the 9 forces knew it for a long time. Even one of the 5 families offered the experience of refining pills to help the Devil Heart sect speed up the process. A pill was poured out from the pill bottle. Lu Yuan looked at the bright red pill in his hand and said with expectation, "The pill that can instantly restore essence, qi and spirit can only be achieved in the southern region with more than 5 grades and several very special pills. Dan masters who can refine this pill must have at least 4 grades. In the southern region, there are less than 9 Dan masters with this kind of cultivation. If the Evil Heart sect can succeed in the experiment, it will benefit the 9 forces without harming them. Because there are a large number of blood essence pills that can instantly restore the essence of qi and spirit, it is equivalent to having an inexhaustible source of energy, which has unimaginable assistance for the 9 forces to expand their territory and explore secret places." When Lu Yuan talked about the benefits brought by the blood essence pill, he didn't consider that the refined blood essence pill used the corpse of an ordinary martial artist, as if the ordinary martial artist was just like flowers and grass in his mind. As long as he could use it casually. Recalling the indifference of the sect towards the tens of thousands of disciples who died miserably in the secret place at the end of the blood demon secret place, Chu Zhongshan knew that in the subconscious of human beings in the eternal continent, they had been completely bound by the rules of the strong being respected and the weak being cheap, and ordinary martial arts didn't know to unite to resist at all. Through the memory before crossing, Chu Zhongtiangxin had a bold idea, that is, he wanted to build a world where everyone is equal and everything complies with the law. Although he knows that this goal is difficult to achieve, or impossible to achieve, he wants to work hard for it. The first step is to dispel Lu Yuan's expectation, therefore, Chu Zhongshan said with great regret, "Younger martial brother Lu, the refined blood pill made by the Magic Heart sect has only succeeded in half." The refined blood pill is indeed the same as the blood essence. It can restore all the essence, qi and spirit of the martial arts in a very short time, but this effect can only be used in the Shura secret place. Once you leave the Shura secret place, the refined blood pill will turn into a pool of dirty blood and completely lose its function. Still so, after hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Lu Yuan, who was originally excited, was disappointed, as if he had expected the result. However, he still solemnly put the blood essence pill into the storage bag. Later, he told in a dignified tone, "Elder Martial Brother Chu, although the overall strength of the 9 forces is not the strongest, their means are the most insidious and vicious. In the hands of the Devil Heart Zonggao who entered the Shura secret realm this time, there are 13 top experts of the Emperor, 3 kings, 9 princes and 13 princes. Each top expert is not a kind person, so you must not expose the existence of the essence blood pill in front of the disciples of the Devil Heart Zong. Otherwise, you will face their endless pursuit." Lu Yuan didn't know exactly how strong the strength of the first emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect, was because he had never fought with them, but before entering the Riprap group, he had seen the Xuanwang and Zhanwang of the first emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect. At that time, the experts in the first 10.5 steps of the random stone group angered the Xuanwang and the War King because of a wrong word. The Hot War King directly killed the 10.5 steps of the experts in the gas period. Every time you kill an opponent, the War King only needs 1 hammer. In a short time of more than 10 seconds, more than a dozen experts in the half-step Qi transformation period were easily killed by the War King, which made Lu Yuan shocked by the strong strength of the War King. The War King's strength is so strong, so the Xuanwang, who ranks in front of the War King in strength and status, can't imagine the degree of strength for the time being, but at least he knows that he is definitely not the opponent of the War King and Xuanwang. It may not even be the opponent of Jiuhu. "Younger martial brother Lu, do you know who took the 2 bottles of blood essence pills I gave you just now?" Chu Zhongshan didn't take Lu Yuan's advice to heart. Because he is now almost in an endless situation with the Devil Heart sect. If the experts of the Devil Heart sect don't come to him, He will try his best to kill the experts of the Devil Heart sect before closing the secret territory. On the one hand, it can weaken their strength, and on the other hand, it can increase their harvest. After all, most of the disciples of the Evil Heart sect are relatively rich. The blood essence pill that can quickly replenish the essence, chi and spirit is by no means what ordinary disciples can hold. It must be some of the top experts of the Magic Heart sect. Is it a prince? The mysterious tone of Chu Zhongshan made Lu Yuan speculate. With detailed speculation, he soon thought of the key points. Like him, Aoyang Heiyu's accomplishments only have 8 peaks in the physical training period, but he has the strength of 1 peak in the chi transformation period. As far as he knows, the strength of the 9 princes in the 9 princes of the 1 emperor, 3 kings, and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect is mostly at the peak of the first level of the chi transformation period, and only the 5th ranking blood, who has barely reached the 2nd level of the chi transformation period. Chu Zhongshan can easily defeat Aoyang Heiyu, which means that he can easily kill any of the 9 princes, so he speculates that the blood essence pill in his hand is likely to come from one of the princes. Yes, it's the Dao Hu who is proficient in Pill of Magic Heart sect. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan confirmed Lu Yuan's guess. Elder Martial Brother Chu, you killed a prince of the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongshan's admission changed Lu Yuan's face. No way, he provoked me at that time. I was just saving my life. Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongshan said with an indifferent expression. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, Lu Yuan looked worried and said, Elder Martial Brother Chu, 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes are different from other disciples of the Magic Heart sect. They can be crowned as princes in the realm of physical training. In addition to their own strength and talent, the most important thing is the backer behind them. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Zhongshan and explained in a very complicated tone, Elder Martial Brother Chu, I don't know your status in Li Yun's sect now, but as an identity like me, I will keep a jade card that can predict life and death in the sect, and there are special disciples to take care of it. If the jade plate is intact, it means I'm safe and sound. No one will pay attention to what I've done outside, but if the jade plate is broken, it means I've fallen. At this time, the strong members of the sect and my relatives will try their best to find out the reason why we were killed. If it were not for man-made reasons, the strong sects and family members would accept the result and take the initiative to return to the sect. If my fall is due to man-made reasons, then the strong sects and family members will try their best to trace it and retaliate by means of thunder. Younger Martial Brother Chu, that's why I let Aoyang Heiyu live. I'm worried that the strong men of Aoyang family will trace you later. Younger Martial Brother Lu, according to what you just said, does the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect also have jade cards in the sect? Lu Yuangang's reminder made Chu Zhongshan suddenly realize that killing 1 king and 4 princes by himself was not as simple as killing them. The backer behind them will certainly trace who the murderer was. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan suddenly regretted that he was a little soft-hearted and let go of Fu Jun and Wu Ji surnamed Liu, who witnessed his killing of Zuhu. Although I'm not sure if the captured Fu Jun will expose himself, the martial artist surnamed Liu is absolutely unreliable. He can say anything and dare to say anything in order to survive. Elder Martial Brother Chu, 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes are the disciples highly valued by the Magic Heart sect. Their status is like that of my sword sect in Huashan, so there must be their jade cards of life and death in the Magic Heart sect. Lu Yuan confirmed Chu Zhongshan's question just now. Now the life and death jade card of Dao Hu has been broken. It must be that the strong man behind Dao Hu has appeared outside the Shura secret territory, waiting for the murderer of Dao Hu. Therefore, Elder Martial Brother Chu must find a way to inform the strong men of the sect so that they can come to meet him in advance. At this point, Lu Yuan immediately shook his head and directly overturned his previous method. No, the rules of Shura secret place are too strong. Don't mention your accomplishments in the physical training period. Even the peerless strong in the divine soul period, it's difficult to get in touch with the sect in the secret place. What should I do? At this time, Lu Yuan was at a loss. After thinking for a few minutes, Lu Yuan clenched his teeth and stamped as if he had made a major decision. He said firmly to Chu Zhongshan, Elder Martial Brother Chu, stay with me before the Shura secret place is closed. Let's leave the Shura secret place together. At that time, I will use the life-saving card left by my ancestors. At the same time, contact the strong ones of the Lu family of the Sword Sect and asked them to come forward to block the strong ones behind the Dao Hu. Lu Yuan sincerely considered for himself. He even didn't hesitate to use the precious life-saving jade card and the strong man of the Lu family. Chu Zhongshan was moved and wanted to further stimulate him to see if he could continue to maintain this idea in the face of greater pressure. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan suddenly patted his forehead and said, "Younger martial brother Lu, I forgot to tell you that not only the Dao Hu died under my knife, but also the Blood Hu, the Wind Hu, the Iron Fist Hu, and even the War King were killed by me." "What, the Blood Lord and the War King also died in your hands?" Chu Zhongshan just reminded Lu Yuan that he was careful and dirty. He couldn't help twitching, and his face showed an unbelievable expression. "Yes, but I can't blame them for killing them because they want my life. I just have to kill them when I have to fight back." As if he didn't see Lu Yuan's unbelievable face, Chu Zhongshan shrugged his shoulders and looked like I was very disappointed. "Elder Marshal Brother Chu, you really made trouble this time." Looking at Chu Zhongshan with a complicated look, Lu Yuan's face is no longer dignified, and his tone is helpless. "Elder Marshal Brother Chu, if you kill other princes, there may be room for moderation, but the identities of the War King and the Blood Marquis in the Evil Heart sect are too special. The strong man standing behind them is the object that my Lu ancestors dare not easily provoke, so I'm afraid you and I are doomed this time." As soon as he picked his eyebrows, Chu Zhongshan looked at Lu Yuan with a complex look, and a trace of unclear emotion rose in his heart. Facing the irresistible danger, Lu Yuan didn't want to escape, but continued to choose to stand with him, which made Chu Zhongshan's heart unable to be described as moving. If it weren't for the current time and environment, he even wanted to make obeisance to Lu Yuan and become a brother sharing life and death in the future. Lu Yuangang's performance has fully won the dependence of Chu Zhongshan, so he doesn't continue to stimulate him. He said in a relaxed tone, "Younger martial brother Lu, since I dare to kill them, I'm not afraid of their revenge afterwards, so you don't have to bear the revenge of the strong ones of the Evil Heart sect with me." "Elder martial brother Chu, do you doubt my sincerity of Lu Yuan? I doubt I'm just talking. I'll run away alone when things come to an end." Chu Zhongshan refused to take the revenge of the strong ones of the Evil Heart sect with him, which made Lu Yuan misunderstand that Chu Zhongshan suspected that he was just talking and would shrink back when things came to an end, so he asked angrily. Seeing that Lu Yuan misunderstood his meaning, Chu Zhongshan quickly explained, "Younger martial brother Lu, you misunderstood me. I don't doubt your meaning at all. It's mainly because I didn't enter the Shura secret place through the entrance, so I won't appear at the entrance of the Shura secret place when I leave." Is there another entrance to Shura secret place? Chu Zhongshan's explanation did not convince Lu Yuan completely. In order to convince Lu Yuan and let him stop doubting himself, Chu Zhongshan confessed without any reservation, "No, my mentor used his strong strength to directly tear the barrier of Shura secret territory and then sent me outside the secret territory. If I follow the rules of Shura secret place, when the secret place is closed, I will appear at the entrance of Shura secret place, but next to my mentor, so my safety younger martial brother doesn't have to worry." I see. Chu Zhongshan's explanation made Lu Yuan look at Chu Zhongshan and showed a trace of the original expression. At the same time, he also knew why Chu Zhongshan boldly killed the War King and the Blood Marquis. It turned out that he was not afraid of the revenge of the strong behind the War King and the Blood Marquis. However, Lu Yuan still couldn't believe that Chu Zhongshan could kill Zhan Wang at this time. Because he once witnessed the strength of the King of War with his own eyes, knew how strong the strength of the King of War was, and knew that he was the most powerful group of experts among the disciples of the southern region during the physical training period. If Chu Zhongshan can kill the King of War, it means that he has the top strength in the realm of physical training, and the gap between himself and him is widening. I'm afraid he has to push to make an appointment with him. Younger martial brother Lu, do you want to continue to go deep into the rocks, or stay here until the secret place is closed and send you away automatically? Seeing that Lu Yuan believed his explanation just now, Chu Zhongshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then interrogated him about his next action. Because of Lu Yuan's active and courteous 10-year blood core, he has gathered 4 10-year blood cores, and there is still one left from the final goal. But now there is more than 1 day before the Shura secret place is closed, so Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to delay anymore, so he must seize the time to find the remaining blood core. As a last resort, he didn't want to use the copy and paste program to copy the blood nuclei of 10 years, so as not to be greasy by the top leaders of the sect. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I entered the Shura secret realm with Auyang Heyu. I'm not sure about his current situation, and I've got the urgently needed Centennial Blood Core, so I'll stay here for a while to continue to take care of Auyang Heyu and wait for the secret realm to close. Lu Yuan glanced at Auyang Heyu, who was still in a dull state, and said apologetically. In fact, according to Lu Yuan's original intention, he really wants to go deep into the rebel group with Chu Zhongshan. First, you can better find blood essence and blood nucleus. Second, you can also see the strength of Chu Zhongshan with your own eyes, so as to motivate yourself to move forward. In that case, I'll leave first. I'll write down the kindness of younger Marshal Brother Lu. Chu Zhongshan also glanced at Auyang Heyu, who was in a dull state, and then glanced at Lu Yuan with a complicated look. Before he left with a fist, he left a word of gratitude. Lu Yuan was able to give up the act of continuing to go deep into the rubble to find treasure, and took the initiative to stay and take care of Auyang Heyu. In addition to his own relationship with Auyang Heyu, he also wanted to resolve Auyang Heyu's resentment against himself through his own efforts, so as to prevent Auyang family from competing with him. He will never forget this kindness. At the edge of the red rock, Chu Zhongshan continued to look for the next stone suitable for his feet. 10 minutes later, a red rock with an area of more than 9,000 square meters moved slowly. After careful calculation, Chu Zhongshan found that the moving red rock was just suitable for his next step. Before leaving, Chu Zhongshan looked at Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan also looked up and nodded to each other. Chu Zhongshan showed his body skills and stepped on the next red rock. Looking at Chu Zhongshan who left, Lu Yuan said helplessly, "Why bother? The deeper the rocks are, the higher the probability of blood essence and blood nucleus appearing." Therefore, Chu Zhongshan did not leave the 67th red rock in a hurry, but searched carefully. After discovering that there was no blood essence and blood nucleus, he began to choose the next foothold. The deeper into the riprap group, the more red rocks moving around, and the more complex the stones to choose the foothold. After observing for more than half an hour, Chu Zhongkai chose a red rock with an area of more than 6,000 square meters. However, just as he was about to step into the 68th red rock, his face showed hesitation. Because Chu Zhongshan found that on the red rock he chose, there stood a gorgeous and extraordinary beauty. The deeper into the riprap group, the more difficult it is to choose the red rock. Chu Zhongshan didn't want to waste time, so he didn't hesitate for long. Finally, he showed his martial arts skills, and set foot on the 68th red rock directly. Perhaps it was because of the damage that Dongfeng Yuner didn't understand, or because of the power of space law, he had the confidence to return to the earth. When facing the peerless beauty whose temperament and appearance were not inferior to Dongfeng Yuner, and even slightly better than Dongfeng Yuner, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to be close. He took a cold look at the peerless beauty standing in the middle of the red rock. Chu Zhongshan turned his head and continued to observe the next red rock suitable for him. Younger Marshal Brother, pay attention to safety. There are shuras around. The peerless beauty standing in the center of the red rock showed a trace of joy on her dignified face after seeing her appear in the Chu of the red rock. It can be seen that after Chu Zhongshan ignored his actions, the joy on the face of the peerless beauty disappeared instantly, and a trace of anger rose in her heart. In the face of such a peerless beauty like a fairy, if you don't take the initiative to please, you've gone too far. You don't even say hello, and you've made an unforgivable mistake. However, the kind-hearted, stunning beauty in her heart was only angry because of the special environment, so she quickly reminded her to adjust her heart. Shua. The reminder of the peerless beauty made Chu Zhongshan instinctively take out his own spiritual power, instantly stimulate his defense spiritual tools, and then carefully observe the surroundings. Elder Marshal Sister, when did you find Shura around? Although he made a defensive gesture, Chu Zhongshan didn't believe what the peerless beauty said just now. After crossing, Chu Zhongshan not only has the program of copying and pasting, but also the sixth sense becomes very prominent. It is with the help of the super sixth sense that Chu Zhongshan has avoided dozens of crises, so he believes in his sixth sense. Just now, the sixth sense did not give him any danger warning, which means that there is no danger around, and that the peerless beauty in front of him has no malice to himself. Otherwise, how dare Chu Zhongshan leave his back to her? I don't know. It's just a treasure I have that can visit danger. It gives me a very strong hint that there is a very dangerous existence here. Facing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, the peerless beauty immediately responded with an indifferent look. Able to visit the dangerous treasures around, Chu Zhongshan nodded after hearing the explanation of the peerless beauty, and then continued to observe the next place suitable for him while vigilantly paying attention to the surroundings. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was absorbed and vigilant, didn't want to get close to herself. The cool face of the peerless beauty couldn't be maintained. I'm a peerless beauty who can take the initiative to remind me that if you don't thank me with tears, why don't you show your male chauvinism and come to protect yourself, a weak woman? It's a pity that Chu Zhongshan now keeps half of his attention around him, and all the rest of his energy is focused on finding a place suitable for his landing. Therefore, he didn't notice the changes on the face of the peerless beauty. That's it. Chu Zhongshan was lucky this time. In just 5 minutes, he found a huge red rock with an area of more than 9,000 square meters, which is very suitable to be the foothold of his 69th time. Elder Martial Sister, although I didn't find Shura around, thank you for your kind reminder just now. Younger Martial Brother, I'll leave for now. Before leaving, Chu Zhongshan said goodbye to the peerless beauty, then turned his head and left the red rock directly. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who left without any nostalgia, hesitation or affectation, the peerless beauty couldn't help touching her face and felt that there was no foreign matter on her face. Then, she took out a bronze mirror from the storage bag and looked back and forth at her appearance. After finding that she still had the appearance that men were infatuated with, the peerless beauty looked at Chu Zhongshan, who had left. Is there something wrong with the young man's eyes just now and he can't see me, a living beauty? The doubt in her heart is not solved, and the gorgeous beauty is a little upset, so she directly exerts her martial arts skills to catch up with Chu Zhongshan, who left the red rock. I want to ask him, isn't his face beautiful? Although the body skills of the stunning beauty, like those of Chu Zhongshan, are also high-level body skills that have reached the state of great success, the moving red rocks of the riprap group also let her miss the opportunity to catch up with Chu Zhongshan. Looking at the Chu Zhongshan who gradually deviated from her, the peerless beauty stamped her foot and muttered to herself, "Smelly boy, don't think you can get away from my sister's palm. My sister will catch up with you. At that time she will give you a good look." Chu Zhongshan, who left the 68th red rock, didn't know that he had been watched by the peerless beauty just now. After stepping on the 69th red rock, he first quickly checked whether there were blood essence and blood nucleus on the red rock. After no discovery, Chu Zhongshan immediately looked for the foothold of the next step. After careful calculation, Chu Zhongshan soon locked the 70th red rock suitable for landing, with an area of more than 8,000 square meters. The floating rubble around made Chu Zhongshan dare not hide his strength too much. The high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory made him appear on the 70th red rock in an instant. When his feet just stepped on the red rock, the super sixth sense gave him a strong warning that there was extreme danger around him. Instantly take out the life spirit knife and stimulate the defense spirit weapon on the body. Chu Zhongshan carefully observed all around. However, after observing for 3 minutes, Chu Zhongshan didn't find any danger around him, but the strong sixth sense just now clearly gave him a strong warning. Dare not have the slightest relaxation, the whole god of Chu continued to observe around. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan still didn't find any danger. At this time, his super sixth sense had lifted the warning, which made him have to doubt that what could cause his sixth sense to give a strong warning was probably Shura, which was suitable for the environment of chaotic rocks and hidden in the dark. At the same time, he also recalled that on the 68th red rock, the peerless beauty had a treasure that could visit the existence of danger. She was also likely to visit the existence of Shura, but when she found that she could not sneak attack, Shura took the initiative to leave. Although the sixth sense lifted the crisis, Chu Zhongshan did not completely relax. He remained vigilant and began to check the red rock. Fortunately, he was lucky this time. On the 70th red rock, he found a blood essence. He happily put it away and returned to the edge of the red rock. While continuing to calculate the next stone suitable for him, he began his experience just now. The super sixth sense will not make mistakes. That is to say, when he just climbed the red rock, the enemy really wanted to do it to himself in the dark. But after he found that he was ready for defense in an instant, he felt that the sneak attack could not succeed, so he took the initiative to retreat. It must be Shura that can hide itself in the riprap group and make people undetectable. Only Shura that appears in the riprap group can perfectly hide themselves with the help of the special environment of the riprap group. Now that Shura has noticed himself, the first thing he should do next is not to check whether there are blood essence and blood nucleus in the foothold, but to do enough defense to prevent being attacked by Shura. Coming, just after Chu Zhongshan decided on the next plan, the 71st red rock suitable for him just passed by. For a moment, Chu Zhongshan continued to use the high-level martial arts in the Dasheng realm, stepping directly on the red rock like a lightning bolt. Just as he stepped on the red rock, a force like bloodlight cut directly into his neck. Chu Zhongshan, who had been on guard for a long time, quickly retreated towards the center of the red rock with the help of the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory. At the same time, wave the Benaming spirit knife in your hand, take millet from the fire containing attribute power, and directly cut it on the power like blood light. Boom! With the soul power of this life chopped on the power like blood light, a deafening roar was generated immediately after the collision of the two forces. With the help of the rebound force generated when the forces collide, and the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory, Chu Zhongshan directly retreated for tens of meters, and looked at the emptiness in front of him. Through the collision between the original life power and the blood light power just now, Chu Zhongshan found that the power like blood light just now was not a pure power, but a special weapon, a weapon he had never heard of. At the same time, after a short but extremely dangerous fight just now, Chu Zhongshan found that the strength of the other party was extremely strong. Although I don't know the degree of Shura cultivation hidden in the dark, my strength has reached the 3-level peak of Qi transformation period. If you don't use your cards, Chu Zhongshan's strength has barely reached the 3-tier peak in the Qi transformation period. With a simple competition of strength, he knows that he is not Shura's opponent. Moreover, the other party can make a sneak attack in the special environment of riprap stones, which makes Chu Zhongshan feel a little tricky. Thorny is thorny. Chu Zhongshan has no fear at all. Instead, he is excited to meet opponents with the same strength. He carried the spirit of his life and secretly mobilized the spirit to prepare for his next attack. At the same time, they are also secretly prepared to use the potential, hoping to use the potential to influence the surrounding environment and force the other party out of the dark. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan, who was holding Benaming's spirit knife, frowned slightly and looked at the void ahead with a trace of doubt. Because the opponent who just secretly attacked did not launch the second sneak attack, and even the smell left on the scene disappeared, which made him wonder whether the other party had quietly left here. Chu Zhongshan didn't have any way to deal with his mysterious opponent for the time being. Although his potential can affect his own range of nearly 20 meters, his momentum is too strong to be noticed by the other party unless the other party wants to fight with him. Otherwise, it is difficult to force the other party out of the dark by virtue of potential. As for the more powerful Miki fist that can destroy the void, it can force out the other party, but the special environment of the riprap group makes him dare not easily use Miki fist, so as to prevent energy turbulence and put himself in danger. Since the other party has retreated on his own initiative, Chu Zhongshan has dispersed the spirit power condensed in the spirit knife, and only 1/3 of the spirit power is reserved on the defense spirit weapon to prevent the opponent's sudden attack. Then he began to check whether there were blood essence and blood nucleus on the 71st red rock. However, his luck was not very good this time. There was no blood essence and blood nucleus on the 71st red rock. While alert to the surrounding situation, continue to look for the red rock suitable for your next step. This time, his luck was also bad. It took him more than an hour to find a red rock with an area of more than 4,000 square meters and a grade between grade 6 and grade 7. At this time, the opening time of Shura Secret Place has just passed 9 days, and there is only 1 day left before it is finally closed. At the same time, for the rest of the day, you also need to subtract the 1 hour that Shura Secret Place rules reward non-attribute essence blood before the secret place is closed. In other words, he has only 23 hours left to look for the 5th decade blood core. If Chu Zhongshan can't find the last 10-year blood core in the next time, the goal of improving cultivation talent in a short time must be temporarily extended. As for why not use the copy and paste program to copy a 10-year-old blood core, it is because he once saw such a record from the mainland's secret script given to him by Jiao and Jun. In the existing cultivation system in the Eternal Continent, there are many auxiliary cultivation systems, in addition to the major system of absorbing heaven, earth, and spiritual qi into the body. There are many kinds of auxiliary cultivation systems, such as alchemists, weapon refiners, array mages, and so on. Among these auxiliary cultivation systems, there is a very special system called the Prophet, which has the ability to predict with a certain object. The Lian sect, which Chu Zhongshan worshipped, was a sect with hundreds of masters, and the sect had the existence of prophets. Therefore, in order to avoid exposing the ability of copying and pasting, Chu Zhongshan secretly decided to use the copying and pasting program to copy the treasures, which can only be used by himself or his relatives, and must not be exposed to the top of the sect. Now there are only more than 20 hours left. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to delay too much because he thinks too much about whether the foothold is 100% safe. Therefore, he finally made up his mind to use his body method and martial arts to rush to the 72nd piece, that is, the red rock with an area of only 4,000 square meters. Just after Chu Zhongshan left the red rock, a beautiful woman dressed in a pink-white dress, with a figure like a devil and a peerless face appeared on the red rock. Damn it, it's a step too late. Seeing Chu Zhongshan leaving the red rock with her martial arts skills, the stunning beauty cursed with hatred and then caught up with her martial arts skills. Due to the experience of the 71st red rock being attacked secretly, Chu Zhongshan, who boarded the red rock, immediately made full defense and secretly prepared the posture, a posture that he immediately showed in case of danger. To Chu Zhongshan's surprise, there was no danger on the 72nd red rock. It was like Shura hidden in the dark. Knowing that he was not an easy opponent, he gave up the idea of chasing him for the time being. Although he was not attacked, Chu Zhongshan did not completely relax his vigilance. He remained vigilant enough to search the 72nd red rock and prepare for emergencies. The search result of the 72nd red rock finally found nothing, but it didn't disappoint Chu Zhongshan too much. As early as entering the riprap group, he had figured out which kind of red rock might have blood essence and blood nucleus. The reason for the search just now is that this red rock is between grade 6 and grade 7. There may be blood essence and blood nucleus. He doesn't want to miss any chance. Luck can't be with a person all the time. In the next 10 hours, Chu Zhongshan kept choosing and moving forward. He experienced the landing and search of 13 red rocks. Not to mention the blood nucleus of 10 years, he didn't even find a blood essence. Things often have two sides. Luck cannot always be with a person, nor can it never come to a person. When Chu Zhongshan chose the 86th red rock suitable for his feet, he accidentally found the shadow of blood essence and blood nucleus on the stone suitable for his feet, and there was more than one blood nucleus. He forcibly suppressed his inner excitement. After Chu Zhongshan adjusted his state, the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory made him successfully climb the 86th red rock. Just when he stepped on the red rock, the super sixth sense sent out the strongest warning he had encountered so far. Without the slightest panic, Chu Zhongshan, who was already ready to fight back, suddenly appeared a momentum that could change the color of heaven and earth and completely solidify the surrounding environment. In the scope of potential solidification, Chu Zhongshan finally saw his opponent's sneaking attack. The opponent completely solidified by potential is an unusually strange-looking creature. It has all the characteristics of human beings, but there are several obvious differences from human beings. The strange-looking creature in front of us is light red, and its skin is like dry old bark. It hangs on it one by one, giving people a feeling of goosebumps. A strange creature with human facial features, but there is a gap in the middle forehead, giving people a feeling of one more eye. In addition, the strange-looking creatures in front of us have extremely sharp claws on all limbs. What attracted Chu Zhongshan's attention was that the weapon held by the strange creature was very similar to the sickle of death described in some films and cartoons he had seen before. Shura, who was suddenly frozen by the potential, was frozen for 30 seconds when he was unprepared, and gave Chu Zhongshan time to observe him carefully. When it reacts, it roars and struggles fiercely. Not good. Seeing the easily solidified Shura, Chu Zhongshan thought it was the prey to be slaughtered in his own hands. In addition, he was the first time to see the rumored Shura. His curiosity led him not to attack immediately. At this moment, under the strong struggle of Shura, Chu Zhongshan felt the potential of complete solidification and began to loosen gradually. The Shura in solidification was able to slowly wave the weapon like the sickle of death in his hand. Take millet from the fire. Without the slightest delay, the primary saber technique containing attribute power, combined with the high-level body method and martial arts, directly cuts the life spiritual power on Shura's neck. Shua. Benminglingdao and Shura's neck are staggered. There is no imaginary separation of the head or imaginary blood jet. There are only a series of sparks. After the all-out attack failed, Chu Zhongshan suddenly remembered that Jiao Wenjun once said to himself that the skin of Shura born in Shura secret territory has the defense of red rocks in the secret territory, and ordinary weapons can't break its defense at all. Shura, who had been struggling desperately to get rid of the situation and solidify, saw that Chu Zhongshan's Benminglingdao didn't bring any damage to himself, and the strength of the struggle gradually decreased. At the same time, the eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan were filled with deep disdain. Benminglingdao could not break Shura's own defense. Chu Zhongshan was not half depressed, but calmly put away Benminglingdao. Then, a spirit knife with a trace of spirit power appeared in his hand. Chu Zhongshan's eyes looking at Shura were full of strong murderous spirit. The lower-level spirit Dao was harvested from his storage bag when he killed the Dao Hu. It was also one of the 4 treasures that could make him excited at the beginning. When Chu Zhongshan got the lower-level spirit knife, he knew he would use it, but he didn't expect to use it so early. Shura, who had slowed down his struggle because Chu Zhongshan couldn't break his own defense, saw Chu Zhongshan change his weapons, especially felt the slightest pressure on the weapons. Shura's originally disdainful look instantly turned into panic. At the same time, they began to intensify their struggle. Only those masters in the realm of qi melting and genuine can really give full play to the power of the spirit weapon. No matter how powerful the martial arts in the realm of body refining, the spirit power they own cannot give full play to the real power of the spirit weapon. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan doesn't have to bother to display the martial arts of the saber technique. One move, the cutting style in the basic saber technique, directly cuts to the head of Shura. Seeing the powerful spirit knife, he cut his head. Shura's original red body became more red with its roar. At the same time, the momentum of the 3 peaks of the gasification period on Shura increased steadily, and soon broke through the early stage of the gasification period, and reached the middle stage of the gasification period, and this trend is still rising rapidly. Shura, whose momentum has been improved, has gradually separated from the solidification of power. In order to prevent long dreams at night, Chu Zhongshan accelerated the speed of attack. Just when the spirit knife of Chu Zhongshan was about to be cut into Shura's head, Shura, whose momentum rose to the peak of the middle stage of qi transformation period, finally broke away from the solidification of potential, and the whole body turned into a blood light, leaving the scope covered by potential. At the same time, it also avoided the fatal blow of Chu Zhongshan. Although he was lucky enough to avoid the life cutting of the lower-level spirit knife, the knife qi excited by the lower-level spirit knife itself broke the defense of Shura and made it fall off like dead wood. Shura, who narrowly escaped his life, turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongshan. His eyes were red and stared at Chu Zhongshan. He said something in his mouth and then disappeared into the void in front of him. Although I don't know what Shura said just before he left, his red eyes and undisguised murderous spirit can also be guessed by Chu Zhongshan that his words are nothing more than threatening words. Chu Zhongshan didn't care much about this. If he didn't know the means that Shura had before the fight, he might have to worry a little, but through the short fight just now, Chu Zhongshan had found out some of Shura's strength and means. For the next fight, he had a plan to kill his opponent quickly. There was no hurry to collect the blood essence and blood core hidden in the center of the red rock. Chu Zhongshan Jing went straight to the Shura skin that had just been broken by the sword qi of the spirit knife and fell to the ground. The red skin hanging on Shura gives people a feeling of dead tree skin, but when it is separated from its body, the red skin turns into scales in the shape of fish scales. Without rashly reaching out to pick up the scales, first took out an ordinary long sword from the storage bag and gently touched the scales and the blood stains on the scales. 3 minutes later, after discovering that there was no change in ordinary weapons, Chu Zhongkai bent over and picked up 9 scales that had fallen on the ground. The seemingly thick scales were as light as goose feathers in his hand. He broke the scales hard. After he found that the scales were as hard as red rocks, Chu Zhongshan showed a smile on his face. If you fully cooperate with this life spirit knife, you can't break the defense of scales, which means that the grade of scales is at least close to that of spirit tools. When the Shura secret place is closed and he returns to the sect, Zhao and Jun can help him find someone to refine a set of defense armor, which can greatly enhance his defense. Put the 9 scales into the storage ring. Chu Zhongshan went to the center of the red rock and saw the exposed blood essence and blood nucleus. The pressure that had been pressing on his heart disappeared in an instant, because in the center of 86 red rocks, there are not only 4 crystal blood essence, but also 2 blood nuclei of different years. A 10-year-old blood nucleus can make the total number of blood nuclei in your storage ring reach 5. At the same time, it also meets the condition that you can exchange and improve the cultivation talent of different treasures and pills. A centennial blood core can not only continue to improve their potential and strength, but also improve their understanding, which also has some important assistance for breaking through the Qi transformation period in the future. First, put away the 10-year blood nuclei together with the 4 5-year blood nuclei in the storage ring, and then plan to put away the 100-year blood nuclei. Stop! Hearing the roar behind him, Chu Zhongshan quickly put away the centennial blood core and 4 blood essence. At the same time, he immediately held the lower-level spirit knife and turned to look at the person who was drinking. A young man of about 16 or 17 years old, who was dressed as a disciple of the demonic Xinzang, although his appearance seemed ordinary, but his temperament was very outstanding. He was staring at himself angrily. Put away the lower-level spirit knife in his hand and take out the life spirit knife. Chu Zhongshan looked at each other calmly and didn't mean to take the initiative to talk. Boy, is there something wrong with your ears? Didn't you hear what I just said? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan not only took away all the blood essence and blood core, but also changed the weapons very leisurely, a move that didn't look at himself at all, the young man asked angrily. Hey! In the face of the other party's question, Chu Zhongshan sneered and then his face changed. His tone was very impolite and roared. What are you? You dare to order me? I think you are impatient. Chu Zhongshan suddenly changed his face because he recognized each other's identity. Only the Xuanwang, one of the 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect, can wear the clothes of the disciples of the Magic Heart sect, achieve the 10 levels of perfection in the cultivation period, and can go deep into the chaotic stone group. The first king and 4 princes of the Magic Heart sect died under his own hands. Chu Zhongshan knew that he had formed a hatred with the Magic Heart sect that could never be dissolved, so he didn't have to be polite when facing the disciples of the Magic Heart sect. Xuanwang never thought that Chu Zhongshan not only didn't respond to his questions, but also dared to roar at himself, which made Xuanwang, who had never experienced contempt, don't know how to refute. Boy, you must be the Xuanwang with the strongest strength, the highest status and the most noble status among the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the Magic Heart sect. Guess is just a guess. Chu Zhongshan wants to get the real news from the other party's mouth, which is convenient for his next plan. Yes, I am Xuanwang. Forced to suppress his inner anger, Xuanwang nodded to admit his identity. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Emperor Xuan's admission made Chu Zhongshan pretend to be very disappointed. Emperor Xuanwang, you are a martial brother born in the same family. Whether you are dealing with people or your overbearing style, you are so annoying and hateful that people can't help but want to beat you a few big mouths. Boy, you want to die. Xuanwang thought that the other party would speak words of admiration for himself, so he forced to suppress his inner anger. But what he didn't expect was that the other party was insulting like crazy words, which made Xuanwang no longer suppress his inner anger and plan to end the other party's life with his sword. Xuanwang, the disciples of your evil heart sect have said this to me more than once, but the final result is that I am still alive, while your younger martial brothers have returned to the embrace of the demon god. I hope you can change this reality. Chu Zhongshan continued to satirize. Chu Zhongshan's provocation calmed the Xuanwang in anger. However, from his long sword and slightly trembling hand, it is enough to show that he is not calm at this time. The bitterness is sweet. One move is the medium-level sword skill of Xia Cheng's territory. With the high-level body skill of Xia Cheng's territory, the Xuanwang cuts directly into the head of Chu Zhongshan with the speed of the wind. Feeling the powerful momentum of the Xuanwang Benaming Spirit Sword, Chu Zhongshan showed a slight dignified color. With 10 layers of perfect cultivation during the physical training period, he can become the first strong person to defeat the 3 kings and 9 princes. The strength of Xuanwang cannot be underestimated. Without using his cards, Chu Zhongshan thinks he is not his opponent. However, at this time, it is not a big comparison of sex, nor is it a friendly competition between friends, but life and death. At the same time, there is also a defense against the presence of Shura around, so Chu Zhongshan did not have too much temptation and directly exposed the first card. Potential. The potential that can affect the surrounding environment directly envelops the rushing Xuanwang, making the Xuanwang, who originally had a high wind speed, instantly become a snail moving forward slowly. No, it's a potential that can affect the power of heaven and earth. He was able to affect his speed and began to solidify his body and consciousness. Xuanwang was very clear about this special power, because the Devil Heart sect has the most talent and the most noble status. In the future, it must be the holy son of the successor of the sect leader, who is a demon genius who has mastered the power. He once secretly consulted the Son of God after winning the first place in the sect Dabai. The Son of God, with the same realm and strength, can easily defeat himself with a basic sword technique combined with the potential that can affect the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, Emperor Xuan knows how terrible the person who has the power of potential is. Fortunately, he has a good relationship with the Sun and belongs to the same power. Therefore, after being defeated by the Sun once explained to him how to face the opponent with power. The body of the front thrust stopped instantly, and then all the mental powers were penetrated into the legs. According to what the Sun said at the beginning, all masters who master potential, according to their own understanding of potential and their mastery of power, can affect different ranges when using potential. According to the level of mastery, the Sun divides the power of power into 10 levels. Being able to master the potential of 10 layers can affect the range of 100 meters. Being able to master the potential of the 9th floor can affect the range of 90 meters. Being able to grasp the potential of the 8th floor can affect its own range of 80 meters, and so on. The reason why Xuanwang was sure to break the potential mastered by Chu Zhongshan was that the power of the potential mastered by Chu Zhongshan at this time barely reached level 2, that is to say, it could affect the range of 20 meters. And he just rushed into the scope of the potential, which is where the potential power is the weakest, so he is confident to break away from the scope of the potential. Seeing the Xuanwang who suddenly stopped and immediately stepped back, Chu Zhongshan frowned slightly. Xuanwang was the first opponent who knew how to deal with the situation, and was also the first opponent who was about to leave the situation unharmed. As long as we can get rid of the scope covered by the potential will have no impact on the Xuanwang. However, seeing the Xuanwang who was about to leave the power shrouded, the corners of Chu Zhongshan's mouth rose slightly. The high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory made him quickly approach the Xuanwang and let him go deeper into the scope of the power shrouded. Not good. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan's high-level body martial arts reached the realm of Dasheng, which was much faster than his body martial arts in the realm of Xia Cheng, Xuanwang's face suddenly changed. When the Son of God told him about potential, he said it carefully. Opponents with potential are not terrible. What is really terrible is those who have both potential and speed. Looking at the closer and closer Chu Zhongshan, Xuanwang no longer chose to step back, took back the spiritual power penetrating between his legs, and tried to get through the storage bag. Then, a spirit weapon that exudes a trace of authority and looks like an umbrella appeared in his hand. Xuanwang stretched out his hand to open the umbrella in his hand, held the umbrella handle, shrouded the umbrella surface on his head, and then put all the recovered spiritual power into the spirit instrument shaped like an umbrella. Then, the spirit weapon shaped like an umbrella instantly formed a thin protective cover, enveloping the whole Xuanwang in the protective cover. Boom. Seeing the Xuanwang who formed a protective cover with an umbrella-shaped psionic weapon, Chu Zhongshan didn't give up the attack. He wanted to try the power of the umbrella-shaped psionic weapon. The Scorching Sun Saber technique, which contains attribute power, combined with the impact force formed by the martial arts of high-level body method, cuts hard on the defense cover formed by the umbrella-shaped spirit weapon, and makes a roaring sound in an instant. With the roar, it was the rebound force formed by Benaming's spirit knife and defense cover, which made Chu Zhongshan return 3 steps. Looking at the undamaged spirit weapon defense cover, he rubbed his sore wrist, and Chu Zhongshan's face showed a cautious look. According to the practice of the Eternal Continent, The one with high cultivation is called junior brother, so I'll ask you to be a junior brother. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who was bounced back by the defense spirit weapon, and the Xuanwang hiding under the protection of the defense spirit weapon, he was secretly relieved. At the same time, the tough tone began to soften. The umbrella-shaped defensive spirit weapon just used is also a treasure given to him by the son of the Devil Heart sect. In order to prevent him from meeting an opponent who is both master of power and proficient in body skills, he can use this defensive spirit weapon to protect his life. Younger martial brother, the grade of my defense spirit weapon has reached the middle grade level. The defense shield formed by it is difficult to break its defense in a short time, not to mention you, even if it is a middle-level expert in the chi melting period. At the same time, maintaining the shield doesn't need to consume too much spiritual power, so you'd better stop. Looking at the picture of Chu Zhongshan who will continue to attack again, Emperor Xuan whispered his persuasion. Really, I just don't believe in evil. I want to try if your defensive spirit tool is as powerful as you said. Xuanwang's tone revealed that the shape was as strong as an umbrella, which made Chu Zhongshan envious and didn't believe that he couldn't break the defense of this medium-sized spirit weapon. Since the power of this life's spiritual power is not enough to break this defensive spirit instrument, use the real spirit instrument to see if the real spirit instrument can break the defense of this defensive spirit instrument. Take back this life spirit knife and take out the inferior spirit knife again. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan quietly took out a blood essence pill and held it in the palm of his hand, while Xuanwang's attention was attracted by the inferior spirit knife. Next, he has to use all his spiritual power to stimulate the power of the lower spirit knife, so he must ensure that he can restore all his spiritual power in a short time to prevent emergencies. Cut. It is impossible to use the inferior spirit saber to show the martial arts of the saber technique. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan mobilized all the spirit power to penetrate into the inferior spirit saber. With one move of the basic saber technique, he split Huashan Mountain and directly cut into the protective cover formed by the spirit weapon on the head of Xuanwang. Boom! After the inferior spirit saber collided with the defensive spirit weapon, a roar resounded through the night. With the light sound, the whole red rock began to crack a long gap from the position where Xuanwang stood at his feet. Younger martial brother, please stop now. Chu Zhongshan just made full use of the power formed by the inferior spirit knife. Although he did not break the protective cover formed by the defensive spirit weapon, the physical attack generated when the two spirit weapons collided could damage the red rock standing under his legs. If the place of the fight is not in the riprap group, or on the red rock suitable for landing, Xuanwang is confident that with the power of defensive spirit tools, he will delay until the spirit power of Chu Zhongshan is exhausted. However, in the face of the gap that had split more than 10 meters under his feet, Xuanwang worried that Chu Zhongshan would continue to attack madly and completely smash the red rocks, causing the two people to fall into a group of rubble. Facing the moving stones of the riprap group, Xuanwang didn't believe that his anti-object spirit weapon could defend the red rocks that could destroy the spirit weapon. With the help of the rebound force of the two spirit tools, Chu Zhongshan stepped back and put the blood essence pill prepared in advance into his mouth. When he fell to the ground, all the spirit power consumed had been restored. Looking at the crack under Xuanwang's foot, there is a gap of more than 10 meters. Looking at Xuanwang's look, he anxiously comforted himself. Chu Zhongshan didn't continue to persuade his hand for the time being. Xuanwang's worry just now was exactly what he was worried about. Now he has collected 5 10-year-old blood cores. When he returns to the sect after the Shura secret place is closed, he can exchange exotic treasures and pills that can improve his cultivation talent. Then he is ready to break through the chi transformation period, so he doesn't want any accidents before the end of the Shura secret place. However, he let go of the Xuanwang who had provoked himself. Chu Zhongshan was very unwilling, so he wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail him. He looked at Xuanwang fiercely, pretended to have to do something, and began to threaten Xuanwang. Xuanwang, you can stop me if you want, but you must compensate me for the loss of my spiritual. No problem. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was willing to coexist peacefully, Xuanwang immediately nodded and agreed. I'm not afraid to ask for handheld, but I'm afraid my opponent doesn't ask for it. As long as Chu Zhongshan is willing to ask, Xuanwang is sure to satisfy the other party. As for today's losses and insults, Xuanwang has kept in mind. When his cultivation breaks through the qi transformation period and master the true yuan transformation form, he will not be easily affected by the potential of Chu Zhongshan. At that time, whoever wins or loses depends entirely on the real strength. 50 blood essence, 5 10-year blood nuclei, 300-year blood nuclei, and 1,000-year blood nucleus. Seeing that Xuanwang readily agreed to his request, the corners of Chu Zhongshan's mouth rose slightly, showing a mocking smile on his face. Then he opened his mouth like a lion and offered compensation conditions. It's impossible. I don't have so many blood essence and blood nucleus. After the lion in the sky of Chu opened his mouth and offered compensation conditions, Xuanwang almost spit blood at his mouth. In the second layer of Shura secret place, there are only 108 blood essence and 18 blood nuclei of different years. The compensation amount just proposed by Chu Zhongshan is almost half of all blood nuclei in the secret place. Don't say you don't have so many blood essence and blood nucleus. Even if you have him, you can't give them all to Chu Zhongshan. Xuanwang hysterically refused the compensation request he had just put forward. Chu Zhongshan also couldn't help shouting and scolding. Xuanwang, you are a 3-year-old child. Haven't you heard of bargaining? In Chu Zhongshan's opinion, anyone with normal IQ can see that he was just a lion talking. In fact, he reserved room for bargaining and reduced the amount of compensation. However, what Chu Zhongshan didn't expect was that Xuanwang should be so indifferent. He really wanted to take out as much as he said. At this time, seeing the eyes of Xuanwang, I feel like an idiot. You didn't say it in advance. How do I know I can make a counter-offer? Chu Zhongshan shouted like crazy, which made Xuanwang feel extremely wronged. As 1 emperor, 3 kings, and 9 princes of the magic heart sect, it ranks 10 blood essence, 4 blood nuclei of 10 years, and 1 blood nucleus of 100 years, which is the ultimate bottom line of my Xuanwang. If you don't agree, then I'll fight my life and let you enter the turbulent energy flow of random stones. The slightly raised chips of Chu Zhongshan and the naked threat forced Xuanwang to continue to make concessions. However, there are only 700-year-old blood nuclei in the whole Shura secret realm. He barely found 2 after entering the riprap group for more than 6 days. Moreover, he must leave a 100-year-old blood nucleus so that he can improve his talent when breaking through the qi transformation period, so he can only take out 1. Xuanwang, 100,000 pieces of 6-grade middle-level spirit stones, 1,000 pieces of 5-grade middle-level spirit stones, and the number you just mentioned. Today's matter can be fully understood. Seeing the Xuanwang who was desperate, Chu Zhongshan knew that the chips he had just put forward had probably reached the limit, but he still wanted to squeeze some benefits from him. However, he also knew that there were not many treasures like blood essence and blood core in Xuanwang's hand, especially blood core. There are only 10 blood nuclei in the second layer of the whole Shura secret place. I already have 5 in my hand. Plus the 4 that Xuanwang can take out. That is to say, in the Shura secret place, almost all the blood nuclei in 10 years fall into my hand. There are only 700-year-old blood cores on the second floor of the whole Shura secret place. He has just got 1. Lu Yuan has 1 in his hand. If Xuanwang is willing to exchange 1, it means that he has at least 2. 400-year-old blood cores are already more than half of the number of Shura secret place. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan knows that Xuanwang cannot take out more 100-year-old blood cores. Blood essence and blood core Xuangyu can't take out more, but it doesn't mean that Xuanwang doesn't have other valuable treasures, especially the high-grade spirit stone that can assist in cultivation. When killing the King of War, Chu Zhongshan once found more than 100,000 6-grade medium-grade spirit stones and more than 505-grade medium-grade spirit stones in the King of War's storage bag. Then, Xuanwang, whose identity and status are much higher than that of the War King, must have more lingxi in his storage bag. No problem. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan's price increase was transferred to lingxi, Xuanwang didn't think too much at all and nodded his head, which made Chu Zhongshan feel that his asking price was lower. However, the words had been said, and he could not repent, so Chu Zhongshan could only swallow the bitter fruit he brewed. Xuanwang, your strength is better than me. If it's not because I have the potential that can affect my surrounding environment, I'm afraid there's no way to take you. Therefore, in order to avoid you turning your face and not recognizing others afterwards, we deliver the goods with one hand and withdraw the potential with the other hand. Xuanwang knew how to avoid the power of potential, which made Chu Zhongshan worry that he would withdraw the potential, and the Xuanwang who regained his freedom would take the opportunity to escape. Although he has the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory and is not afraid of his escape, Chu Zhongshan doesn't want any accident during the exchange. No problem, nodded. Xuanwang agreed to the way of Chu Zhongshan exchange. Then he took out an unowned storage bag from his waist, and then put the spirit stone, blood essence, and blood core that needed to be exchanged into the unowned storage bag one by one in front of Chu Zhongshan. Here you are. As if he was not afraid of Chu Zhongshan's repentance at all, Xuanwang directly threw the ownerless storage bag to Chu Zhongshan. Even though Xuanwang was so generous, Chu Zhongshan certainly couldn't be petty. When he received the unowned storage bag thrown by Xuanwang, he took the initiative to take back his potential. Younger martial brother, you and I don't know each other. Until now, I don't know what to call younger martial brother, and I don't know which force can cultivate such a genius. Seeing the recovery potential of Chu Zhongshan's keeping his promise, Xuanwang pretended to be enthusiastic and inquired into the details of Chu Zhongshan while withdrawing the spirit power of the defense spirit weapon. How dare I? I just respect my younger martial brother and want to know his name. Xuanwang, who was directly singled out by Chu Zhongshan, quickly waved his hand to show that he absolutely didn't want revenge. Xuanwang, my surname is Chu and my name is Zhongshan. I come from Liyan sect and follow Zhao Enjun. You are welcome to retaliate at any time. Ridicule belongs to ridicule. Chu Zhongshan didn't hide his origin, and even took the initiative to invite Xuanwang. He just wanted to find an opponent with the same level to encourage him to practice harder. Younger martial brother Chu, I'll meet you in the future. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't care about his revenge afterwards, Xuanwang was too lazy to continue to hide his thoughts. After leaving a word, he turned and wanted to leave. At this time, a stunning beauty in pink and white with a devil's figure suddenly appeared on the 86th red rock. Yan Ruyu, looking at the sudden appearance of the peerless beauty, Xuanwang's face showed a look of admiration. At the same time, his mouth also whispered, isn't this the Xuanwang of the Devil Heart sect who is known as the future emperor? Peerless beauty who just boarded the 86th red rock looked directly at the sky in Chu, as if she didn't notice the existence of Xuanwang. It was only after hearing Xuanwang's self-talk and calling her name that the stunning beauty turned her head. When you see that the person calling you is Empress Xuan, there is a sudden realization on the face of the stunning beauty. Yan Meteorite has seen Miss Yan. Seeing Yan Ruyu's attention to himself, Xuanwang hurriedly greeted him with enthusiasm. Well, my Yan family doesn't have a very friendly relationship with your magic heart sect, so you don't have to be so polite to me. In the face of Emperor Xuan's warm and close greetings, Yan Ruyu's answer was very cold, and there was a trace of indifference thousands of away from people. Miss Yan's words are bad. It's still a high-level matter for the evil heart sect to make friends with the Yan family. It doesn't have much involvement with our younger generation, so we can still be good friends. Facing Yan Ruyu's cold attitude, Xuanwang was not angry and still wanted to be close to her. Xuanwang, if you are willing to get close, but I have no interest in you. Now I am very interested in the little brother in front of me, so what should you do? Why go? In terms of identity and status, Emperor Xuan's status in the Demon Heart sect is almost the same as her status in the Yan family. No one can suppress each other with identity. In terms of cultivation and strength, Xuanwang is a perfect cultivation on the 10th floor of the body refining period, but her strength has reached the peak of the 3rd floor of the qi transforming period, and she is also a perfect cultivation on the 10th floor of the body refining period, and her strength has barely reached the 3rd floor of the qi transforming period. Therefore, Yan Ruyu was also helpless in the face of the closeness of the Xuanwang rogue. She was helpless. She had something important to do today, so she waved her hand coldly, as if she was trying to drive away the Xuanwang. The woman he admired was even interested in Chu Zhongshan, which made the Xuanwang's eyes full of naked, murderous spirit. However, considering that Chu Zhongshan, who has power, is not what he can deal with now, so he can only suppress the killing intention in his heart and leave a threatening look in his eyes, Xuanwang angrily walked to the edge of the red rock and began to look for the next red rock that can settle down. Xuanwang had left. Yan Ruyu just looked at Chu Zhongshan. Instead of trying to get close to Chu Zhongshan as she said at the beginning, she kept staring at Xuanwang. 10 minutes later, Emperor Xuan selected a red rock with an area of more than 7,000 square meters. After holding a fist to Yan Ruyu, he directly exercised his body skills and left the 86th red rock. The annoying fly finally left. Next, we should have a good talk. Yan Ruyu, who had been watching Xuanwang after seeing Xuanwang leave completely, called back her eyes, then looked directly at Chu Zhongshan and said something that made Chu Zhongshan feel inexplicable. You must have heard what Xuanwang said just now. Then you also know my name and origin. Now should you introduce yourself? With a slight frown, Chu Zhongshan looked at Yan Ruyu puzzled. I only met her once and talked with her for only 2 words. How did I arouse her interest? However, the peerless beauty in front of her is actually a child of the Yan family, one of the 9 forces and one of the 5 families. Chu Zhongshan can understand why she, who has only 10 layers of perfect cultivation, dares to wander through the Shura secret place alone and can go deep into the rocks. My surname is Chu and my name is Zhongshan. I come from Liyan sect. Whether it was her kind reminder at the beginning or the influence of her origin, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to offend her, so he introduced himself truthfully. Chu Zhongshan, Liyan sect. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's explanation, Yan Ruyu showed a puzzled look and said his name and his power. Yan Ruyu's puzzled look made Chu Zhongshan notice her performance. From the 2 words she murmured, he soon guessed the reason for her doubt. I'm afraid it was her surname Chu and her strength that made her suspect that she was connected with the Chu family, one of the 5 families. In order to avoid being associated with the Chu family of the 9 forces, Chu Zhongshan quickly explained, Miss Yan, the Chu family of Zhongshan, who was born in a remote kingdom, has nothing to do with the Chu family you think. Oh, Chu Zhongshan didn't explain. Fortunately, his explanation made Yan Ruyu look into his eyes and showed strong interest. Miss Yan, I don't know why you came to me, Chu Zhongshan asked with a frown. Although he has collected the blood nuclei of 10 years, he just needs to wait for the Shura secret place to close, but without any pressure, he wants to continue to go deep into the Riprap group and see what is hidden in the deepest and core place of the Riprap group. At the same time, he wanted to find the wounded Shura. He wanted to use the inferior spirit knife in his hand to cut off his head and take his body. After taking it back to the sect, he asked Zhao Injun to find a way to see if he could use the body of Shura to refine a complete defensive armor for himself. Younger martial brother Chu, the 9 forces jointly maintain the stability of the southern region and share a common hatred for the enemy. Therefore, the disciples of the 9 forces are commensurate with each other. My cultivation is a little higher than you, so I ask you to call you younger martial brother. Without immediately explaining what it was about looking for Chu Zhongshan, Yan Ruyu first determined each other's names. Yes, Chu Zhongshan has seen elder martial sister Yan. Chu Zhongshan didn't have any doubt about Yan Ruyu's proposal to determine the title, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing Yan Ruyu with a peerless face, Chu Zhongshan felt very headache, because he didn't know where he attracted Yan Ruyu's attention, which made her have a deep interest in herself, so that he kept up with her. Younger martial brother Chu, elder martial sister, am I beautiful? Yan Ruyu is like a little woman in love, looking vaguely at Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, it asks questions that can only be asked between lovers. Elder martial sister has a beautiful appearance and a charming temperament. She is like a fairy. She is still a rare beauty in the world. Although it is not clear why Yan Ruyu suddenly asked him this question and why she suddenly became in this state, Chu Zhongshan answered truthfully. Younger martial brother Chu, what's the character of elder martial sister? Continue to be like a woman in love, and continue to interrogate inexplicable questions. Yan Ruyu's state at this time completely confused Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial sister has a gentle and pleasant personality and a forthright and generous temperament. She is definitely a rare good woman in the world. Chu Zhongshan flattered against his heart. Looks can be judged by their own eyes. They can tell whether they are handsome or ugly at a glance. However, the judgment of character needs a long time of contact to find out. He met Yan Ruyu only twice. The total contact time was less than half an hour, and they said less than 10 words. How could he know Yan Ruyu's real character? In that case, why do you hide from your sister everywhere? It seems that she is a grumpy ugly. Chu Zhongshan's praise turned the originally gentle and lovely Yan Ruyu into a female Tyrannosaurus rex. There was frost hanging between the eyebrows and corners, and the tone was a little corrupt. Elder martial sister, you misunderstood me. Younger martial brother, I really had something to do at that time. I definitely didn't deliberately avoid you. Seeing the suddenly changed face of Yan Ruyu, Chu Zhongshan quickly explained under depression. At the same time, a sentence I heard before crossing flashed in my mind, that is, women's heart, submarine needle. You never know what they really think. Misunderstanding, is it really a misunderstanding? Yan Ruyu sneered and continued to sneer and sneer. I think your boy has eyes on his head. He can only see the sky, can't see the earth, and can't see me, a living beauty. Chu Zhongshan's explanation didn't satisfy Yan Ruyu. She sarcastically mocked for a long time. Miss Yan, I was kind to you just now because you once reminded me to pay attention to safety, which makes me feel that you are a good person, so I can tolerate some of your little temper. But don't push an inch, because I Chu Zhongshan shouldn't owe you, and I don't have any obligation to explain why I want to avoid you. In the face of Yan Ruyu's sarcastic sarcasm, there was an anger in the heart of Chu Zhongshan, and the tone was not as polite as before. At the time of sectarian Dabai, Dongfeng Yun'er's incomprehension of himself has completely broken Chu Zhongshan's heart. Although the pain was temporarily resolved with the help of the goal of martial arts, the thorn of the pain was still deeply rooted in his heart and could not be removed for a long time. It is under the influence of this psychology that Chu Zhongshan is reluctant to have too much contact with women, especially women with peerless appearance. Because the more contact with such a woman, the more painful the thorn in his heart will stab him. Unexpectedly, the seemingly gentle Chu Zhongshan was angry because of his sarcastic sarcasm. Yan Ruyu was shocked and didn't know what to say. Psycho. Inexplicably, he was ridiculed by Yan Ruyu. Chu Zhongshan was in a bad mood and left a bad comment. After exercising his body skills, he came to the edge of the red rock and looked for the next stone suitable for landing. Good luck. Just as he reached the edge of the red rock, he found a huge red rock with an area of more than 10,000 square meters. He turned his head and looked at Yan Ruyu, who was still in shock. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shaking his head. Then he showed his body skills without worry and stepped on the 87th red rock. When Chu Zhongshan left the 86th red rock, about 5 minutes later, Yan Ruyu, who was in shock, finally woke up. At this time, she didn't have the cool and overbearing at the beginning, but only the weakness of women's nature. His eyes were wet and he raised his head. When he found that there was no one in front of him, Yan Ruyu quickly turned his head and looked around. After confirming that Chu Zhongshan had left, she took out a silk yarn from her sleeve and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. After readjusting his mind, he rushed to the edge of the red rock and planned to catch up with Chu Zhongshan and ask him why he had to deal with himself so rudely. After stepping on the 87th red rock, Chu Zhongshan still carefully searched the whole red rock while raising his vigilance against the possible sudden emergence of Shura. Good luck. Although there was no blood nucleus on the 87th red rock, there was blood essence. Moreover, the number of blood essence reached 3, which made Chu Zhongshan somewhat grateful to Yan Ruyu. If it were not for Yan Ruyu's inexplicable temper, he could not choose to leave the 86th red rock at this time. If he had not left the 86th red rock at this time, he would not have chosen this red rock with an area of 10,000 square meters as his foothold. If we did not choose this red rock with an area of 10,000 square meters as the foothold, we would not be able to find these 3 blood essence that can instantly restore our essence. Happily put away the 3 blood essence, Chu Zhongshan returned to the edge of the red rock and continued to look for the next cornerstone. I don't know if it's because I went deep into the deepest part of the random rock group, and the number of moving red rocks around gradually increased, suddenly began to decrease. At the same time, most of the original red rocks moving around are more than 4 grades, and most of them are suitable for their next foothold. 9 red rocks. In just 1 hour, Chu Zhongshan fully crossed 9 red rocks. On the 9 red rocks, he neither encountered the sneak attack of Shura, nor harvested any blood nuclei of different years, but only 8 blood essence. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan was not disappointed at all. He knew that the number of blood nuclei deep in the riprap group was very rare. After all, he already has 9 of 10 blood nuclei of 10 years. Of the 700-year-old blood nuclei, 4 have belonged to different owners. As for the 1,000-year blood nucleus, it only exists in rumors. No one can find the 1,000-year blood nucleus for nearly 1,000 years. Because since the 90th red rock, the red rocks below grade 7 in the deepest part of the riprap group have basically disappeared, and most of the rest are red rocks with an area of more than 10,000 square meters. As long as you don't deliberately slow down when crossing 2 rocks, there is basically no problem with safety, so you don't have to spend your mind to calculate. At the moment, The reason why he didn't step into the 96th red rock immediately was that the distance he went deep into the random rock group had violated Zhao Enjun's original advice. He was considering whether he would continue to go deep into the random rock group. At the beginning, Zhao Enjun's while remaining in the Jade Pendant arranged him to enter the Riprap group. First, he avoided the pursuit of the Overlord of the Blood Lake. Second, he hoped that he could find enough 10-year blood cores in the Riprap group so that he could exchange with the sect for different treasures and pills that could improve his cultivation talent. When Zhao Enjun was young, he entered the Shura secret realm more than once and went deep into the Riprap group more than once. He knew more about the dangers in the depths of the Riprap group than ordinary people. It was for this reason that he specifically told Chu Zhongshan that he could not cross the 90th red rock anyway. Otherwise, he could not resist the real danger in the depths of the rubble. The reason why Chu Zhongshan disobeyed Zhao Enjun's advice was entirely due to curiosity. At this moment, standing on the 95th red rock, the super sixth sense has begun to give a weak warning that there may be danger ahead. Whether to stay here and wait for the closure of the secret place, or continue to go deep into the rubble to see what kind of danger exists in the rubble. Chu Zhongshan, caught in self-contradiction, didn't think about it for too long, and finally decided to continue to go deep into the rubble. Because a goal he set for himself has not been completed, that is to hunt a Shura, and then take the Shura's body back to the sect, and let Zhao Enjun find a way to make a full set of defense armor for himself. However, he also temporarily set a goal for himself, that is, to go deep into only one red rock, that is, to the 96th warp-colored rock. Whether there is harvest on the 96th red rock or not, we must not continue to go deep into the Riprap group in case of unpredictable danger. After choosing the red rock suitable for his next step, Chu Zhongshan no longer hesitated and directly used his body skills to climb the 96th red rock. Just as he stepped on the 96th red rock, a huge roar sounded. With the roar through the night, it was a huge super large red rock with an area of more than 100,000 square meters, sending out a huge shaking. Feeling the strong shaking, Chu Zhongshan's face suddenly changed. It can make the huge super large red rock with an area of more than 100,000 square meters shake violently, which can't be achieved with his current strength. Because we want the giant super large red rock with an area of more than 100,000 square meters to shake violently, and its strength must at least reach the middle stage of the gasification period. On this huge red rock, is there a top expert who is more powerful than the early stage of the gasification period? Although he doesn't want to face the experts who are much stronger than himself, he is now in a situation where he can't retreat. Entering is against his plan, so Chu Zhongshan still rushes to the place where the battle takes place. 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan came to the place where the battle had just happened. At this time the battle on the scene has ended. However, seeing the two sides of the battle and the results after the battle, Chu Zhongshan showed an unusually dignified look on his face. A headless Shura, lying quietly on the ground, the red rock stained with blood, revealed a strange feeling. Beside the headless Shura corpse stood a man dressed in purple, with an extraordinary temperament and his back to the middle heaven of Chu. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the man with his back to him turned around and looked at Chu Zhongshan with a gentle smile. When seeing each other's appearance and the green face on his face, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help taking a breath. The man who turned around was resolute in appearance and refined in temperament, giving people an extraordinary feeling. His green face is enough to show that he is only 16 or 17 years old now. At the age of 16 or 17, Chu Zhongshan was surprised that he had the strength to move huge red rocks. What shocked him even more was that the other party's cultivation was the same as that of him, which was the 9-layer peak of the body training period. However, judging from the shaking of the giant red rock just now, the other party's real strength may have exceeded the 3-layer peak of the Qi transformation period, and may reach the 4-layer peak of the Qi transformation period, or even the 5-layer peak of the Qi transformation period. Although the other party showed a gentle smile at this time, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help but step back and open a safe distance. You and I have the same cultivation. I don't know whether to call you elder martial brother or younger martial brother. The retreat of the world consciousness in Chu didn't make the other party a little unhappy. The other party still said gently, judging from the appearance alone, the other party is just a young man of his own age. There should not have been a middle-aged man with a gentle smile, but a gentle smile hanging on the other party's face not only has no sense of conflict, but also gives a race a comfortable feeling. Although you and I have the same cultivation, you are much stronger than me in strength. According to the practice of the eternal continent, I'd better call you senior brother. The gentle smile on the other party's face eased Chu Zhongshan's nervous mood. Chu Zhongshan consciously lowered his identity for the difference in address. My surname is Chu and my name is Zhongshan. I've seen senior brother. Chu Zhongshan first introduced himself and took the initiative to say hello. My last name is Qin and my first name is unparalleled. I've seen younger martial brother Chu. Qin Wushuang replied with a fist without the slightest arrogance of peerless genius. Qin. When hearing the other party's introduction of his surname Qin, Chu Zhongshan subconsciously flashed through the 9 forces in the southern region. Both the strength of the top power and the overall strength ranked first in the Qin Empire. Yes, I do come from the Dakin Empire. I am the 99 legitimate sons of the contemporary emperor of the Dakin Empire. As if he could understand the thoughts in the heart of heaven in Chu, Qin Wushuang directly admitted his origin. I see. No wonder I see. Qin Wushuang not only admitted that he came from the Qin Empire, but also explained his origin clearly, which made Chu Zhongshan couldn't help saying 3 words with the same meaning. At the same time, he finally understood why the other party was young, but his strength could reach this level. First, he praised the excellence of Chu Zhongshan. Qin Wushuang then wanted to confirm first, he praised the excellence of Chu Zhongshan. Qin Wushuang then wanted to confirm the origin of Chu Zhongshan. Unexpectedly, the Chu family, which belongs to one of the 9 forces, can also cultivate such extraordinary talents as younger martial brother Chu. Elder martial brother Qin is very kind. Compared with elder martial brother Qin, younger martial brother Qin is very poor in both qualification and strength. First, he was modest and polite. Then Chu Zhongshan overturned Qin Wushuang's guess. Elder martial brother Qin, I'm not from the Chu family of one of the 9 forces, but from the Chu family of a remote kingdom. Now I'm an external disciple of Li Yun's sect. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan denied that he was a member of the Chu family, Qin Wushuang put away his gentle smile. At the same time, there was an inexplicable meaning in the eyes of Chu Zhongshan. Although it was the first time we met, we felt pretty good about each other, but we were not familiar with each other after all, so after explaining their origins, neither Chu Zhongshan nor Qin Wushuang knew what to say next, so the 2 sides fell into silence for a short time. After about 3 minutes, Qin Wushuang took the lead in breaking the calm and said, Younger martial brother Chu, when you entered the Shura secret territory for training, didn't your elders tell you not to go deep into the 90th red rock of the random stone group? Elder martial brother Qin, when I entered the Shura secret realm, my mentor had specially reminded me, but younger martial brother, I was attracted by the blood essence that can instantly restore my spirit and spirit, which made me forget my mentor's reminder. When I found out, I had already met elder martial brother Qin. Half true and half false reply to Qin Wushuang's question just now, Chu Zhongshan began to consciously hide some things. You. Chu Zhongshan answered like a child, which made Qin Wushuang shake his head and smile bitterly. Of course, he can also understand the temptation of blood essence to Chu Zhongshan. After all, when Chu Zhongshan introduced himself just now, he once said that he was born in a remote kingdom, and now he is just an outside disciple of Li Yun's sect. Blood essence, a treasure that can quickly restore energy and qi, has almost reached the level of upper level 8 and close to lower level 7. It is normal for him to forget the teacher's reminder. Then, he told in a dignified tone, Brother Chu, it's not that I intend to belittle your strength, but that the real core of the Riprap group is very dangerous. I hope you can stay here and don't go further. Elder martial brother Qin, that's what I think. Chu Zhongshan's original intention was to enter the 96th red rock. No matter whether there were blood essence and blood nucleus in the 96th red rock, he would not continue the deep Riprap group. Therefore, in the face of Qin Wushuang's kind reminder, he immediately accepted it. Originally thought Chu Zhongshan would strive for something. Unexpectedly, he was so obedient and directly agreed to stay. Qin Wushuang was surprised. At the same time, a special look appeared in his eyes looking at Chu Zhongshan. He glanced at the body of Shura lying next to him. Chu Zhongshan's eyes turned, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Then he pretended to be concerned and asked, Elder martial brother Qin, it seems that you plan to continue to go deep into the rubble. Yes, I entered the Shura secret place this time. My goal is to explore the deepest part of the riprap group and see what kind of secret is hidden in the deepest part of the riprap group, which can be scruples by the strong men of all major forces. He didn't hide his purpose, and he couldn't hide his purpose, Qin Wuhuang said solemnly. Chu Zhongshan is also very interested in what kind of secret is hidden in the depths of the riprap group, but he knows that with his current strength, he is not qualified to visit the real secret in the depths of the riprap group. What's more, his goal now is not the secret hidden in the depths of the rubble, but the headless Shura corpse lying on one side. I know Elder Marshal Brother Qin is a determined person. Since he has made a decision in his heart, I'm afraid other people's persuasion is useless, so I can only wish Elder Marshal Brother Qin in advance to find out the real secret in the depths of the rubble. First, he paid a compliment, and then Chu Zhongshan changed the goal of the topic and led the topic to Shura's body. Elder Marshal Brother Qin, I don't know the origin of this body. Reaching out and pointing to the body of Shura beside him, Chu Zhongshan pretended not to know the truth and asked, "The monster whose head was cut off by me is called Shura. It is an extremely dangerous creature among the rocks in Shura's secret place." Didn't find out the disguise of Chu Zhongshan, Qin Wuhuang explained enthusiastically. "Oh, it turns out that this is the Shura mentioned by my mentor. I didn't expect its shape to be so strange." Chu Zhongshan pretended to be enlightened and sighed. In order to achieve his goal, Chu Zhongshan continued to pretend to be interested and went straight to Shura's body. After carefully observing the body of headless Shura, Chu Zhongshan found that this Shura was not the one he had encountered and cut the wound with the inferior spirit knife. Elder Marshal Brother Qin, how strong is this Shura? Through careful observation, Chu Zhongshan found that the figure of this Shura was slightly longer than that of the Shura he had cut, and an idea flashed through his mind. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, I'm not sure about Shura's cultivation system, but compared with our human cultivation system, the strength of this Shura has reached the 4-tier peak in the Qi transformation period. Reaching out to the distance, a bloody head drifted slowly, and finally fell on the neck of the body under the control of Qin Wuhuang. Chu Zhongshan was deeply shocked by Qin's unparalleled strength. At the same time, he subconsciously regarded him as his goal. Elder Marshal Brother Qin, younger Marshal Brother, I have a feeling of indifference. Seeing Qin Wuhuang take back Shura's head, Chu Zhongshan's careful dirty couldn't help shrinking and immediately decided to carry out his plan. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, you feel like old friends at first sight. If you have any requirements, just mention them. Qin Wuhuang didn't notice the desire in Chu Zhongshan's eyes when he looked at Shura's body, so he made an atmospheric gesture and said, Elder Marshal Brother Qin, the kingdom where the younger Marshal Brother was born is close to the Endless Forest. He went deep into the Endless Forest with his family elders when he was young. After seeing many different kinds of animals, he developed a hobby of collecting some special creatures. So, although Chu Zhongshan didn't directly point out that he wanted Shura's body, his words and tone had already revealed his true intention. Although Qin Wuhuang's superior birth decided that he lacked nothing, he was also interested in Shura's body. After all, Shura is just a special creature in Shura's secret realm. There is no such creature in the outside world. However, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's cheeky request, Qin Wuhuang didn't know how to refuse, because he had never met Chu Zhongshan who could ask for something directly in person regardless of his face. The hesitation on Qin Wuhuang's face made Chu Zhongshan happy. As long as Qin Wuhuang didn't refuse immediately, he was sure to ask for Shura's body. Alas, it seems that Elder Marshal Brother Qin is also interested in the body of Shura, so I won't be loved by others, he said with pity, turning back step by step, without hiding his desire for Shura's body. Alas, Chu Zhongshan showed his desire for Shura's body, which made Qin Wuhuang embarrassed to put away Shura's body. Moreover, when seeing Chu Zhongshan looking back at Shura's body step by step, he was finally defeated by his eager eyes and reluctantly agreed. Since younger Marshal Brother Chu cares so much about this Shura body, I'll give it to younger Marshal Brother. It's a gift for you and me for the first time. Qin Wuhuang just agreed. Chu Zhongshan, who was only more than 10 meters away from Shura's body, directly used the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory and instantly appeared next to Shura's body. As soon as Qin Wuhuang agreed, he had put Shura's body into the storage bag. Later, Chu Zhongshan thanked with excitement. Thank you for Elder Marshal Brother Qin's love. Alas. Qin Wuhuang could only shake his head and sigh with a bitter smile when he saw that Chu Zhongshan directly used the high-level body method and martial arts of Dasheng territory in a short distance of more than 10 meters in order to put away Shura's body. Then, the helpless look turned into shock. Qin Wuxuang's eyes looked at Chu Zhongshan with a trace of surprise. Body martial arts is different from mind martial arts. Before the sudden qi transformation period of mind martial arts, it basically only needs enough accumulation. As long as the cultivation talent reaches more than 8 grades, it can constantly break through the cultivation talent reaches more than 8 grades. It can constantly break through the realm. The cultivation of body method and martial arts is different, because since the beginning of entry, the cultivation of body method and martial arts requires a cert understanding. If you don't realize it, it's impossible to improve the realm of body method and martial arts. The martial arts skills of the martial arts practitioners in the period of physical training are generally middle-level martial arts. Unless you are a genius with outstanding qualifications, it is possible to master high-level body method and martial arts in the state of physical training, but the perception of the state is basically in the state of entry. If you want to achieve a small success, you need not only deep understanding, but also your own attributes, but also body methods and martial arts suitable for your attributes. As for the realm of Dasheng, it not only needs deep understanding, body method and martial arts close to the attribute, but also needs the understanding of demon level. If you don't have enough understanding, you can never break through the realm of Dasheng. This is the iron rule of the eternal continent. Originally, because Chu Zhongshan was able to cultivate at the peak of the 9th floor during the physical training period, Qin Wuxuang, who had the strength of the junior middle school in the qi transformation period, had vaguely raised him to the same level as himself. Younger martial brother Chu, Shura corpse has the hardness of the red rock in the secret place, which is very suitable for refining a complete set of armor. Therefore, after the secret place of Shura is closed, you can ask the sect master of weapon refining to refine a complete set of armor for you. Qin Wuxuang enthusiastically reminded. Now that he has decided to give Shura's body to Chu Zhongshan, Qin Wuxuang is not the kind of person who is easy to repent. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan's outstanding talent and amazing understanding also made Qin Wuxuang want to make friends with him, so he spent more time reminding him. Thank you for your reminding, elder martial brother Qin. Younger martial brother, remember. Clenching his lips, Chu Zhang's angel nodded vigorously. Qin Wuxuang not only didn't get angry, but enthusiastically reminded Chu Zhongshan that he was too greedy for cheap and bullied Qin Wuxuang, an honest man. Well, it's less than an hour before the secret place is closed. Younger martial brother Chu will stay here and wait for the closure of Shura secret place. I'll go into the deepest part of the rocks and see what kind of secret place is hidden inside. Looking at the depths of the riprap, Qin Wuxuang said domineering. Elder martial brother Qin, pay attention to safety. If you can't violate anything, you must return immediately. Seeing that he rushed directly into the depths of the riprap group, regardless of whether the red rock was suitable or not, Chu Zhongshan was infected by Qin Wuxuang's domineering spirit, but also couldn't help telling him loudly. However, as long as he left the landing red rock, the sound could not be transmitted, so he could only watch Qin Wuxuang disappear into the void. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan put away his just-moved mood, looked for a clean place to sit down, and then took out more than a dozen 7-grade medium-level spirit stones. While recovering the spirit power that was not too much consumed, he waited quietly for the closure of Shura secret place. 30 minutes. At this time, it was more than a minute before the rules of Shura secret place rewarded the non-attribute blood essence. Chu Zhongshan had completely recovered the consumed spiritual power, so he stood up and waited for the emergence of the rules of Shura secret place. Just as he stood up, a loud roar came from the depths of the rubble. The roar from the depths of the riprap group can no longer be described as ringing through the sky. Because his strength was fully restored, he was stunned in the roar. With the roar, the violent shaking force was sent out from the depths of the whole riprap group. The shaking force gradually expanded, and soon reached the red rock where Chu Zhongshan stood. The huge red rock with an area of more than 100,000 square meters suddenly appeared numerous cracks, large and small, under the action of this violent shaking force. At the same time, the broken red rock continues to fall off. Looking at the detached stones on the red rock, Chu Zhongshan's face changed. If the stone on the red rock continues to separate, there will soon be no place for him to stand. At that time, he can only be forced into the energy turbulence in the riprap, because thousands and tens of thousands of red rocks around him have been shattered by the shaking force just now. Run, there's nowhere to run. Hide, there's nowhere to hide. At this time, Chu Zhongshan can only pray that the rules of Shura's secret place will appear quickly and then stabilize the rocking rocks. While praying, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking up at the depths of the random stones and couldn't help reading, "Elder Marshal Brother Qin, what did you provoke and let the random stones happen?" As soon as his voice of reciting the Tao fell, a dark shadow rushed out from the depths of the riprap group. After the dark shadow rushed out of the depths of the riprap group for kilometers, Chu Zhongshan could see the appearance of the dark shadow. Elder Marshal Brother Qin. Looking at Qin Wuxuang, who was in a mess and bleeding at the corners of his mouth, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shouting, "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, come with me." After rushing to Chu Zhongshan, Qin Wuxuang grabbed his shoulder and took him away from the broken red rock. Until this time, Chu Zhang found out why Qin Wuxuang was not afraid of the energy turbulence of the chaotic stone group. It turned out that at his feet, there was a scroll emitting light purple, which was somewhat similar to the Imperial Edict. It is also under the protection of this scroll that he can stand safely in the turbulent flow of energy. At the same time, the scroll emitting light purple has the same speed as the flying spirit under the control of Qin Wuxuang. Elder Marshal Brother Qin, don't worry. The rules of Shura's secret place will appear in 30 seconds at most. Then we will be safe. Looking at Qin Wuxuang, who still tried to mobilize his spiritual power despite his seriously injured body, Chu Zhongshan anxiously advised him, "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, don't say 30 seconds, even 1 second can't relax." In a word, Qin Wuxuang swallowed a lot of pills to supplement his spiritual power and tried his best to penetrate the spiritual power into the scroll under his feet. Elder Marshal Brother Qin, what happened in the depths of the rocks? Chu Zhongshan asked anxiously. 1 second didn't dare to delay, which was enough to show the seriousness of the matter. He tried his best to penetrate the Reiki into the scroll, regardless of the danger that the excessive consumption of Reiki might damage his own foundation. Therefore, he urgently wanted to know what happened in the depths of the random stones. Younger Marshal Brother Chu, what happened in the depths of the rocks can't be explained clearly in a word or two. I'll explain it to you in detail when you and I are completely safe. After a brief explanation, Qin Wuxuang took out more than a dozen qi tonifying pills and swallowed them in one breath. After a simple refining, he directly input the spiritual power into the scroll. Looking at Qin Wuxuang, who was ordered to input spiritual power into the scroll, Chu Zhongshan took out 3 bottles of blood essence pills from the storage bag and stuffed them directly into Qin Wuxuang's hand. Elder Marshal Brother Qin, this is the blood essence pill refined by the Demon Heart sect using the Shura secret territory rules and the body of the martial artist. It can instantly restore all the essence, qi, and spirit, and the effect is a little better than the blood essence, one of the 3 treasures of the secret territory. Chu Zhongshan's explanation brightened Qin Wuxuang's eyes, poured out one that he didn't even look at, directly put it into his mouth, and then swallowed it without worry. Qin Wuxuang's move just now made Chu Zhongshan very useful. Taking it directly without checking the authenticity of the pill is enough to show that Qin Wuxuang believes in himself from the bottom of his heart. How can he not be moved and used? A blood essence pill made from the corpse of a martial artist restored Qin's unparalleled essence, qi and spirit to their peak state in just 1 second. Qin Wuxuang, who recovered to his peak, directly increased the speed of controlling the scroll several times and escaped from the rubble more quickly. Ow! When Qin Wuxuang was controlling the scroll to leave the scope of the 90th red rock, a low roar came from the depths of the riprap group. The roaring sound is not loud, but it contains a special force. On the contrary, the red rock swept by this roaring force, whether the grade reaches grade 1, red rocks like mountains or stones as small as grains of rice, turn into dust in an instant. At the same time, the speed of roaring force sweeping is extremely fast, which is far faster than the flight scroll controlled by Qin Wuxuang. I spell it. After calculating the distance from the edge of the riprap group and the speed of the flight scroll, I found that with the speed of the flight scroll, I couldn't escape the sweep of the roaring force. Qin Wuxuang, who has always been very gentle and elegant, couldn't help swearing. Later, he apologized to Chu Zhongshan and said, "Younger Marshal Brother Chu, I'm really sorry. It's my curiosity that put you in danger and may even lose your life. Elder Marshal Brother Qin, that's off." As the saying goes, time is also life. maybe this is my destiny in Chu. Facing Qin Wuxuang's apology, Chu Zhongshan shook his head without blaming him. If Qin Wuxuang didn't kill Shura, he would be satisfied with his wish. If Qin Wuxuang didn't bring him strong pressure, let him realize his shortcomings. Without Qin Wuxuang's kind reminder, maybe he will not be able to control his inner curiosity. Like Qin Wuxuang, he will continue to go deep into the rocks and continue to visit the secret land in the depths of the rocks. If things go as they thought just now, the first burst of energy in the depths of the rubble will completely turn himself into powder. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan not only doesn't blame Qin Wuxuang, but even thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Younger martial brother Chu, stand behind me. Whether you can escape this robbery depends on your luck and mine. Chu Zhongshan's understanding also benefited Qin Wuxuang. With great pride, he stood directly in front of Chu Zhongshan and faced the roaring force that was about to sweep over. 8, 7, 6. Standing beside Qin Wuxuang, Chu Zhongshan nervously watched the roaring power that was about to sweep away, and silently counted the time when the rules of the secret place appeared. 5, 4. When he silently counted to 3 in his heart, the roaring force swept away hit Qin Wuxuang's flight scroll. The flying scroll that can plant people is not only a flying spirit, but also a powerful defense spirit. The defense level has reached the top middle spirit level, which is also the strongest means Qin Wuxuang chooses to fight against the roaring power. The roaring power that easily destroys the red rock encountered obstacles for the first time when facing the top medium defense spirit weapon, and the sweeping trend gradually slowed down. Unfortunately, although the defense of Zhongpan's spirit weapon is very strong, Qin Wuxuang's cultivation and spiritual power during the body refining period cannot give full play to the real power of Zhongpan's spirit weapon. The hindered roaring power will soon destroy the defense of Zhongpan's spirit weapon and will hit Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang. Chu Zhongshan thought silently to the second hour, which was the time when the roaring force broke through the defense of the medium spirit weapon. When he meditated for a moment, the roaring power was about to sweep over him and Qin Wuxuang. Feeling the destructive power in the roaring power, Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang are both in a posture of accepting their fate. The roaring power that was about to sweep over him seemed to be stopped in front of him and Qin Wuxuang. Great! The rules of Shura's secret place are out of hand, and we are finally saved. I'm afraid that the only thing that can stop the roaring power at this critical moment is the rules of Shura's secret place. So Chu Zhongshan couldn't help cheering when he saw the fixed roaring power. Looking at the roaring power set in front of him, Qin Wuxuang's response is completely different from Chu Zhongshan. Qin Wuxuang, who was born in the Qin Empire, had already found out all the secrets about Shura's secret place through the powerful power of the empire when he chose Shura's secret place as his training place. 1 hour before the closure of Shura's secret place, although it is the time for the rules of Shura's secret place to reward non-attribute blood essence, the rules of Shura's secret place at this time will not interfere in anything. Even for this period of time, it will choose to ignore when it is still in the battle of tearing and killing. Why this time it must take the initiative to help. I have never had any contact with the rules of Shura's secret place. It is not very kind to save my life. So since it chose to help, the real reason is probably Chu Zhongshan standing beside him. Thinking of this, Qin Wuxuang glanced at Chu Zhongshan in doubt. At this time, Chu Zhongshan, who escaped from death, didn't notice Qin Wuxuang's puzzled eyes. He looked up at the blood-red sky and mumbled his thanks. Thank you, Master Rule, for your help. Thank you, Master Rule, for your help. I will never forget the grace of today's rescue. In the void above the secret place, the consciousness of Shura's secret place breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the fixed roaring power. Zhao Enjun's naked threat and the subsequent means of killing the chaotic strong made the consciousness of Shura's secret place feel terrible. At the same time, he also kept an eye on Chu Zhongshan to prevent his life from being in danger. Although Chu Zhongshan has always been very adventurous, his strong strength and careful thinking have kept him safe all the time. When Qin Wuxuang looked at the secret place in the depths of the rocks, he accidentally provoked the terror, which was also the object of Shura's secret place consciousness. Therefore, when Chu Zhongshan showed his roaring power in the face of the terrorist existence, Shura's secret realm consciousness did not dare to stop it easily. Only at the last moment allowed by the rules, and after having the reason to explain to the terrorist afterwards, did it finally save Chu Zhongshan. All those who enter the secret territory to practice martial arts are limited to get under the rocks in 30 minutes, and receive the reward of non-attribute blood essence. Just as Chu Zhongshan was grateful for the help of the secret territory rules, the voice of the secret territory rules suddenly came from his mind. After being reminded of the secret territory rules, Chu Zhongshan asked Qin Wuxuang, "Elder Martial Brother Qin, do you know whether your flight scroll can continue to be used?" As the roaring force smashed most of the red rocks deep in the rubble, they couldn't return the same way at all. And the secret place rules of helping others are not as safe as he imagined to send them out of the rubble, so he can only focus on Qin Wuxuang. The power of roar only destroys the defense of the medium spirit weapon and does not affect its flight ability. Qin Wuxuang, who swallowed a blood essence pill given by Chu Zhongshan and recovered his peak state, controlled the flight scroll under his feet and flew towards the periphery of the riprap group. "Elder Martial Brother Qin, there is plenty of time now. Can you tell me what happened in the depths of the chaotic rocks?" Looking at Qin Wuxuang, who easily controls the flying spirit, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help asking. "Younger Martial Brother Chu, the secret in the depths of the rocks is too shocking. It's not good for you to know too much." Shaking his head, Qin Wuxuang didn't give the answer Chu Zhongshan wanted to know. However, seeing the disappointment on Chu Zhongshan's face, Qin Wuxuang couldn't bear not to tell him anything. After thinking twice, he finally decided to reveal a little secret about the depths of the rubble. "Younger Martial Brother Chu, there is a passage in the deepest part of the riprap group. In fact, this passage is used to the whole Shura secret place. You can freely enter and exit different levels of the Shura secret place, and will not be backfired by the rules of the secret place." Elder Martial Brother Qin, according to what you just said, those who have been trained on the 5th floor of Shura secret place, that is, the peerless strong man in the spirit period, can enter the other 4 floors of Shura secret place and look for the millennium blood core that exists in the rumor. The secret Qin Wuxuang just revealed shocked Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, he also had a question in his heart. Blood core is a very special treasure. It can enhance the potential and understanding of martial artists, and this promotion is regardless of realm and strength. As like as 2 peas, the blood core that appears in the first layer of the secret world has the same effect as the blood core that appears on the 5th level of the secret world. In other words, the strong in the realm of the divine soul, no matter what level of blood core they get, have the same effect on the improvement of their potential and understanding. Then the peerless strong in the divine soul period can freely enter the following 4 levels of the secret territory by virtue of the channel in the depths of the riprap group, and then use their divine soul period power to harvest the blood cores at different levels of the secret territory at will. Things are not that simple. Shaking his head, Qin Wuxuang directly denied Chu Zhongshan's guess just now. Then, in a dignified tone, he explained part of the process he had experienced in the riprap. It turned out that in the deepest part of the riprap group, that is, in front of the channels that can freely access different levels, there is a Shura with extremely terrible strength. According to Qin Wuxuang's conjecture, all Shuras born in the Shura secret land are likely to be the descendants of this powerful and terrible Shura. It is precisely because of the presence of such a powerful and terrible Shura in front of the channel that the Shura secret realm has been opened thousands of times and has always maintained a balanced and orderly rule. Qin Wuxuang, whose strength was only the peak of the 9th floor in the physical training period, could not disturb the Shura stationed at the entrance of the channel. However, before Qin Wuxuang entered the deepest part of the riprap group, he once killed a Shura, which led to the resentment of Shura before his death. Qin Wuxuang, who had just entered the deepest part of the riprap group, attracted the attention of the powerful terrorist Shura and triggered the turmoil in the depths of the riprap group. Qin Wuxuang's explanation just now seems to perfectly explain the reason for the riots in the depths of the rubble, but Chu Zhongshan believes that he still hides many important things. Because in the thousands of years since the secret place of Shura was opened, the number of Shuras killed was no less than 100, which never caused the revenge of Shura's ancestors. Why can Qin Wuxuang, who killed Shura, attract the attention of the powerful and terrible Shura? Although it was speculated that Qin Wuxuang was hiding something, Chu Zhongshan didn't resent him for it, and even appreciated what he just said. After all, the deepest secret of the riprap group is a taboo that many powerful people of the 9 forces dare not mention. Qin Wuxuang refuses to disclose it. He must have considered it for himself. Maybe the truth, as he just said, is for his own safety. The depths of the riprap swept by the roaring force. Although there is a lack of red rocks that can be suitable for landing, it also weakens the energy turbulence in the void of the riprap. Qin Wuxuang's flying scroll can not only maintain the fast flying speed in the riprap group, but also not suffer the impact of moving red rock powder, so that they can leave the riprap group smoothly. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang, who took the flight scroll, appeared outside the riprap group at the same time. At this time, under the riprap group, they are already full of martial artists who have entered the surest secret place to practice and survived the cruelest killing. Watching Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang flying out of the riprap group on the flight scroll, thousands of martial artists standing under the riprap group looked up and watched. In the crowd, when he learned that the War King, the Blood Marquis, the Wind Marquis, the Iron Fist Marquis, and the Dao Marquis among the 3 kings and 9 marquis of the sect, were killed by a young expert who was about 16 or 17 years old and had outstanding temperament, and mastered a kind of power that could affect the surrounding environment, the picture of Chu Zhongshan immediately jumped out of Xuanhuang's mind. At the same time, his heart accumulated a lot of anger and resentment, which made him want to break Chu Zhongshan into pieces. As the leader of Li Lion, the disciple of the Demon Heart sect during the physical training period, this time of Li Lion is not only a training of ability, but also a training of responsibility for Emperor Xuan. If the disciples participating in the training suffer heavy losses, it is not conducive to his status and reputation in the Demon Heart sect. The loss of top experts such as Zhan Wang and Zhu Hu is likely to make him questioned and dissatisfied by the strong people behind Zhan Wang and others, which is very unfavorable for him to hold a post of Magic Heart sect in the future. Therefore, Xuanhuang changed his idea of waiting for himself to break through the Qi transformation period and retaliate against Chu Zhongshan. Instead, he planned to gather the remaining 2 kings and 5 princes of Morxinzong and kill Chu Zhongshan with 8 people. However, when he saw the young man who left the riprap group with Chu Zhongshan, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, he immediately suppressed everyone's desire to fight. Other disciples of the Evil Heart sect did not know the people who left the riprap group with Chu Zhongshan, but Xuanhuang knew and was very familiar with them. He knew that the man who accompanied Chu Zhongshan to leave the riprap group together was how terrible his strength was and how noble his status was. Don't say that he doesn't dare to offend that person easily. Even the sage of the sect doesn't dare to offend that person easily. Using his eyes to suppress the Sword King and others who were about to move, Emperor Xuan took the initiative to step back, so as not to attract the attention of Chu Zhongshan and that person. Among the crowd, there are not many people who can know Chu Zhongshan and follow Chu Zhongshan to leave the riprap group, but it is not without them. In addition to Xuanhuang, Yan Ruyu, who was as dazzling as a pearl in the crowd, and Xia Luo, who had chased Chu Zhongshan, also recognized Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang. Yan Ruyu walked out of the crowd with a complicated look, walked straight to Chu Zhongshan and Qin Wuxuang, and said in a very gentle tone, "Ruyu has seen senior brother Qin and junior brother Chu. I haven't seen you for months." Younger martial sister's style is still dazzling. With a gentle smile on his face, Qin Wuxuang replied, "I've seen elder martial sister Yan." Originally, according to Chu Zhongshan's wishes, he didn't want to pay attention to Yan Ruyu, but Qin Wuxuang responded actively. If he didn't respond, it would be very special, which would easily attract Qin Wuxuang's doubts and questions. This didn't accord with Chu Zhongshan's wishes, so he reluctantly responded. "Elder martial brother Qin, when did you enter the random stone group? Why haven't you seen elder martial brother?" Quietly raised her head, Yan Ruyu asked with a trace of love in her eyes. Seeing Yan Ruyu as docile as a lady, Chu Zhongshan had to sigh how authoritative the wise saying of the woman's heart, and the submarine needle, was when he thought of Yan Ruyu as violent as the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex on the 85th Red Rock. After the Shura secret place was opened, I directly entered the deepest part of the random stone group. Only junior brother Chu, who broke into the deep part of the random stone group, met me in advance. The admiration in Yan Ruyu's eyes can basically be seen as long as he is not a fool. However, Chu Zhongshan, who was close to Qin Wuxuang, could see from his subconscious step back a few inches that he didn't want to, or was unwilling to accept Yan Ruyu. "Elder brother Qin, long time no see." After Yan Ruyu said hello to Qin Wuxuang, she took 4 subordinates out of the crowd and said hello in an excited tone. Judging from his address and tone, Charlotte has a good relationship with Qin Wuxuang. Qin Wuxuang's next response also confirmed everyone's conjecture. Charlotte, it's almost 3 months since we last met. At first, you were at the peak of the 9th level of cultivation during the body training period. Now your cultivation barely broke through the half-step chi transformation period. It seems that you've been too lax recently. Put away the gentle smile on his face, and Qin Wuhuang criticized with a slightly serious tone. Brother Qin, don't worry. After the Shura secret place is closed, I will immediately return to the family for latent cultivation. When will I break through the chi transformation period, and when will I end the latent cultivation? Slapping his chest hard, Charlotte promised loudly. In this regard, Qin Wuhuang just shook his head and didn't say anything more. Younger martial brother, I have no eyes and offended younger martial brother a few days ago. Please forgive my arrogant mistake in the face of elder brother Qin. Seeing that Qin Wuhuang was not investigating his laxity in practice, Charlotte secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then hugged his fist and apologized to Chu Zhongshan. Forget it, it's all over, and you didn't hurt me at that time, so you can forget that. After waving his hand, Chu Zhongshan motioned to forgive him. In fact, when Xia Luo led his 4 subordinates out of the crowd, Chu Zhongshan already recognized Xia Luo and the group of people he had chased when he tried to escape from the Blood Lake Overlord. If, according to Chu Zhongshan's character, he once killed himself and pursued his own people, he must retaliate back with 10 times and 100 times. However, seeing the unparalleled close relationship between Charlotte and Qin and Charlotte's active submissive attitude, he can only extinguish the idea of retaliation. Well, it's almost time to reward non-attribute blood essence according to the secret place rules. What do you want to say later? Chu Zhongshan readily gave up investigating the responsibility of his original offense, which made Charlotte happy and wanted to be close to Chu Zhongshan. After all, the strong man standing behind Chu Zhongshan can resist the rules of the secret realm with a trace of thought. Qin Wuhuang, who wanted to talk to Chu Zhongshan, directly interrupted Charlotte's intention and asked him to step aside honestly. Younger martial brother Chu, with your deep accumulation now, after the Shura secret, younger martial brother Chu, with your deep accumulation now, after the Shura secret place is closed, you must return to the sect to practice in seclusion and strive to break through the chi transformation period at one stroke. When Charlotte stepped aside, Qin Wuhuang's gentle smile returned to his face. Well, as short as half a month and as long as 1 month, I will break through the gasification period. Neither deliberate concealment nor excessive modesty, Chu Zhongshan said positively. Younger martial brother Chu, I don't know if you know. When the talented disciples of the 9 forces break through the chi transformation period, they will test the level of this disciple's talent, according to the range of Reiki, absorbed when Reiki is transformed into Zhenyuan. Chu Zhongshan's positive tone made Qin Wuhuang flash a look of appreciation in his eyes. Without concealment, it represents that the accumulation of Chu Zhongshan is very strong and can cross the 10 layers of perfection in the body refining period in a short time. Not modest means that Chu Zhongshan has sufficient self-confidence and is confident that his perception has reached the time to break through the chi transformation period. The positive tone means that he is familiar with his own strength. He is very aware of his accumulation and can accurately control the spiritual power in Danshan, which is the real difference between genius and peerless genius. My mentor mentioned it before. Although he didn't know what Qin Wuhuang wanted to express, Chu Zhongshan nodded and signaled that he knew the test method. Younger martial brother Chu, some time ago, the officials of the imperial dynasty affiliated to the Dakin Empire accidentally found a secret place that has not been really opened. According to the calculation of my prophet of the Dakin Empire, that secret place will be opened in half a year. Chu Zhongshan understood the means of testing genius, which did not surprise Qin unparalleled. Later, he turned the topic to a secret place that had never been opened, which made Chu Zhongshan wonder how the two things were related. Younger martial brother Chu, now I sincerely invite you. I hope you can accompany me to explore the secret territory. Qin Wuhuang looked directly at Chu Zhongshan with expectant eyes, hoping to get a positive reply from Chu Zhongshan. Elder martial brother Qin, if time permits in half a year, I will go to the Qin Empire in person. Chu Zhongshan responded to Qin Wuhuang's invitation with a little reservation. It may be dangerous to explore a secret place that has not been developed, but the danger often contains opportunities against the sky. The secret land that can be valued by the Qin Empire may contain opportunities that can change people's fate, so Chu Zhongshan is very excited. However, half a year is too long, and he is not sure whether he has time to go at that time. Younger marshal brother Chu, I believe you will go to the Qin Empire in half a year. Chu Zhongshan's slightly reserved response did not make Qin Wuhuang unhappy. On the contrary, he was confident that Chu Zhongshan would go to the secret place. Younger marshal brother Chu, this is a purple dragon token symbolizing my identity. After entering the capital of the Qin dynasty, you just need to show the purple dragon token to the guard guarding the capital, and someone will take you to me. Take out a purple token carved with 5-clawed purple golden dragon from the storage bag. Qin Wuhuang told him. Seeing Qin Wuhuang take out the purple token carved with 5-clawed purple golden dragon, whether it's Xiaoliu and Yan Ruyu standing on one side or Xuanhuang standing in the crowd, they all looked shocked at Qin Wuhuang and the purple dragon token in his hand. The token symbolizing identity is the evidence that the Qin Empire gave different levels of identity symbols when the emperor tested his talent as an adult. When the disciples of ordinary forces grow up, they will only accept the test of cultivation talent, and then they will be treated at different levels according to the grade of cultivation talent. As the leader of the 9 forces in the southern region, in the Qin Empire, when each emperor is an adult, the strong emperor will use some unknown means to test more than a dozen indicators such as the emperor's cultivation talent, potential, perseverance, savvy, and luck, and then give different identity tokens according to the test results. Black Dragon Token is a common emperor with various indicators. After taking part in the test, the emperor like this rewarded a fief at random, and then was driven out of the imperial capital, leaving him to live and die. The White Dragon Token is the emperor with good indicators. Although emperors like this will also be granted marquis and stay in the imperial capital, most of them will be regarded as the object of marriage, or the stallion that adds the blood of the Qin family. They have no goal in life at all. The Red Dragon Token is the emperor with excellent indicators. Emperors like this will basically be carefully cultivated. When their strength reaches a certain level, they will be sealed off, and then sent to different fiefdoms to help the empire manage the fiefdoms. The Brown Dragon Token is the emperor with excellent indicators. Emperors like this will be highly valued by the empire. They will not only be carefully cultivated, but also use various means to improve their strength. When their strength reaches a certain level, they will be granted the king, and then stay in the imperial capital to manage the whole Dakin Empire. They are definitely the object of the affiliated imperial dynasty and the king of the Dakin Empire. Purple Dragon Token is the emperor whose indicators have reached perfection. An empire like this can no longer be described as valued, because the emperor with the Purple Dragon Token has the qualification to compete for the throne in the future. Qin Wuhuang's possession of the Purple Dragon Token means that his cultivation talent, potential, perseverance, savvy, and other more than a dozen indicators have reached a perfect level, not to mention that he will be the strongest in the southern region in the future. Being able to compete for the throne of the Qin Empire, the largest force in the southern region, has made countless people want to curry favor with him. Okay. I will definitely take the time to prepare for the secret territory experience in 6 months. Reaching for the Purple Dragon Token, Chu Zhongshan, who didn't understand the meaning of the Purple Dragon Token, calmly answered Qin Wuhuang's invitation. Younger marshal brother Chu, if you break through the Reiki period, and the range of Reiki fluctuation is less than 1,000 kilometers, you don't have to prepare for a trip to the secret realm. After Chu Zhongshan approached the Purple Dragon Token and accepted the invitation, Qin Wuhuang shifted the topic to the range of aura. Why is this? Chu Zhongshan was not nervous at all, but he looked puzzled. Chu Zhongshan is full of confidence in whether the fluctuation range of Reiki generated by absorbing Reiki can exceed 1,000 kilometers when he breaks through the Reiki period. That is, the range of truly peerless genius. Now, the reason why he desperately suppresses the realm is to accumulate more potential, so that when he breaks through the Qi transformation period, he can absorb the Reiki, and the Reiki fluctuation range can reach or even exceed 5,000 kilometers, that is, the demon level. According to the prediction of the prophet of the Qin Empire, only those who have reached peerless genius can enter the secret territory smoothly when the secret territory is opened. Qin Wuhuang explained. With a complicated look at Qin Wuhuang, Chu Zhongshan doubted the authenticity of his explanation just now. Even he suspected that this was a conspiracy of the Qin Empire, and wanted to test the number of peerless talents of other forces through the opening of the unknown secret territory. After all, as long as the talent reaches the level of peerless genius, it will be able to cross the soul period and become a powerful power that can affect the southern region in the future. Only the strong in the realm of great power is the key to determine whether a force is strong or not. Chu Zhongshan's eyes were full of doubt. Qin Wuxuang also found it, but he didn't know how to explain it. Because when he got the news, the imperial prophet told him so, and he was not allowed to ask too much. Within 10 days after the secret territory was opened, 159 martial artists were killed, and 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence were rewarded. When Chu Zhongshan doubted the authenticity of Qin Wuxuang's explanation, he suddenly heard the sound of the rules of Shura Secret Place. With the end of the prompt sound of Shura Secret Place rules, drops of non-attribute blood essence floated in front of him. When Chu Zhongshan was rewarded by the rules of Shura Secret Place, thousands of martial artists at the scene, and the vast majority of martial artists, were floating with varying amounts of non-attribute blood essence. Of course, there are also a small number of martial artists who have nothing in front of them. Those who didn't receive the reward of non-attribute blood essence were either ordinary warriors, who escaped the pursuit of the masters of the evil heart sect, or they had bad luck and didn't meet an opponent who could be killed, or they were strong people who disdained the reward of non-attribute blood essence like Qin Wuxuang. Of course, there are very few martial artists like Qin Wuxuang who don't care about the reward of non-attribute energy. In front of the vast majority of the rewarded martial artists, the floating non-attribute blood essence is in a few drops, or more than a dozen drops, and the martial artists who can reach dozens of drops are already very rare. There are only 3 of the thousands of martial artists on the scene who have more than 100 non-attribute blood essence. 100 non-attribute blood essence. One of them is the Sword King from the Demon Heart sect. 103 drops of non-attribute blood essence float in front of him. The other was a man in black who was dressed in strong black clothes, covered with black cloth, and acted strangely. In front of him, there were 110 drops of non-attribute blood essence floating. The most eye-catching person on the scene is also the person who received the most rewards for non-attribute blood essence, and the third person with more than 100 blood essence, which is Chu Zhongshan. Looking at 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence floating in front of Chu Zhongshan, Qin Wuxuang's eyes changed. Because in his imagination, Chu Zhongshan may like to play some small tricks or covet some small bargains, but in essence, he is still a young man who has not been deeply involved in the world and does not know the dangers of the world. However, the 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence floating in front of him completely changed Qin Wuxuang's idea. Chu Zhongshan is not a young man who is not deeply involved in the world, nor does he know the dangers of the world, but a cruel man with ruthless means and decisive actions. Looking at 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence floating in front of Chu Zhongshan, the Xuanwang standing in the crowd looked unusually ugly. Because a drop of blood essence represents the life of a warrior, and 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence represent 159 human lives. Among the 159 people who hit, I'm afraid the disciples of the evil heart sect accounted for the vast majority. If it were not for Qin Wuxuang standing beside Chu Zhongshan at this time, Emperor Xuanwang would completely leave Chu Zhongshan in the Shura secret realm, even if he used all means. In fact, what Xuanwang didn't know was that 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence, all of which were rewards for killing the disciples of the evil heart sect. If he knew that the 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence obtained by Chu Zhongshan were all from the disciples of Demon Heart sect, he would fight with Chu Zhongshan even if he offended Qin Wuxuang. Looking at 159 drops of blood essence floating in front of Chu Zhongshan, Xia Luo and Yan Ruyu also changed their looks. Shocked by Chu Zhongshan's cruel means, Charlotte also secretly rejoiced that Qin Wuxuang's appearance made him understand by Chu Zhongshan. Otherwise, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's murderous master, he may not sleep well when he goes out to practice in the future. Yan Ruyu is also glad that his body method and martial arts are not as good as Chu Zhongshan. He failed to catch up with Chu Zhongshan on the 85th Red Rock. Otherwise, Chu Zhongshan will not show mercy because he is a woman and has a beautiful face. Chu Zhongshan, who was rewarded with 159 drops of non-attribute blood essence, did not pay attention to other people's reaction, but happily took out the prepared porcelain vase from the storage bag and put all the floating non-attribute blood essence into the porcelain vase. Just when he had just collected his non-attribute blood essence, a strong pulling force made him gradually leave the ground and rise slowly. It's impossible. It's more than 1 minute before Shura's secret place is closed. Why did younger martial brother Chu leave the secret place in advance? Is it difficult that Shura's secret place intends to protect younger martial brother Chu? Looking at Chu Zhongshan rising slowly, Charlotte, who is good at nagging, guessed self-righteous. And his guess just now seems to people to be pure daydreaming. Because the rules of Shura's secret place belong to a special force and are dead objects without any consciousness and feelings, how can it make an exception to protect a person? Only Qin Wushwang believed Charlotte's guess. Because when there was an accident in the depths of the rocks, it was the rules of Shura's secret place that helped to stop the roaring power of Shura's ancestors that could destroy everything. At that time, Qin Wushwang guessed that the rules of Shura's secret place were deliberately guarding Chu Zhongshan, but he didn't dare to be 100% sure. The reason is what people just thought. At this moment, the rules of Shura's secret place sent Chu Zhongshan away in advance, making him 100% sure that the rules of Shura's secret place are indeed deliberately guarding Chu Zhongshan. Being able to guard a person deliberately, that is to say, the rules of Shura's secret place produce their own consciousness, and the rules of secret place with their own consciousness will become very terrible. Looking at the blood-red void, Qin Wushwang quickly lowered his head in case the rules of the secret place noticed him. Chu Zhongshan, who was pulled away from the ground by the pulling force, thought he would be sent directly to Jiao Jun by the rules of Shura's secret place, but when his figure disappeared in the eyes of the public, he didn't leave the secret place immediately, but was fixed in mid-air. It's impossible to be in the air for no reason. But Chu Zhongshan, who can't fly independently, can only wait silently to see what he wants to do. 10 seconds later, a blood core as big as a fist and emitting a very strong smell of blood shot out of the void. The blood nucleus rushed to Chu Zhongshan like lightning and then floated still in front of him. Seeing the blood nucleus floating in front of his eyes, Chu Zhongshan had an idea in his mind. At the same time, I also feel that my breathing is beginning to increase. This is a millennium blood core that has never been found. It's a gift from me. When you leave the secret place and return to that person, tell that person for me. Tell him that I have finished his instructions and have a thorough understanding of all the gratitude and resentment between me and him. When the blood nucleus of the millennium reached the sky in the middle of Chu, a voice came to his mind. That man. Chu Zhongshan didn't need to think much to know that person must be Jiao Jun, but he didn't know what Jiao Jun did, so that the rules of Shura's secret place were so afraid of him. Without Chu Zhongshan's response, the power fixed in the void dissipated, and then a stronger suction directly sucked him into the void and completely left the Shura secret realm. Just after Chu Zhongshan was sent out of the Shura secret place, thousands of martial artists under the Riprap group were also sent out of the Shura secret place one by one. Qin Wushwang, the only one standing in front of the crowd, has no rules of the secret place to send out for the time being. After all the martial artists at the scene were sent away, Qin Wushwang's mind sounded the sound of Shura secret land rule consciousness. Qin Wushwang made an oath according to the rules of heaven. He must not reveal the deepest secret of the Riprap group. If there is any violation, there is no place to die. What if I don't swear by the rules of heaven? Being threatened for no reason, Qin Wushwang, who is arrogant, can't easily give in. If you don't make an oath according to the rules of heaven, you will never be able to leave the secret realm of Shura, and the cultivation world of your life will always stay at the top of the 9th floor of the body training period. Qin Wushwang's attitude of refusing to give in did not change the consciousness of Shura's secret place rules. It said coldly for a long time, "Forget it. This bloody world is not suitable for me, Qin Wushwang. Never leave the Shura secret place in your eternal life. The state of your whole life stays at the top of the 9th floor of the body refining period. The punishment of not taking the oath is so severe. Qin Wushwang is no longer tough." Honestly, he vowed not to reveal the secrets in the depths of the Riprap rocks, according to the rules of heaven. Later, Qin Wushwang was sent out of Shura secret land. When he appeared in the outside world, he was immediately startled by the state in front of him, because he found that at the entrance of Shura secret place, more than a dozen peerless strong men who were dressed in magic Zinzong clothes and reached the divine soul stage, stared at the entrance of the secret place murderously. In the twinkling of an eye, Qin Wushwang knew the purpose of these more than a dozen peerless strongmen of the evil heart, set to guard at the entrance of the secret territory. But Chu Zhongshan was the first person to be sent away by the rules of Shura secret place. It is reasonable that he should have been caught alive by the strong man of Morxinzong. Is it difficult that he didn't appear at the entrance of the secret place? Thinking of the deliberate protection of Shura secret place to Chu Zhongshan, Qin Wushwang felt that he should be sent out from other outlets by the rules of the secret place. After being sent out of Shura's secret place by strong suction, Chu Zhongshan looked around for a week and found himself in Zhao Enjun's flying courtyard. Later, he didn't pay attention to whether Zhao Enjun was in another hospital, but immediately looked around for the Millennium Blood Core given to him by Shura secret place. When the rules of Shura's secret place sent him out of the secret place just now, he didn't even say hello. He directly sent him out of the secret place, so that he didn't have time to take away the Millennium Blood Core floating in front of him. Quickly look around. After seeing the red blood core at his feet, which is as big as a fist, Chu Zhongshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked happy and picked up the Millennium Blood Core at his feet. 10-year blood nucleus. Although he doesn't improve his potential and understanding much, he can exchange with the sect for exotic treasures and pills to improve his cultivation talent, which can help him break through the Qi transformation period and improve his qualification. Centennial blood nucleus. It can double his potential and 1/3 of his savvy. It also helps to improve his qualification when he breaks through the gasification period. 1,000-year blood nucleus. The ability to triple one's potential and double one's understanding may be the key to breaking through the Reiki range of 5,000 kilometers when breaking through the Reiki period. Now, he has collected all the blood nuclei of 3 different years. He is very satisfied with this experience of Shura secret realm. For the next breakthrough in the gasification period, I am confident. Just a 1,000-year-old blood core, look how happy you are. When Chu Zhongshan happily put away the Millennium Blood Nucleus, Zhao Enjun, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help mocking. For Zhao Enjun's ridicule, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help throwing a white eye at him, and then rushed straight into the stone pavilion. After taking a look at the fragrant tea placed in front of Zhao Enjun, the angel in Chu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, resisted the impulse to drink, and then sat opposite Zhao Enjun with an unhappy look. Chu Zhongshan has had a profound experience in the huge spiritual power contained in the tea drunk by the supreme-level strong man, so he dare not touch the fragrant tea made by Zhao Enjun bravely and easily. Ha ha! Seeing Chu Zhongshan's anger like a child, Zhao Enjun chuckled, poured a cup of tea himself, sent it to Chu Zhongshan and said with a smile, "Drink it. I specially prepared green tea for you. It can not only condense your qi and calm your mind, but also eliminate the fatigue caused by many days of training." Say it. Zhao Enjun's explanation made Chu Zhongshan throw him another white eye, and then directly picked up the teacup on the stone table and drank the water in the cup at one go. Green tea tastes neither strong nor bitter. However, after entering the body, it emits a breath of peace of mind. The fatigue and tiredness of many days disappear in an instant. Good tea. After the effect of clear tea, Chu Zhongshan put down the teacup and couldn't help praising it. "Apprentice, tell me about the process of refining in the secret place." After Chu Zhongshan cleaned up his fatigue with clear tea, Zhao Enjun immediately asked with concern, "Master, I once used the life-saving card you left me in the Shura secret place. You must have sensed it." In the face of Zhao Enjun's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan quickly straightened up and put away his casual attitude. "Well, 6 days ago, I took back my mind left in the jade pendant and knew what had happened." Nodded, Zhao Enjun responded to Chu Zhongshan's question just now. At the same time, he also wanted to know how Chu Zhongshan discovered and offended the monster whose strength reached the peak of the gas sea period. Yes, he has never found the monster provoked by Chu Zhongshan, so he is interested in understanding and wants to know where the monster is hiding in the secret place. This. In the face of Zhao Enjun's interrogation, Chu Zhongshan briefly fell into deep thought. The origin of the Overlord of Blood Lake involves the existence of the force of space law. The power of space law and copy and paste program are his biggest secrets at present. They are the core secrets that can never be disclosed to anyone. Moreover, the power of space law is so precious that Chu Zhongshan can't believe Zhao Enjun's determination. He can't believe that he can treat himself as before after knowing that he has the power of space law. Will he directly use his supreme strength to deprive the power of space law from his body? It was precisely because of layers of concerns that Chu Zhongshan didn't know how to respond to his questions. It seems that I have to give full play to my acting skills. Oh, don't mention it. First, there was a depressed sigh. With the help of the sigh time, the brain turned quickly, and one story after another flashed through my mind. Lao Jiao, I blame you for provoking that monster. Countless stories flashed through his mind. Chu Zhongshan didn't know which unlucky story to choose and could deal with Zhao and Jun's problems, so he continued to procrastinate. When you tore the void of the secret place, you didn't choose a good direction, so I went into the area where the strong of the evil heart sect were imprisoned with the help of the rules of the secret place. In this area. Later, Chu Zhongshan told Lin Guoliang about the plan of the evil heart sect in detail when he met Lin Guoliang, an ordinary martial artist. With the help of this time period, he began to consider whether the story he had just selected could deceive Zhao and Jun. Unexpectedly, those old friends of the Devil Heart sect have really succeeded and can really rely on the secret territory rules. It seems that I underestimate their perseverance and persistence. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's story, Zhao and Jun couldn't help sighing. Then he said apologetically, "Good disciple, I'm really sorry. I'll pay attention to it in the future." "It doesn't matter." After waving his hand, Chu Zhongshan showed an indifferent look. "It doesn't matter." After waving his hand, Chu Zhongshan showed an indifferent look. At the same time, he thought about how to respond to Zhao and Jun's question just now. "Your apprentice, my strength is pretty good. The 3 princes of 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 princes of the magic heart sect were easily killed by me in the imprisoned area. Later, I killed Dao Hu and War King one after another in the riprap group, and forced Xuanwang to take the initiative to surrender in the depths of the riprap. Yes, it has the style of being a teacher." Hearing that Chu Zhongshan killed the masters of the evil heart sect one after another, Zhao and Jun didn't consider the strong people behind those masters. Instead, he praised Chu Zhongshan for his good performance. "All right, don't put gold on your face." As if he couldn't bear to see Zhao and Jun's narcissistic appearance, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sarcastic way. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's sarcasm, Zhao and Jun smiled and didn't care about his sarcasm at all. On the 3rd day of entering the confinement area of the evil heart sect, that is, when I was chasing the disciples of the evil heart sect, the disciples of the evil heart sect fled to a mountain range with about 7 or 8 mountains. After a pause and a sigh of relief, Chu Zhongshan then said, "Just when I wanted to enter the mountains and continue to chase them, I suddenly rushed out of the mountains countless monsters with shapes similar to the peak of the Qihai period, but with strength only in the Qi refining period and the body refining period." Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan glanced at Zhao and Jun and found that he was listening attentively, so he continued to talk about it for a false 9 truths. "Master, apprentice, I have mastered the power of potential. With the cooperation of potential, I don't know how many monsters like that have been killed, which finally attracted the monster overlord in the period of great strength." Mountains, monsters. Chu Zhongshan's story seems reasonable, but it still doesn't make sense, that is, how the monster at the peak of the Qihai period appeared in the mountains and how countless monsters were hidden in the mountains. Seeing Zhao and Jun in deep thought, Chu Zhongshan's heart was raised. Originally, he was going to make up a story about his own misfortune, but considering that Zhao and Jun was more familiar with the environment of Shura's secret place than himself, he resolutely gave up the story and adopted the routine he was best at, that is, 9 truths and 1 false, or 8 truths and 2 false. There is a false in the true, and there is a true in the false, hoping to deceive Zhao and Jun, can hide the secret of getting the power of space law. Forget it, Shura's secret place can form a sense of rules, and it is normal to appear in some strange creatures. After thinking for a long time, Zhao and Jun couldn't figure out why monsters existed in ordinary mountains. Zhao and Jun could only find an acceptable reason for himself and ended the thinking of wasting brain cells. Zhao and Jun's self-consolation breathed a sigh of relief to Chu Zhongshan. "Boy, tell me about your experience in the rubble." Compared with the monster at the peak of the Qihai period, Zhao and Jun is actually more interested in the experience of Chu Zhongshan entering the random stone group, because this involves the awareness of the rules of Shura's secret realm, as well as their own deterrent power. There is nothing to hide about the experience in the riprap group, so Chu Zhongshan introduced his experience in detail. "Young, which one is more beautiful, and which one is better than the one surnamed Dongfeng?" When Chu Zhongshan mentioned his acquaintance with Yan Ruyu and the course of the conflict, Zhao Enjun said strangely, "In terms of cultivation and insight, Chu Zhongshan thinks he is inferior to Zhao Enjun, but he is not inferior to Zhao Enjun who has the memory before crossing. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan understands what he just wanted to express. His response was, 'Do you want to hear me go on? If you don't want to, arrange a room for me immediately. I need a good rest. You speak, you speak.'" Seeing the angry Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun immediately smiled. "Xuanwang, it must be the great-grandson of the old man." When Chu Zhongshan mentioned his fight with Xuanwang, Zhao Enjun said very upset, "Master, do you know the great ancestor of Emperor Xuan?" Chu Zhongshan asked with great interest. "It's more than understanding. We have had very close contact." Zhao Enjun sneered with disdain. "That old guy is the elder of the Magic Heart sect. He dared to call himself Xuandi brazenly. The third opponent I met when I challenged the master of the Magic Heart sect was this old guy. I originally thought that he, who called himself Xuandi, must be strong, but I didn't expect that he was cut off by me without even blocking my 3 moves. Otherwise, knowing that he is the Xuanwang of Zhao Enjun's own disciple, how can he easily be soft and will certainly fight with himself?" At the same time, Chu Zhongshan secretly decided not to mention Zhao Enjun's name, let alone his disciples, when introducing himself in the future. In case of meeting the enemy he made when he was young and frivolous, wouldn't he let himself suffer unknown revenge? The cultivation of the 9-layer peak in the body refining period can fiercely move the red rock with an area of 100,000 square meters. It seems that Qin's unparalleled strength has reached the 6-layer peak in the Qi transforming period. When Chu Zhongshan mentioned his experience of meeting Qin Wuxuang, Zhao Enjun first estimated Qin Wuxuang's strength. Then, he looked directly at Chu Zhongshan and said in a slightly solemn tone, "Apprentice, it seems that Qin Wuxuang is the goal you need to catch up with in the future. There is pressure, there is power." Nodded, Chu Zhongshan said domineering, "Elder Martial Brother Qin's appearance is a good thing for me. It can make me have a goal to catch up with and surpass in a short time. Yes, I can turn pressure into power. Only the disciples taught by Zhao Enjun can have such a domineering attitude." Chu Zhongshan's statement just now made Zhao Enjun very satisfied and unconsciously put gold on his face. This time, Chu Zhongshan did not refute him. It seems that the monster is still there. Zhao Enjun didn't say much about Chu Zhongshan's mention of the changes in the depths of the riprap group, as if he had long known the secret hidden in the depths of the riprap group. I also know that in front of the deepest channel of the riprap group, there is a powerful and terrible Shura ancestor. Purple Dragon Token. When Chu Zhongshan said that Qin Wuxuang invited him to participate in the secret land trip after half a year and presented Xilong Token, Zhao Enjun directly stood up from the stone chair and said in a surprised tone, "Yes, it's a Purple Dragon Token." Chu Zhongshan was surprised to see Zhao Enjun react so fiercely. At the same time, he took out a Purple Dragon Token carved with 5-clawed purple golden dragon from the storage bag and handed it to Zhao Enjun. Alas! I can choose the successor of the Purple Dragon Token. It seems that that person is not far from the final breakthrough. Seeing the Purple Dragon Token handed by Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun didn't take over but sat back in the stone chair and muttered. Then he looked directly into Chu Zhongshan's eyes and asked solemnly, "Apprentice, how do you feel about Qin Wuxuang?" Although he was confused by Zhao Enjun's reaction just now, Chu Zhongshan thought about his problem a little and replied in an uncertain tone, "Qin Wuxuang is still a worthy person." After all, he had known Qin Wuxuang for a short time and knew little about him, and Chu Zhongshan didn't know Qin Wuxuang's character. However, the brief contact in the depths of the riprap group made him think that Qin Wuxuang was still a person who could make friends. Try to have a good relationship with him. For Chu Zhongshan's uncertain reply, Zhao Enjun gave an answer that Chu Zhongshan didn't understand. "If you can't get along with him, try not to offend him until you are young. Originally, I wanted to learn more about the origin of Qin Wuxuang and Xilong Token from Zhao Enjun, but seeing Zhao Enjun's sudden loss of emotion, he had to choose to be silent. Chu boy, you must be very tired after 10 days of practice in the secret place. I've prepared the room for rest. Go and have a rest now." Pointing to a house on the right side of the stone pavilion, Zhao Enjun ordered. After seeing Zhao Enjun, who was depressed and obviously didn't want to continue talking, Chu Zhongshan shrugged, then got up and left the stone pavilion and walked straight to the room arranged by Zhao Enjun. With the help of the rules of Shura secret place, and the refined blood pill made from the corpses of martial artists, it can play the effect of pill in Shura Secret Place. However, after leaving Shura Secret Place, Chu Zhongshan felt that the side effects of blood essence pill had begun to play, and the essence and spirit recovered with the help of blood essence pill were slowly disappearing, which made Chu Zhongshan feel heavy fatigue when entering the room. Without taking off his clothes, Chu Zhongshan directly climbed into bed and fell asleep. After Chu Zhong returned to his room to have a rest, Zhao Enjun also got up and left the stone pavilion, looked at the north, and his eyes showed deep anxiety. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Elder martial brother, that man has reached the edge of breakthrough. I don't know what level you have reached now. Can you continue to suppress that man's ambition to unify the southern region?" 2 days and 2 nights. After sleeping soundly for 2 days and 2 nights, Genius in Chu woke up completely. After sleeping soundly for 2 days and 2 nights, Genius in Chu woke up completely. After waking up, Chu Zhongshan didn't get up immediately. Instead, he lay in a weak bed, stared at the carved patterns on his head, and began to recall the experience of Shura Secret Realm and the detailed process of fighting with opponents of different strengths. 2 hours later, after recalling all the fights, Chu Zhongshan got up and left the bed where he felt very comfortable in the rain, then pushed the door and left the room. "Boy, you're awake." Hearing the sound of pushing the door, Zhao Enjun, standing in the garden of other hospitals, turned his head and greeted with a smile. "Master, don't mention that the bed in the guest room is dozens of times more comfortable than that in the bedroom of number 9 other hospital." Shaking his head and shoulders, Chu Zhongshan said half jokingly and half seriously, "Hee, comfortable." Chu Zhongshan's praise just now made Zhao Enjun's smile more brilliant. Then his attitude changed, and his tone was full of banter. "Unfortunately, the bed in the room is the cloud bed formed by the flying treasure collecting the clouds in the air. It can't be taken out of this space. Since I can't take it away, I won't bother asking you for it." Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Zhongshan said with an indifferent attitude, "Before crossing, he may be greedy for the enjoyment of life and try his best to get the cloud bed formed by clouds. However, after crossing, facing the world where the strong are respected and the weak are cheap, the enjoyment of life for him is basically a dream for a long time." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was going to enter the garden, Zhao Enjun pointed to the stone pavilion and said, "Go to the stone pavilion." Chu Zhongshan has no opinion on this, because after the practice of Shura Secret Place, he will usher in the most important change in his life, that is, how to break through the Qi transformation period, which he needs Zhao Enjun's advice. Sitting on the stone chair in the stone pavilion in the other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan could only wait patiently and wait for Zhao Enjun to take the initiative to open his mouth. Because Zhao Enjun's next guidance is about the first important change in his life. He has to wait patiently. "Good apprentice, this is the green tea I specially prepared for you. It can not only calm your qi and concentrate, but also wash your spiritual power. It is conducive to you to break through the 10 levels of perfection in the body refining period." Pass the cup filled with tea to Chu Zhongshan, and Zhao Enjun motioned. Without hesitation, he drank the clear tea in the cup. Chu Zhongshan closed his eyes and realized it carefully. As a small cup of tea entered his body, a pure breath filled his body instantly, making him feel like a breeze blowing through his heart, which not only inspired his spirit, but also washed away a layer of impurities at one time. "How do you feel?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who opened his eyes and was in high spirits, Zhao Enjun asked proudly while drinking tea. "Good tea. It can not only calm qi and concentrate, but also wash spiritual power. It can not only enhance strength, but also meet oral desire." How could Chu Zhongshan not desire and want to own such spirit tea? So he began to give full play to the essence of businessmen and began to want to ask for more spirit tea by means of pricing and bargaining. "Give me a few pounds," Chu Zhongshan said casually. Poof! When he heard that Chu Zhongshan wanted a few kilograms of tea, Zhao Enjun just drank the tea in his mouth and sprayed it directly. Then he pointed to Chu Zhongshan and was speechless. "Don't give if you don't want to. It's worth making such a fuss. It's really a cheapskate." As he was sitting directly opposite, Zhao Enjun's tea just sprayed directly onto Chu Zhongshan, which made him complain in the same way. "Boy, you know that the spirit tea that can purify the spirit power is still a pearl tea tree from the top of the Yunwu mountain peak. This tea tree will produce less than 22 kilograms of tea every 10 years. If you ask for a few kilograms at a time, it will kill me." Chu Zhongshan's unhappy attitude made Zhao Enjun both angry and helpless. The output is so small. Hearing Zhao Enjun's explanation, Chu Zhongkai knew that there was a fatal mistake in his plan just now and immediately put out the idea of asking for it. "What do you say?" Staring at Chu Zhongshan, Zhao Enjun said angrily. "Forget it, you'd better keep such tea for yourself." Seeing that Chu Zhongshan is not blackmailing his collection, Zhao Enlan is secretly relieved. At the same time, he also begins to shift the topic to Chu Zhongshan's cultivation. "Boy, your performance is good. Whether it's the state perception or the improvement of state cultivation, it's enough to easily break through the 10 levels of perfection in the body training period, but you listen to my advice and suppress the state from breaking through." Continue. Since Zhao Enjun leads the topic to the practice he is most interested in, Chu Zhongshan is very real and listens with a correct attitude. "Apprentice, the main reason why I don't let you break through the 10 layers of great fullness in the body training period in advance is that I hope you can improve the power of potential by breaking through the 10 layers of great fullness in the body training period." Chu Zhongshan seldom obeys his instruction with a correct attitude, which makes Zhao Enjun feel the feeling of the master for the first time. Encouraged, he began to patiently guide the next practice of Chu Zhengxiangxia. "Master, what is potential, how to improve potential, and what is the limit of potential?" Finally, seeing that Zhao Enjun was willing to teach himself potential, Chu Zhongshan quickly asked out the doubts accumulated in the bottom of his heart for more than half a year. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's 3 problems, Zhao Enjun explained them one by one with great patience. "What is potential? Potential is still the rudiment of the power to control rules. Only by mastering potential can we have a certain chance to master the power to control rules when our cultivation reaches a certain degree." The potential that he accidentally mastered was also a force of law, which made Chu Zhongshan secretly happy. At the same time, I also lament that I am so excellent. To enhance the power of potential. If you have potential, you can control everything around you, even the illusory air and the passing breeze. Therefore, if you want to improve the power of potential, you must learn to control everything about yourself. For example, the spiritual power you cultivate, the life spirit knife you use, the blood flow in your body, the breathing rate when you practice, and so on. Anyway, you must be familiar with it. Only in this way can you enhance the power of potential. I see. Zhao Enjun's explanation made Chu Zhongshan think that when he went out for the first time, he felt that the other party was more powerful than himself in mastering the potential in the face of Lu Yuan, who also mastered the potential. At that time, he suspected that the reason why the other party's potential was stronger than himself was probably related to the weapons he used. Now it seems that the fact is just as he guessed at that time. What is the limit of potential? Potential, like the mental state, is divided into 10 layers. When your potential reaches the perfect state, you can try to break through the meaning. Meaning is related to the weapon you use. For example, if you are good at using the sword, the meaning of the sword will be formed after the potential breakthrough. If you are good at using the sword, the meaning of the sword will be formed after the potential breakthrough. The difference between meaning and potential is like the difference between qi melting period and body refining period. The power used in the realm of body refining period is spiritual power, and the power used in the realm of qi melting period is genuine. The essential difference between the two forces makes the gap between them like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between potential and meaning is just like the difference between Lingli and genuine. Boy, there is a saying in the eternal continent that everything is convinced when the artistic conception comes out. The same truth is that when the meaning of the sword comes out, thousands of swords are convinced. All those who have the meaning of the sword have an absolute advantage in the face of opponents who use the same weapons. I see. Zhao Enjun explained in great detail, and finally relaxed the doubts accumulated in his mind for more than half a year, which made him feel relaxed. Apprentice, now you are the top strength of the 9 levels during the training period. You must also have a deep feeling about the changes of your body in different states during the training period. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan agreed with what he just said. The 10 layers of perfect state in the physical training period is actually the performance of reaching the limit in all aspects of the body, and it is also the state where you can perfectly master the body. Therefore, when you break through this realm, the mastery of the body will make you more understand what is palm and grip. Although Zhao Enjun has always been satisfied more understand what is palm and grip. Although Zhao Enjun has always been satisfied with Chu Zhongshan's understanding, he still explained in detail in order to make Chu Zhongshan better improve his potential. Jiao Enjun's detailed explanation just now made Chu Zhongshan fully understand what potential is and how he should improve the power of potential next, so he stood up directly with gratitude and saluted respectfully. It's my responsibility as a teacher to guide your practice, so you and I don't have to be so polite. Although Jiao Enjun said he didn't care, he still enjoyed Chu Zhongshan's respectful attitude just now. Apprentice, if you already know how to improve the power and level of potential, you don't have to continue to suppress the realm. You can choose to break through here. Here, the stone pavilion at the top of a finger, and the blue stone under his feet, asked Chu Zhongshan, pretending to be confused. Since knowing Jiao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan came to see him every time, 9 out of 10 times in the stone pavilion, so he guessed that this stone pavilion either has a very important auxiliary role for Jiao Enjun or has special memorial significance. Jiao Enjun's hypocritical politeness just now made Chu Zhongshan want to tease him, so he pretended not to understand and asked, "Of course not. I've arranged a secret room for you." Chu Zhongshan was puzzled, but Jiao Enjun was afraid that he would really choose Shiding as the place to break through. He shook his head in denial and immediately pointed out the direction. "Wait a minute. Get up and leave the stone chair." When Chu Zhongshan plans to leave the stone pavilion, Jiao Enjun suddenly calls him, "Master, is there anything else you need to pay attention to?" The next breakthrough is not only related to the improvement of potential, but also related to the performance of the breakthrough in the period of transforming qi. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan can't tolerate any mistakes. "No, give me the 10-year blood core you collected in the Shura secret place. While you break through the gap on the 10th floor of the body training period, I'll help you exchange for a strange treasure that can improve your cultivation talent." After breaking through the 10 layers of the body refining period, Chu Zhongshan is going to prepare to break through the qi transformation period. In order to make him rest assured, Jiao Enjun decides not to leave other hospitals as far as possible before he breaks through the qi transformation period. Therefore, Jiao Enjun personally did the preparatory work before breaking through the gasification period. "Master, I have collected a total of 8 blood nuclei of 10 years. I wonder if I can exchange some better exotic treasures and pills. Take out 8 10-year-old blood cores from the storage ring and place them one by one behind the stone table." Chu Zhongshan looks at Jiao Enjun with expectation. In fact, he collected a total of 9 10-year-old blood cores in Shura secret place. The reason why he took out 8 is that he had to leave a 10-year-old blood core as the source code of the copy and paste program. Because in the Shura secret place, in order to prevent the use of copy and paste, it was found by the rules of the Shura secret place that he had never copied the program of the 10-year blood core, that is, the source code. Although the 10-year blood check has no effect on him, there are many people in the Chu family who need the 10-year blood nucleus to improve their potential and understanding. What's more, in the face of Lu Yuan, in the face of the chaotic rocks in the Shura secret place, the strong are respected and the weak are cheap. He has a grand goal in his heart. If he wants to achieve his goal, he needs the sincere help of all the people of the Chu family. "No problem." With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the 8 blood nuclei placed on the stone table. Later, Jiao Enjun said arrogantly, "If the Hall of Merit doesn't give me something satisfactory, then I'll dismantle the Hall of Merit." Chu Zhongshan not only did not object to Jiao Enjun's overbearing practice, but also agreed with it in his heart, because he did it for his own good. Moreover, with Jiao Enjun's strength, the whole Liyan sect can pose a threat to him. The person who can threaten him must be embarrassed to stop him if he wants to exchange for an item that is not 10 days old. Looking at Jiao Enjun, who left the other courtyard, Chu Zhongshan seemed to see the look of the elders in the Merit Hall who suffered a loss, and couldn't help laughing. Then he left the stone pavilion and walked into the secret room specially prepared for him by Jiao Enjun. After pushing the door into the secret room, a completely gaseous spiritual force made him very satisfied with the situation in the secret room. Go to the center of the Chamber of Secrets and see that what is placed in the center of the Chamber of Secrets is not a futon for latent cultivation, but a crystal clear white jade similar to ice. Reaching out and touching Bayu, a cool feeling directly stimulated the brain nerve along his arm, making him feel his thoughts clearer. "Good baby." Feeling the strange effect brought by white jade, Chu Zhongshan praised with ecstasy in his heart. This breakthrough is different from the previous breakthroughs. When breaking through the realm in the past, you only need to control the spiritual power in the Danshan. This breakthrough is about whether the power of the rising power can be raised. If you want to improve the power of the rising power, you must be 100% familiar with and control the changes of spiritual power and body when breaking through the realm. To achieve this, we must have a clear mind to observe all this. Bayu, which can cheer up our mind, can just achieve this. Looking at the strong aura in front of him and feeling the cold white jade under his hand, Chu Zhongshan was full of gratitude to Jiao Enjun. Unexpectedly, Jiao Enjun, who seems careless, is actually a thoughtful person. Sit on the white jade, take a deep breath of the gas-containing aura, and drive the emotion just generated from your heart out of your mind. After flirting again, Chu Zhongshan began to fully absorb the sufficient aura in the secret room, then transformed the aura by using the operation of 7 meridians and 8 veins, and finally input it into the danshan. In order to enhance the power of potential, Chu Zhongshan began to know and master every detail of the body in advance before the breakthrough, so the speed of attracting Reiki is not very fast. Even so, 10 minutes later, the elixir field could no longer store spiritual power. As he continued to attract enough Reiki in the secret room, the Reiki transformed by the 7 meridians and 8 meridians continued to squeeze into the danshan, making the quiet Reiki in the danshan gradually stir up. As the transformed spiritual power continued to input, the spiritual power in danshan completely began to riot. The rebellious spiritual power rushed out of the elixir field, followed the blood vessels of the body, and began to conflict with the bottleneck of the 10th level of great perfection in the body refining period. As early as before breaking through the 10 layers of perfection in the body training period, he had already tried to hit the bottleneck of spiritual power twice. However, the bottleneck of the 10 layers of great fullness in the body refining period has long been torn several gaps by the violent spiritual power. Therefore, the spiritual power impacting the bottleneck did not consume too much time and power, and directly opened the bottleneck of the 10 layers of great fullness in the body refining period. Boom! With the furious spiritual power, it was easy to smash the bottleneck of the 10 boom. With the furious spiritual power, it was easy to smash the bottleneck of the 10-layer perfect realm in the body refining period. Chu Zhongshan felt a roar in his mind. Accompanied by a strong roar, it is the fully gasified Reiki in the secret room, which is quickly inhaled into the body, and then transformed into Reiki at a speed of more than 10 times or 20 times through 7 meridians and 8 veins, and finally flows into the expanded danshan. When the realm breaks through, the danshan expands, the spiritual power increases, and the strength increases, so that martial artists are less likely to pay attention to the changes in the body during the breakthrough. Under the invitation of the cold breath of white jade, Chu Zhongshan, who has always kept a clear consciousness, feels the change of his own spiritual power after the realm breakthrough and the improvement of all aspects of his body after the realm breakthrough. With the detailed feeling of all aspects of the body and the familiarity with the spiritual power after the breakthrough, Chu Zhongshan can obviously feel the improvement of potential. Although there is no way to exert potential now, he has the most real feeling about the promotion of potential. Controlling the changes of body and spiritual power has such an obvious effect on the improvement of potential. Chu Zhongshan, who is more confident than Monk, seizes the time to continue to feel and control everything about himself. Time goes by. When the spiritual power of the rebellion in the body returned to calm, and when all organs in the body were moistened by the spiritual power, Chu Zhongshan ended his control over everything. Spit out the turbid qi accumulated in the chest. Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes and flashed a color of ecstasy on his face. With the help of the stimulation of white jade's cold breath, he kept a calm mind. Through his thoughts, he carefully felt his own changes, and obviously felt his control over the body and his control over the spiritual power after breakthrough, which reached a very mature level. The degree of maturity made him feel that the level of potential broke through at least 2 layers and reached 3 layers. As for whether to reach the 3rd floor, you can leave the practice chamber and have a try in the open space outside. Chu Zhongshan was not only excited by the rise of potential, but also surprised him that he directly omitted this step of consolidating the realm through the mastery of all his changes. Chu Zhongshan was very surprised at the way Jiao Enjun gave him, which can not only improve the power of the rising trend, but also directly consolidate the realm after the breakthrough. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Chu Zhongshan got up and left the secret room of the cultivation ground. After looking around the situation of other hospitals for a week, he unexpectedly found that Zhao Enjun had not come back. He couldn't help worrying whether the Merit Hall intended to embarrass Zhao Enjun, resulting in his delay in the exchange time, so that he hasn't come back yet. The worry just flashed by. Thinking of Zhao Enjun's strong strength, even if it was noisy, it must be the Hall of Merit and Virtue that suffered the loss in the end. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan put down his heart and began to look for a place where he could test the potential. Not around the Stone Pavilion. The Stone Pavilion is the most important place for Zhao Enjun, and the place he often stays in on weekdays. It can't tolerate any damage. Not even the garden. The garden is the place Zhao Enjun used to relieve his mood, and it can't tolerate any damage. After the observation just now, Chu Zhongshan found that there was no place in Zhao Enjun's other courtyard where he could exert his power to his fullest. When the cultivation breaks through the 10 layers of perfection in the cultivation period, whether the power of potential has been improved or not is his most concerned problem at this time. In desperation, he had to retreat to the room used for rest in other hospitals. This place is more than 50 meters away from the Stone Pavilion and Garden. Don't worry that the Stone Pavilion and Garden will be damaged when you use the power, but the house behind you is uncertain. With a gentle swing of his shoulders, a momentum of changing the color of heaven and earth rose from him. After feeling the momentum rising from his body, Chu Zhongshan found that the powerful breath was nearly 3 times stronger than before. When the potential was fully developed, Chu Zhongshan began to deliberately control the end of the potential. 30 meters away from the central sky of Chu, there is a herb about 20 centimeters high which is not too precious. The power shrouded by the potential acts on the herbs, and the consciousness controls the potential and directly uproots the herbs carried on the ground. Be able to control the herbs within 30 meters, that is, break through the 3rd layer smoothly. If you can easily pull up the herbs by root, you can understand that your power has reached the peak of the 3rd level at least. Maybe when you break through the gasification period, with the help of the Great Realm Breakthrough, the potential can also break through the 4th layer, or even directly break through the 5th layer. Boy, it seems that your harvest is good. Just as Chu Zhongshan was about to withdraw his power, Zhao Enjun's voice suddenly sounded in the other hospital. After the gesture was completely taken back, Chu Zhongshan quickly looked up. Seeing Zhao Enjun dressed neatly and smiling without moving his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when recalling the original sectarian Dabai, in the face of Luo Changlao, who reached the spirit period with the strength of law enforcement peak, Zhao Enjun only used a magic dragon chair to easily kill Luo Changlao in the spirit period. Therefore, he was not sure whether the well-dressed Zhao Enjun had a fierce conflict or whether he had finally started to teach the people in the Merit Hall. Master, did the people in the Merit Hall embarrass you? Seeing Zhao Enjun flash into the Stone Pavilion, Chu Zhongshan asks with concern as he speeds up his steps towards the Stone Pavilion. They dare. With a stare in his eyes, Zhao Enjun said angrily, "Lend them 10 courage and don't dare to go against my will. What's more, I exchange precious blood nuclei with them, and they dare to embarrass me in this regard. Here you are." After Chu Zhongshan walked into the Stone Pavilion and sat on the stone chair opposite, Zhao Enjun took out a jade-carved box and put it on the stone table in front of him. Looking at the jade box placed on the stone table, he looked up at Zhao Enjun. After receiving his signal, Chu Zhongshan opened the jade cover and saw a fruit the size of a longan in the box. What is this? After searching all the records about Lingguo in his mind, he found that he didn't have the information about this fruit in his mind. Chu Zhongshan hurriedly asked, "This is a lower-level 6th-grade wind spirit fruit, which can improve the cultivation talents of martial arts below 5 grades by 2 levels. Zhao Enjun looked indifferent and explained casually, "You can improve the cultivation talent of 2 sketch levels." Chu Zhongshan was shocked and stood up directly from the stone chair when he heard Zhao Enjun's explanation. "Yes, it can definitely improve the cultivation talent of 2 sketch levels." Zhao Enjun affirmed, "Master, I don't know if there are any special restrictions on the pill and spiritual fruit in the process of improving the cultivation talent, so I hope you can help confirm it." Chu Zhongshan asked nervously. In the secret realm of Purgatory City, in the cave left by the peerless Strong, with the help of in the secret realm of Purgatory City, in the cave left by the peerless Strong, with the help of the human spirit root, one of the 3 spirit roots, the cultivation talent is increased from the lower level 7 grades to the lower level 6 grades. When Zhao Enjun fulfilled his gambling agreement after the sect contest, he presented an upper-level 7-grade Hunshin pill that can be upgraded by 1 sketch level. Now, there are 8 10-year-old blood nuclei in exchange for the lower-level 6 wind spirit fruit that can improve 2 sketch levels. While excited, Chu Zhongshan was not sure whether Hunshin pill and Finglingyu could raise their cultivation talent to the lower 5 grades, so he wanted to get a definite answer from Zhao Enjun. There must be attention, nodded. Zhao Enjun motioned Chu Zhongshan to continue drinking tea and explained. Whether it's the upper-level 7-pin Hunshin pill or the lower-level 6-pin Fanglingguo, they are the top treasures used to improve the cultivation talent. They will reach the limit of minor level for the improvement of cultivation talent. At this point, Zhao Enjun motioned him to put away the Finglingguo, and then continued to explain. When using Hunshin pill and Finglingguo to improve the cultivation talent, you must pay attention to the order of taking it. First take Hunshin pill to improve your cultivation talent to the middle level 6 grades, and then break through the lower level 5 grades with the help of the powerful effect of Finglingguo. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan made a serious decision on every word Zhao Enjun said. The talent of cultivation determines the highest achievement of a martial artist in the future. 10 qualities cultivation talent, the highest achievement in life, Qi refining period. Jiupin cultivation talent, the highest achievement in life, physical training period. 8 qualities cultivation talent, the highest achievement in life, the period of transforming Qi. Kipin cultivation talent, the highest achievement in life, Kihai period. 6 qualities cultivation talent, the highest achievement in life, divine soul period. Wupin cultivation talent can break through the divine soul period and become a powerful person famous in the southern region. What's more, the higher the cultivation talent, the faster the speed of absorbing Reiki during latent cultivation, the more the amount of Reiki absorbed, the earlier the realm breakthrough, and the stronger the strength improvement. Cough. Seeing Chu Zhongshan in ecstasy, Zhao Enjun coughed uncontrollably and reminded him to continue to listen to his teaching. Chu boy, just as you take birth pill and human spirit root, when you take Hunshin pill and wind spirit fruit, your cultivation talent will be improved, and your mind will be out of the ethereal state. This is the best time for you to break through the Qi transformation period. Speaking of this, Zhao Enjun carefully observed the state of Chu Zhongshan at this time by using the divine mind, hoping that after carefully observing the divine mind and determining his real state, he could reasonably arrange his next practice. Zhao Enjun used his mind to check his practice, which made Chu Zhongshan feel very nervous, because he didn't know whether Zhao Enjun's mind would find the sphere floating above his danshan, that is, the force of space law. Fortunately, the power of space law is good at hiding. Zhao Enjun's mind did not find the existence of the power of space law, which made him secretly relieved. Apprentice, although you have just broken through the 10 levels of perfection in the physical training period, your early accumulation is strong enough, and your potential and understanding have reached the limit, so you can continue to break through the realm and continue to improve your strength. Through careful observation, Zhao Enjun found that the situation after Chu Zhongshan's breakthrough was more perfect than he thought, and completely reached the state that he could directly break through the gasification period. Boy, next, you need to use the 2 blood nuclei of 100 years and 1,000 years to improve your potential and understanding. At the same time, you need to improve your cultivation to the top of 10 layers of perfection in 7 days. 7 days is the time for you to break through the gasification period. Number 9 Other courtyard of Qianlong Peak is to witness your real rise in Liyun sect, in the southern region and in the eternal continent. Zhao Enjun said excitedly, Master Apprentice, I'll go to practice first. Zhao Enjun's excitement also infected Chu Zhongshan, but he didn't want to rise in Qianlongfang Number 9 Other hospital by mouth, but by his unremitting efforts. Good attitude, continue to insist. He was able to quickly suppress his inner excitement and immediately put himself into practice. The more he saw Chu Zhongshan, the more satisfied he was, and the more satisfied he was, the more he admired his foresight of becoming an apprentice in advance. After returning to the cultivation secret specially prepared by Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan did not immediately take out the centennial blood core and take it. Although the state has been consolidated after breaking through the 10 layers of perfection in the body training period, all potentials in the body have not reached the limit, so it is not suitable to use the blood core immediately. When all the potentials in the body have been raised to the limit, take the centennial and millennial blood nuclei to further improve the potential, understanding, and strength. Time passes slowly like water. 7 days is neither long nor short. Chu Zhongshan, sitting in the secret room of practice, closed his eyes and breathed 3 long and 1 short regularly. At the same time, his breath was all introverted, and it could not be seen that he was an expert whose cultivation reached the top of the 10 layers of perfection in the body training period. 5 minutes later, Chu Zhongshan opened his eyes, and his calm look did not change at all. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid qi accumulated in his chest, his eyes turned to the 2 Kaiyang fruits and a melting elixir placed in front of him. 2 Kaiyang fruits, one of which was reluctantly pasted by him in the endless forest with the help of the corpse of the 8 exotic animals and all the spirit stones at that time. Another Kaiyang fruit is the sect reward he received when he won the first place in the sect contest. Kaiyang fruit, the lower-level Bapanling fruit, blooms once in 300 years, bears fruit once in 300 years, and enters the mature stage in 300 years, which can improve the probability of martial arts to break through the 6 to 7 layers of qi transformation period. Alas! Looking at the 2 Kaiyang fruits placed in front of him, Chu Zhongshan waved his sleeve and directly put the Kaiyang fruit into the storage ring. When he just got Kaiyang fruit, Chu Zhongshan's hope of predicting whether he could break through the gasification period in a short time was Kaiyang fruit. This is also the reason why he took the risk to paste Kaiyang fruit. However, after getting the Xuanlong fruit that can change the physique during the physical training period from the secret environment of Purgatory City and being promoted by people's spiritual root, he found that the effect of Kaiyang fruit on himself was not so obvious. Now, with his own efforts, under the careful care of Jiao Jun, and the promotion of blood nuclei in 100 and 1,000 years, the bottleneck of qi transformation period is in front of him, and it is not even as strong as a piece of paper. The Kaiyang fruit of the lower-level 8 products not only can't help him, but also may limit his talent after taking it. Therefore, these 2 Kaiyang fruits he desperately obtained will become the guarantee for the peak people of the Chu family to break through the qi transformation period in a short time. After putting away the 2 Kaiyang fruits in front of him, Chu Zhongshan's eyes stayed on. After putting away the 2 Kaiyang fruits in front of him, Chu Zhongshan's eyes stayed on the melting elixir. This melting elixir is also a reward for the sect's big competition. Melting elixir, a pill of the 8th grade of the lower level, can accelerate the process of transforming Reiki into Zhenyuan. It is a necessary thing for martial artists to break through the qi transformation period. For Chu Zhongshan, the role of the lower-level Bapan Ronglingdan is more prominent. Because after 7 days and 7 nights of non-stop latent training, with the help of the improvement of blood nucleus in 100 and 1,000 years, he has a new experience of his strength, qualification, potential, and understanding. The 10 layers of perfect cultivation in the body refining period has been upgraded to the 5-layer peak in the qi melting period. For breaking through the range of traction aura in the qi melting period, he knows that he can reach at least 1,000 kilometers. That is, the standard of peerless genius. The heaven and earth auras within 1,000 kilometers are pulled into the body. If you want to convert all these auras into real yuan, it takes at least 1 to 2 months to rely on daily meditation alone. What's more, Chu Zhongshan feels that the range of 1,000 kilometers is not his own limit, and even the range of heaven and earth Reiki may reach 2,000 kilometers. Therefore, if you want to quickly convert Reiki into yuan, you must rely on foreign objects. The lower-level 8-grade melting elixir in front of us is the most suitable elixir for transforming aura. The only regret is that the number of melting elixirs is too small, only 1. This regret does not exist for Chu Zhongshan. He has a copy and paste program. As long as he has enough Lingxi, he can have as many Ronglingdan as he wants. Take out 100,000 pieces of 7-grade middle-level spirit stones from the storage bag, and let the 7-grade middle-level spirit stones pile up in disorder. Chu Zhongshan holds the melting spirit pill in the palm of his left hand, and inserts his right hand directly into the spirit stone pile to directly start the copy and paste program. With the start of the copy and paste program, the 7-grade medium-level spirit stones, stacked together, are decreasing at a speed that can be distinguished by the naked eye. At this time, Chu Zhongshan is not worried about whether using the copy and paste program will attract Jiao Jun's attention. Because when Zhao Enjun arranged the secret of cultivation, he had set a prohibition in advance, which means he would never peep into the process of cultivation in Chu Zhongshan. Although the melting elixir belongs to the lower-level 8-grade elixir, under the sufficient aura provided by 100,000 pieces of 7-grade middle-grade spirit stones, one after another melting elixir has been copied. 10 minutes later, 100,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-level spirit stones were completely turned into a pile of white powder and placed in 3 pill bottles in front of Chu Zhongshan. They were full of melting pills. There are 30 melting elixirs in the 3 pill bottles, which is enough for transforming genuine. Put away the pill bottle full of pills. Chu Zhongshan didn't get up and leave immediately. Instead, he cleared the white and pink on the ground to ensure that there were no clues left before he got up and left the practice chamber. Pushing the door to leave the secret room of practice, Chu Zhongshan looked up and saw that Zhao Enjun neither tasted tea leisurely nor enjoyed flowers in the garden. Instead, he stood on the hollow ground of the yard and looked at the emptiness in front of him. Hearing the sound of pushing the door, Zhao Enjun turned behind him and looked at Chu Zhongshan. At this time, Chu Zhongshan was like an ordinary young neighbor. There was a trace of tenderness in his beauty. There was no fluctuation of aura in his body, and there was no fierce spirit of martial arts. In such a perfect state, even without looking at it, he knew that Chu Zhongshan was well prepared. "Apprentice, you're just in time to go out of the pass. You can watch your fellow disciples break through the Qi transformation period, draw the spirit of heaven and earth, and show their talents." Zhao Enjun's first words confused Chu Zhongshan. It is both grand and common for a warrior to break through the realm of Qi transformation period. If it is in the remote small kingdom of Qi, it is rare for a warrior to break through the gasification period in decades. So, breaking through the gasification period can definitely attract strong attention. However, for the giant-level Liyun sect, I can't say that disciples break through the Qi transformation period every day, but every 3 or 5 days, there will be disciples break through the Qi transformation period. Therefore, the breakthrough of the realm of the Qi transformation period has caused fluctuations and basically won't attract much attention. Unless it is the kind of aura that can draw thousands of kilometers of heaven and earth, and the talent reaches the breakthrough of peerless genius, it will attract the attention of many people. However, such peerless talents are too rare. Even the number of Liyun sect, one of the 9 major forces in the southern region, may not exceed 10 figures, and there will not be more than one slap in the face among the disciples who break through every year. I know what you think. However, the disciples of this breakthrough are several people who have fought with you in the sect Dabai, so their breakthrough performance can perfectly set off your excellence. Zhao Enjun proudly said his thoughts while thinking happily. Will those disciples who are known as the peerless geniuses among the external disciples die in shame when they see the Reiki fluctuation generated by the breakthrough of Chu Zhongshan? Let's go. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't have much interest, Zhao Enjun's interest was very strong, so he waved his sleeves and directly took Chu Zhongshan to high altitude. From this position, we can better observe the feeling brought by the warrior's traction of heaven and earth aura when he breaks through the Qi transformation period. Stopped on a snow-white cloud, Zhao Enjun explained. In fact, Chu Zhongshan has far less absorption for who will break through the Qi transformation period and draw the scope of heaven and earth's aura than the clouds standing at his feet at this time. Standing on the snow-white clouds and feeling the cold wind blowing around him, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help recalling the magic films and TV dramas he had seen before crossing. Whenever he saw those immortals standing on the clouds, a picture of immortality and the appearance of world gods and masters, he was extremely envious and jealous. He wished that the person standing on the clouds was himself. Boom! Just as Chu Zhongshan recalled the movies and TV dramas he saw before crossing, a faint roar suddenly came from the test peak below the clouds. With the faint roar, a suction force gradually formed on the test peak, which began to condense the aura of heaven and earth around. As the attraction on the test peak became stronger and stronger, more and more heaven and earth spirits were pulled, and the range of Reiki fluctuations soon exceeded 5 miles. Alas, the second-ranked master among the disciples outside the hall has less than 10 miles of heaven and earth aura at the beginning. It seems that his qualification is at most the ranks of top talents. Looking at the suction of the test peak, Zhao Junjun couldn't help sarcasm when he first pulled the heaven and earth aura within 5 miles. an expert ranking second among the external disciples. The ranking of experts mentioned an expert ranking second among the external disciples. The ranking of experts mentioned by Zhao Enjun just now made Chu Zhongshan quickly think that the disciple who was breaking through the Qi transformation period at this time should be He Huaying, who took the initiative to admit defeat when the sect duel against himself. Unexpectedly, He Huaying, who occupied the second master of external disciples, would be belittled by Zhao Enjun as worthless. Chu Zhongshan also felt a pity for him. However, the process of breakthrough is not over, and no one can judge the final result, so he didn't express any opinions, but focused on the expanding Reiki range. 10 minutes later, He Huaying broke through the scope of heaven and earth aura drawn during the Qi transformation period, which has reached more than 400 miles. At this time, the suction on the test peak began to weaken. When the suction on the test peak completely disappeared, the range of heaven and earth aura pulled by He Huaying was less than 500 li. In other words, He Huaying's talent in breaking through the gasification period is between the real talent and the top talent. In fact, in Chu Zhongshan's view, He Huaying's talent is definitely more than that. His sky-high price should be able to barely reach the ranks of peerless talents. However, his bones lacked a blood nature and a drive to dare to work hard, which led to his final traction range of Reiki less than 500 miles. Trial Peak, the residence of top 10 experts of external disciples. Ordinary disciples on the test peak live in bungalows built in rows. The top 10 disciples can enjoy the treatment of a unique school, which is also a means used by the sect to stimulate disciples to practice hard. Just like the number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak, where Chu Zhongshan lives, the independent courtyard, where the top 10 experts of external disciples live, is also distinguished according to the number of 1 to 10. Courtyard 2. Sitting in the courtyard, He Huaying looked up at the completely disappeared traction, and her face showed a very unwilling look. The range of traction Reiki is between 400 li and 500 li. If it is divided according to the standard of testing the talent of martial artists, he is only between real genius and top genius, which is completely different from his expectation before breaking through. In the opinion of He Huaying, he has the cultivation talent of the upper 6 grades, and the strength of the second peak in the Qi transformation period is beyond ordinary people's understanding and tenacity. When breaking through the Qi transformation period, even if his talent is not up to the level of peerless genius, at least he is barely up to the level of peerless genius. However, the cruel reality gave him a heavy blow and made him feel upset at this time. You know, the period of transforming Qi is the watershed of martial arts. Before the Qi transformation period, martial artists can only be regarded as ordinary people, which is not much different from ordinary people who can't practice. Only by breaking through the Qi transformation period can we really enter the practice world and really touch some secrets of the eternal continent. Among the 9 major forces in the southern region, the difference in differential treatment is more obvious in the gasification period as a watershed. The number of disciples of Liyun's sect is not 100,000, but also 70,000. The resources within the sect are limited. If you want to occupy more cultivation resources, in addition to relying on the forces behind it, the most important thing is to break through the display of Qi transformation period. If he had just broken through the Qi transformation period and reached the range of heaven and earth spiritual power of 1,000 li, and his talent reached the ranks of barely peerless talents, he would get more than medium treatment immediately after he was promoted to the inner disciple. Now, when he breaks through the Qi transformation period, his aura range is less than 500 li, and his talent is between the real genius and the top genius. When he is promoted to an inner disciple, I'm afraid he can only get the treatment below the middle level or even the lowest level. Such treatment is an unacceptable heavy blow to He Huaying, both psychologically and physically. Courtyard 1, less than 10 meters away from Courtyard 2. LV Kong, who ranked first among the external disciples, looked worried and glanced at the courtyard where He Huaying was located. The reason why Lu Kong looks worried is that He Kong knows his situation, and his qualification is not much different from He Huaying. Even if it's strong, it's only 1 point stronger. When He Huaying broke through the Qi transformation period, the spirit of heaven and earth was only more than 400 li, less than 500 li. LV Kong felt that the traction he generated was more than 500 li at most, which was different from his expectation at the beginning. Although he was worried that when he broke through the Qi transformation period, he could not reach his ideal state by pulling the scope of heaven and earth aura, but he had to start to break through the Qi transformation period when his early accumulation had reached the limit. Half an hour after He Wang broke through the gasification period, another roar came from the test peak. However, compared with the first roar, this roar is much louder and has attracted the attention of a small number of people in the depths of the sect. With a fairly loud roar, a strong suction came from the test peak. In just 1 minute, there was a Reiki fluctuation of nearly 30 li over the test peak. It seems that the boy surnamed Lu is pretty good. Although the range of Reiki can't reach 2,000 miles in the end, it's still very easy to reach more than 1,000 miles. He can barely reach the level of peerless genius. Zhao and Jun, who has a high vision, couldn't help praising the changes produced by LV Kong's breakthrough. In fact, it was not only Zhao and Jun's uncontrollable praise, but also some senior leaders in the depths of the sect who couldn't help nodding their heads. As the suction from the test peak becomes stronger and stronger, the speed of traction of heaven and earth aura becomes faster and faster. In just 5 minutes, the range of traction of heaven and earth aura has exceeded 1,000 miles. At the same time, the speed of drawing heaven and earth aura has not slowed down. The trial peak falls in the second hospital. He Wang, who broke through the Qi transformation period, quickly transformed the aura drawn into her body with the help of the power of Dan medicine, while looking up to observe LV Kong's performance during the breakthrough. Hearing the roar several times louder than himself, when LV Kong broke through the gasification period, He Wang knew that LV Wang's performance in breaking through the gasification period was better than himself, which made him feel a trace of envy. Seeing the traction force generated when LV Kong broke through the Qi transformation period, the aura range of traction reached 30 li at the beginning, which made He Wang envy and add a trace of jealousy at the same time. Seeing that LV Kong broke through the traction force generated during the Qi transformation period, and the spirit of heaven and earth exceeded 1,000 miles, He Meng's inner envy and jealousy added a trace of resentment at the same time. At this moment, in his opinion, LV Kong should not choose this time to break through the gasification period. Because of his outstanding breakthrough, he contrasted his mediocrity, which makes him more ordinary and ordinary in the eyes of the high-level sects. When the range of traction force reaches 1,500 li, the suction on the test peak begins to weaken gradually. When the range of traction force stays at 1,800 li, the suction on the test peak disappears completely. Chu boy, do you feel pressure? When the fluctuation of heaven and earth aura led by LV, Chu boy, do you feel pressure? When the fluctuation of heaven and earth aura led by LV Kong completely disappeared, Zhao and Jun turned his head to look at Chu Zhongshan and asked with concern. Pressure? Chu Zhongshan repeated a sentence, then chuckled, and then turned his eyes to the number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. The aura fluctuation of 1,800 li is less than 1/3 of his goal. How can he be under pressure? Yes, just have confidence. Chu Zhongshan's relaxed and calm attitude made Zhao and Jun nod with satisfaction, then waved his sleeve and directly sent him to number 9 other hospital. When a martial artist breaks through the Qi transformation period, there will be an extremely strong suction in the danshan. Although this suction only acts on the spiritual power of heaven and earth, it has extremely strong destructive power in the process of action. Therefore, most martial artists who break through the Qi transformation period will choose an open environment. The exclusive testing ground of number 9 other courtyard was the place Chu Zhongshan had long chosen to break through the gasification period, so after falling in number 9 other courtyard, he raced straight into the testing ground. Choose a good orientation. Take out 19,999 7-grade medium-level spirit stones from the storage bag, and arrange them, one by one, according to the simplified version of the spirit gathering array. Then, sitting in the middle of the gathering array, he took out the upper-level 7-grade Hunshin pill and the lower-level 6-grade Fingerling fruit used to improve his cultivation talent from the storage bag, as well as a bottle of Rongling pill used to quickly transform genuine. Take a deep breath of the fresh air in the other hospital. Chu Zhongshan slowly adjusted his state of mind, and then put the upper-level 7-pinhunshin pill in front of him into his mouth. After the pill entered the body and began to work, he quickly ran the Taekshun Heart Sutra skill and began to fully absorb the sufficient aura of the jeweling array. The Hunshin pill that entered the body was the same as the tubeless pill he had taken. After the effect came into play, his consciousness was gradually in emptiness. The Taikshuan Heart Sutra in the body not only runs by itself, but also runs faster and faster and absorbs more and more Reiki with the improvement of his cultivation talent. Under the dual action of speed and quantity, a strong suction force gradually formed at the Danshin field in the middle of Chu, which forcibly absorbed the aura formed by 19,999 7-grade medium-level spirit stones into the body. Although the time for Chu Zhongshan to break through the top 10 layers of the body refining period is very short, his early accumulation is too strong, and his perception of the realm has long broken through the Qi transformation period. Therefore, the spiritual power of the riots in the Danshin only took 3 times, and the bottleneck of the Qi transformation period has been washed away. Boom! With a loud roar, the bottleneck in front of Chu Zhongshan was broken by the surging spiritual power in his body. With the roaring sound, a black hole-like suction rose rapidly from his head. The strong suction pulled the aura of heaven and earth hundreds of miles into his body from the beginning, above the Qianlong Peak, above the clouds. When Chu Zhongshan arranged the spirit gathering array and began to improve his cultivation talent with the help of the upper-level 7-pin Hunshin pill, and broke through the Qi transformation period, Zhao Enjun, standing on the clouds, couldn't help feeling a little nervous. This feeling of heart contraction was something he had never felt before, even in the face of the most severe punishment given to him by his mentor. When Chu Zhongshan officially broke through the gasification period and the bottleneck was broken to produce a loud roar, the feeling of tension gradually aggravated his breathing. When Chu Zhongshan's powerful suction on his head reached hundreds of kilometers at the beginning, he couldn't help covering his heart for fear that a breath would lead to his heart jumping out. Trial Peak, Courtyard 1. LV Kong, who has successfully broken through the gas transformation period, is not only very satisfied with his performance during the breakthrough, but also has a trace of joy and excitement in his heart. The pulling force of 1,800 miles and the talent of a barely peerless genius make his performance today a complete end. Today's performance can definitely stir sex and shock those who despised him in the past. After he is promoted to the inner disciple, the forces behind him will certainly strive for the top treatment for him. With the help of the melting elixir, LV Kong quickly transformed the real Yuan in his body and secretly looked forward to his life after being promoted to the inner disciple. At this time, a roar through the sky interrupted his beautiful fantasy. He knew very well that the roar that had just broken through the Qi period was neither the sound of Zhenyuan's bombardment during the fight nor the sound of the collision of spirit tools, but the sound of the bottleneck breaking when the warrior broke through the Qi period. It can produce a roar through the sky, which is many times louder than his voice when he broke through, which made him look up with envy. When he saw a strong traction force in the air not far from the test peak, he involved hundreds of miles of heaven and earth aura in a very short time and stood up in shock. He Wang, who was severely hit by LV Kong's excellent performance when she broke through, was almost possessed by the devil under the confusion, resulting in the almost fall of the realm she had just broken through. At this time, he managed to adjust his state of mind with the help of the power of pills, and when combing the spiritual power and Zhenyuan in his body, there was a roar through the sky, which almost made him fall into a state of being possessed. Like LV Kong, who just broke through the realm of the gasification period, he also knows that the roar just now represents the sound of breaking the bottleneck of the gasification period when the realm broke through the gasification period. If the sound of breaking the bottleneck can be heard through the sky, how excellent and evil is the talent of this disciple who broke through the Qi transformation period. At this moment, He Wang suddenly flashed a person's shadow in her mind. Yunlong Feng, Green Bamboo Courtyard, Living Room. Dongfeng Yangping, who has just broken through the gas C period and is receiving congratulations from his fellow disciples and people of the same clan, can't stop smiling when looking at the people in the hall. Especially when I saw that those fellow martial brothers who were no less talented and qualified than him were still half a step ahead of the Sea of Qi, the smile on his face was even brighter. Originally, according to his qualification and talent, it would take at least 3 months to 6 months to break through the gas C period, but the experience of Purgatory City and Blood Demon Secret Realm made his qualification and strength advance by leaps and bounds. Under the condition of strong foundation, We broke through the gas C period in advance, far exceeding the brothers of the same school in the same period. How can we not make Dongfeng Yangping happy and excited? When he saw Dongfeng Yuner sitting in the corner of the hall, the smile on Dongfeng Yangping's face was immediately put away, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. At the beginning, Dongfeng Yangping was very worried when he learned that Dongfeng Yuner's misunderstanding of Chu Zhongshan had led to the relationship between the two people that had just warmed up and suddenly fell to the freezing point. According to his idea, he immediately resolved the contradiction between the two people, so as not to misunderstand and lead to the final breakup, thus losing Chu Zhongshan, a genius comparable to the peerless. However, just when he wanted to find Chu Zhongshan and resolve the contradiction between the two people with his own face, he found that the number 9 other courtyard had always been tightly closed, while Dongfeng Yangping did not dare to take risks in the other courtyard at the top of Qianlong Peak. After all, Jiao Enjun's moodiness was known from his father long ago, and later he also learned the details of the external disciple Dabai. Just a question, he killed a sole elder of the law enforcement peak. Jiao Enjun's bloody means made Dongfeng Yangping afraid in his heart. Originally, he also wanted to send someone to guard outside the number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Feng. When Chu Zhongshan returned to the other courtyard, he was the first to know and came in time. However, due to the loosening of the bottleneck in the gas C period, he had to give up the idea of resolving misunderstandings for his sister temporarily and make every effort to break through the gas C period. After consolidating the cultivation of Heikihai period, we must have a good talk with Chu Zhongshan, let him know the consequences and losses of giving up Yuner, and let him know that the imperial princess doesn't give up when you say you give up. Dongfeng Yangping, whose cultivation has broken through the gas C period, has gradually changed its mentality with the improvement of its strength. The original idea of treating Chu Zhongshan equally has gradually become superior. Boom! Just when Dongfeng Yangping just decided to take the lead for Dongfeng Yuner and planned to teach Chu Zhongshan a lesson, a loud roar made his face change. In fact, not only did Dongfeng Yangping's face suddenly change, but most of the guests in the hall changed their faces. Because in the hall, apart from Dongfeng Yuner, who has just joined Liyun's sect for a short time, the cultivation accomplishments that can be related to Dongfeng Yangping are at least the strength above the Qi transformation period. With their strength and experience, when the roar just sounded, they knew that it was the roar caused by the broken bottleneck when someone broke through the gasification period. Brother Huang, the roar just now shook hundreds of miles around. At least it was a genius with peerless talent. Dongfeng Yin, who has reached the top talent at the scene, said with a shocked look. At the beginning, when he broke through the bottleneck in the gasification period, the roar only shook within 10 miles. Even so, the aura of heaven and earth that he finally pulled reached the range of more than 800 miles, which promoted his talent to the ranks of top talents. The roar just now shook at least hundreds of miles around. Then what degree will the warrior who broke through the Qi transformation period finally pull the heaven and earth aura? I'm afraid there's more. Shook his head. Through the open hall door, Dongfeng Yangping looked at the outside with a dignified look. As the only top expert in the gas C period on the scene, Dongfeng Yangping's perception is far more than Dongfeng Yan. The roar generated when the bottleneck of the realm in the gas transformation period was broken just now, and the vibration range is not only hundreds of miles, but even thousands of miles. With the shock caused by the broken bottleneck just now, the warrior who is breaking through the gasification period may even reach the demon level. Elder Martial Brother, shall we go out and observe? At this time, standing at the head of the hall, Yue Zhongzong suggested that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th floor of the gasification period. Yes, if the result is really like what I guessed, you may see the image of this genius who broke through the gasification period. At that time, you must keep this person's appearance in mind and never offend him in the future. Nodded. When Dongfeng Yangping agreed with Yue Zhongzong's proposal, he said something that puzzled everyone. Zhang Feng. As the peak of daily practice and daily life of the sect leader peak can be called a unique of Liyun's sect. Absolutely, not only in height and area, but also in scenery and aura. If Liyun's sect is like a fairyland on earth, then Zhang is a fairyland in fairyland. The Taoist platform on the east side of Zhang is the favorite place for the first generation of Zhangzhufeng disciples to stay. Because every 3 days, there will be an elder with profound cultivation, or a senior brother whose cultivation has reached more than Kihai period on the platform to preach. At the same time, you can also help the disciples of Zhangzhufeng explain the confusion they encounter in their daily practice. The reason why the first sect can become the strongest sect of Liyan sect is that it can even compete with the law enforcement peak with a large number of people. In addition to the strong strength of the sect leader as a symbol of the sect, the most important thing is the overall strength of the first sect disciples. The reason why the disciples of the first generation of the patriarch are so strong as a whole is that this way of inheritance of the Taoist platform has played a great role. As the eldest martial brother of the sect leader's first generation and the strongest of the young generation of Liyan sect, Long Xingyun doesn't need to come to the sect platform, but today, he suddenly came on a whim and wanted to come to the sect leader's first generation to see the recent cultivation of his disciples. Long Xingyun, who can accept disciples on behalf of the master, is second only to the leader in terms of prestige and influence in the hearts of the disciples of the leader's generation. Therefore, his arrival not only excited many disciples on the scene, but also those who were in latent cultivation. When they heard that the master brother came to the Taoist platform in person, they also ended their latent cultivation and rushed to the Taoist platform. Sitting on the platform of Kyudaetai and looking at the thriving patriarchal system, Long Xingyun is very satisfied. He is full of confidence in clearing the cancer of the sect and eliminating the ethos of the sect in the future. Cough. Looking at the slightly disordered younger martial brothers below, Long Xingyun coughed gently. When he was quiet at the scene, he wanted to say a few words of encouragement to stimulate the disciples' motivation to practice hard. Boom. But just at this time, there was a roar through the sky in the sect. Someone is breaking through the gasification period. As a dragon cloud whose cultivation is about to break through the supreme throne, he can know what happened to the roar just now, but he was shocked because he knew what happened. Unlike Dongfeng Yan and Dongyang Yongping, as a cultivation, he was about to break through the supreme dragon cloud. He didn't need to look at the roar just now, but he knew that the range of the roar was more than 10,000 miles. The roar generated when the bottleneck is broken can vibrate more than 100 li. The range of pulling the aura of heaven and earth can reach at least 3,000 li. The range of vibration can exceed 1,000 li, and the range of pulling the aura of heaven and earth can reach at least 5,000 li. If the range of vibration can exceed 10,000 li, then the range of traction of heaven and earth aura can reach at least 8,000 to 10,000 li, which represents the talent of disciples who have broken through the Qi transformation period, and nearly 9 floors have reached the demon level. Liyan sect, one of the 9 forces in the southern region, can count the number of talented disciples at the level of demons with one palm. Each is the most precious treasure of the sect, and each will be trained in the most comprehensive way. At the beginning, when the dragon cloud broke through the Qi transformation period, the range of the spirit Qi of heaven and earth reached 9999 li, only 1 li away from the 10,000 li of the final demon level. It was this gap that made him miss the talent of demon level. At the same time, I feel the gap between myself and demons in my future cultivation. Because the first generation of the patriarch has a genius disciple of demon level, that is, the 5th younger martial brother accepted by the mentor himself. As the 5 younger martial brothers, who started more than 30 years later than themselves, their accomplishments are only a line weaker than themselves. Moreover, with each other's current practice speed, I'm afraid they can surpass themselves in terms of accomplishments and strength in 3 to 5 years at most. As a master brother of the sect leader, I don't deserve my name. If my traction had reached 10,000 li at the beginning, with my demon talent, I'm afraid I'd already broken through the supreme position. As the eldest martial brother of the sect leader's first generation, in addition to being responsible for the daily affairs of the sect leader's first generation, he is also mainly responsible for recruiting talented disciples for the sect leader's peak. Liyan sect even has geniuses who he doesn't know and are suspected of being demons. Long Xingyun feels that this is his dereliction of duty. Therefore, he motioned to the younger martial brother with the highest cultivation on the scene to explain the reason for the roar just now, and then he jumped directly into the air and flew to the place where the roar came from. In fact, the roar generated when the bottleneck of the heaven realm in the middle of Chu was broken not only shook the Trial Peak, Yunlong Peak and Suzerain Peak, but also all the peaks in the whole sect, even the peaks suspended in the void inside the sect. As the roaring vibration gradually disappeared, one shadow after another appeared in the depths of Lian's sect. These figures appeared in the sky for only a short meal, and then appeared over the Qianlong Peak. Jiao Enjun, who has been guarding the breakthrough of Chu Zhongshan, knew that his apprentice's breakthrough could at least reach the level of a real top peerless genius, and stir the whole Lian sect, when he found that the roar generated when the bottleneck of Chu Zhongshan was broken was more than 10,000 miles. Chu Zhongshan was broken was more than 10,000 miles. At the same time, Chu Zhongshan's amazing performance raised a trace of evil interest in his heart. That is, he wanted to see the faces of profiteers after discovering Chu Zhongshan's amazing talent. Thinking of those high-ranking big people fighting with each other in order to compete for the ownership of Chu Zhongshan, so that when they finally saw that they were about to obtain Chu Zhongshan, they suddenly appeared and announced that Chu Zhongshan was their own inheritance disciple. Those big people were angry and helpless. Jiao Enjun showed a small person's successful smile on his face. Then he used his supreme power to hide in the void, guarding the safety of Chu Zhongshan and watching the play quietly. The roar generated when the realm is broken not only generates a strong suction in the body, but also draws the aura of heaven and earth for hundreds of miles from the beginning. At the same time, it also made Chu Zhongshan wake up from the state of emptiness and brightness. After a brief look at the situation in the body, Chu Zhongshan found that the Danshan, which was originally the size of a basin, was directly expanded more than 10 times as the realm broke through the gas transformation period, just like a mountain spring. At the same time, the heaven and earth aura pulled into the body, and the original aura in the Danshan have become more powerful genuine with attribute power after the transformation of 7 meridians and 8 veins. However, compared with the huge amount of heaven and earth aura pulled into the body, the speed and capacity of transforming aura from 7 meridians to 8 meridians are not very fast. At this time, there are only as many genuine in the Danshan as a cup of tea, accounting for only 1/10,000th of the transformed Reiki. Moreover, with more and more Reiki in the body during traction, the proportion of transformed genuine becomes smaller and smaller. Chu Zhongshan is not worried about this, because he has not taken the melting elixir to improve the transformation speed and the wind spirit fruit to improve his cultivation talent. Thinking of this, he directly opened the pill bottle with melting elixir in front of him, took out a melting elixir, and swallowed it into his body. While accelerating the transformation of genuine with the help of melting elixir, he also began to pay attention to the heaven and earth aura pulled on his head. The bottleneck breaks and generates a roar, which generates a strong suction force in the body, and he has just observed the situation after the breakthrough in the body. However, in just a few tens of seconds, the spirit of hundreds of miles of heaven and earth is formed at the beginning, which is close to thousands of miles at this time. At the same time, the speed of traction force is still increasing rapidly. Just 10 seconds later, the range of heaven and earth aura of traction exceeds 1,000 miles. Even at this moment, the attraction of the spirit of heaven and earth disappears, then his talent has reached the level of a barely peerless genius. Not to mention, the traction force in the sky has not disappeared, but the traction speed is getting faster and faster. 3 minutes later, over the Qianlong Peak, the range of heaven and earth aura pulled by the head of Chu Zhongshan soon reached 2,000 miles, and Tianfen has officially entered the ranks of peerless talents. At this time, Long Xingyun, who was the first to leave the sect leader, appeared over the Qianlong Peak. After seeing that the disciple who broke through the Qi transformation period was Chu Zhongshan's face, Long Xingyun's face flashed a trace of amazement, and then a trace of bitter smile. If Chu Zhongshan didn't worship under Jiao Enjun's door, even if he was a disciple of Law Enforcement Peak, Long Xingyun would do everything he could, even inviting his mentor to bring Chu Zhongshan into Zhangzhou Peak. Unfortunately, Jiao Enjun is the one he dare not, cannot, and is not allowed to offend, so he can only silently look at Chu Zhongshan. Soon after the dragon cloud appeared on the Qianlong Peak, 3 strong men who reached the level of great power appeared on the Qianlong Peak. After seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was sitting in the other courtyard of Qianlong Peak and breaking through the gas transformation period, one of the strong men at the peak of great energy shouted excitedly, "Great, not only are they highly qualified and talented, but even they are only 17 years old. If you can become a disciple of our law enforcement peak, with the help of the continuous resources of the law enforcement peak, within 10 years, this sun will break through the divine soul period and achieve the general existence of you and me. Brother Chi's words are very serious. In any case, you can't let this sun fall into the sect leader's department or the hall of merit and virtue. Otherwise, it will definitely be Jiao and Jun in 100 years. Standing on the right side of the strong man who spoke just now, a middle-aged man who looked only in his 40s said murderously, "That's right. Inform the Peak Master and the 2 deputy Peak Masters and let them pay attention to the changes here all the time. If we encounter opponents we can't fight, please ask the Peak Master and them to help." The strong man surnamed Chi said thoughtfully. Seeing the 3 powerful men who appeared above the Qianlong Peak, he has been discussing the ownership of Chu Zhongshan since his appearance. He has never seen the eldest martial brother of the sect leader, which makes Long Xingyun very dissatisfied. As strong men in the realm of great power, they can find their own existence even without looking with their eyes or mind, but they seem to pay no attention to themselves at all, which makes the dissatisfied dragon cough. "Oh, so nephew Long is here." Long Xingyun's cough contains his power close to the supreme level, so that the 3 powerful men who originally wanted to continue to pretend to be confused had to harden their scalp to respond to Long Xingyun. However, as the 2 sides who are hostile to each other, the strongest of the 3 powerful people surnamed Qi, some of them rely on the old to sell the old and call Long Xingyun nephew. Nephew. After hearing that the other party called himself nephew, Long Xingyun repeated, followed by a gloomy face and an unhappy roar. "How old are you? How dare you call me nephew? I think you're impatient." According to the time of entry, it's not too much for a strong man surnamed Qi to call him Long Xingyun as his nephew. According to Long Xingyun's past character, he won't be angry because of what he called. However, the move they despised just now and the depression that they couldn't attract Chu Zhongshan made him angry. "You." Long Xingyun didn't leave any merciful abuse and asked the strong man surnamed Qi to point at Long Xingyun. He was so angry that he couldn't speak at all. "Qi, are you unconvinced? Or let's compete with each other to see if you have the strength to deserve the title of martial uncle." Shaking his head, Long Xingyun looked forward to the fight. Although Long Xingyun is only a disciple of the younger generation, his talent is extremely high, his cultivation speed is extremely fast, and he has the full help of the patriarch. Now he is one of the top strongmen of Liyun's sect. How can a strongman surnamed Qi be willing to fight him? What's more, Long Xingyun was rebellious and reckless. He killed himself directly during the duel. After that, he got at most 1 heavy blow, deducting the treatment of his disciple for 1 year. For the eldest martial brother of the sect leader, such punishment is of no importance, but for himself, it is a punishment for losing his life. Therefore, how dare the strong man surnamed Qi agree to compete? "Nephew Long, I wonder if I am qualified to call you nephew." When the strong man surnamed Qi was overwhelmed by Longxing, a gentle voice sounded, and then a dignified middle-aged man appeared in front of Longxing Cloud. If Chu Zhongshan is also in the mid-air of Qianlong Peak at this time, he will feel very familiar when he sees this sudden middle-aged man. Because this middle-aged man is very similar to Su Hua, the leader of a hall in the law enforcement peak when he was in the sect Dabai. "You." After looking up and down, Long Xingyun nodded disdainfully and said, "The identity of Su Shaoji, the deputy leader of the law enforcement peak, is barely okay, but is he strong?" At this point, Long Xingyun laughed and didn't go on. Long Xingyun's contemptuous attitude made Su Shaoji, the deputy leader of the law enforcement peak, sink and exude the momentum of the changing situation around him. For the angry Su Shaoji, Long Xingyun was not only not nervous at all, but even showed a feverish expression in his eyes. At the same time, a strong murderous spirit gradually rose on him. It was precisely because of the fanaticism in the eyes of Long Xingyun that Su Shaoji, who was angry, soon woke up, dissipated his momentum, and then went straight to the 3 strong men of the law enforcement peak, silently looking at Chu Zhongshan, who was trying his best to break through. When Su Shaoji chose to swallow his anger, a middle-aged man dressed in broad clothes and shaped like a ball appeared over the Qianlong Peak with 4 powerful men. Looking at Su Shaohua, who was silent, and Long Xingyun, who looked fresh, the fat middle-aged man didn't say hello, but looked down at Chu Zhongshan, who was sitting in the other courtyard of Qianlong Peak, and making every effort to break through the qi transformation period. When he saw the root bone of Chu Zhongshan and the increasing traction force on his head, a trace of light flashed in the eyes of the fat middle-aged man. Qianlong Peak, number 9, in another hospital. Chu Zhongshan, who is trying his best to break through the qi transformation period, doesn't know that because of his amazing performance during the breakthrough, the Patriarch's first department and the Law Enforcement Peak's first department almost had a bloody conflict. At this moment, he quickly transformed the real Yuan in his body with the help of the melting elixir, and looked up to observe the scope of his traction of heaven and earth aura. When the range of the aura of heaven and earth reaches 2,000 miles, the traction force does not slow down at all, but continues to increase. Not slow down at all, but continues to increase. In just 5 minutes, the traction force over Qianlong Peak has reached the range of 5,000 miles, and the trend of increasing traction force has not weakened. If judged according to the standard of testing genius, the talent of Chu Zhongshan has reached the level of top peerless genius. With this level of talent, Liyun sect, one of the 9 forces in the southern region, is definitely the top figure and the object of every force. When the traction force over Qianlong Peak broke through 5,000 miles, more and more powerful people were shocked in the depths of Liyun sect, and even big people hidden in the void were shocked. Above the void of Liyun sect, there is a mountain peak suspended in mid-air and covered up by the array. The whole mountain peak is red, giving people a very strange feeling. There was no sound on the red blood peak, as if it were an idle peak. At the top of the mountain, in a huge palace completely dyed red by blood, an old man in a red robe is absorbing a special aura and enhancing his strength. The roar generated when the bottleneck was broken, when Chu Zhongshan broke through the gas transformation period, opened the eyes of the old man in blood robe, who was undergoing latent cultivation. However, he did not pay as much attention to the breakthrough of Chu Zhongshan as other strong men. Instead, he crossed the palace and looked at the young man lying in a blood lake on the hillside. If Chu Zhongshan saw the young man lying in the blood lake at this time, he would be surprised and cry out. Because at this time, the young man lying in the blood lake was the most threatening to him in the Blood Devil's secret land, and he also used the Blood Devil fantasy to force him to reveal the wild ugliness of Gong Rulin. However, Gong Rulin's state at this time is not very good. Not only does the whole person faint, but also his breath is chaotic. My good apprentice, if you don't wake up in 100 days, your life will be completely ruined. Seeing that the breath was not only chaotic, but also the cultivation was weakening, the old man in blood robe looked worried and said to himself. When Chu Zhongshan broke through the qi transformation period, and the traction force formed on his head reached 5,000 li, the old man in blood robe who had been paying attention to the situation of Gong Rulin suddenly shifted his sight. The powerful power of divine thought directly tears the endless void in front of us, and then throws it on Chu Zhongshan, who is breaking through the qi transformation period. When he found that Chu Zhongshan not only had outstanding talent, amazing talent and excellent roots and bones, but also showed a very strong bloody power, an abnormal look of surprise appeared on his face. My darling, with such strong bloody power and such amazing murderous spirit, this boy has killed at least 300 people since his cultivation. He is bloodthirsty and cruel than I was in those days. Surprised, the face of the old man in the blood robe showed appreciation and joy. Chu Zhongshan caused a sensation when he broke through the qi transformation period. Other strong men only noticed Chu Zhongshan's excellent roots and bones and amazing talent, but did not notice Chu Zhongshan's bloodthirsty character. According to his bones at this time, he was only 17 years old. He had only been on the road of cultivation for more than a year. In such a short time, the number of people slaughtered exceeded 300, which is enough to show that Chu Zhongshan is not only a good man with good intentions, but a ruthless villain. The extremely cruel and merciless skills of the old groom are the essence of the warrior, and the cruel person who uses the blood means to shock the southern territory. Therefore, like Chu Zhongtian, this cruel and cruel pupil is an inherited disciple of the blood robe's old man. He glanced at the palace like forest lying in the blood lake. A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. Then he got up and left the palace and flew straight to the bleeding peak. He planned to take him as an apprentice after the breakthrough of Chu Zhongshan. But just as he left the blood peak, an old man dressed in a white robe, and similar to him also appeared in the void. Lao Liadu, you don't already have inheriting disciples. Why do you want to accept them again? Looking at the old man in blood robe who also appeared over the sect. Although the old man in white robe had a kind smile on his face for a long time, there was a nervous look in his eyes. Old Su too, you have more than 100 inheriting disciples. Why do you want to accept them again? Just as the white-robed old man cares about the blood-robed old man, the blood-robed old man also cares about the white-robed old man. After all, the strength and identity of the two people are almost the same, and they are close to each other for the ownership of their disciples. Those disciples are just my own disciples. I need a disciple who can really inherit the mantle. Now such disciples have appeared. Facing the sarcasm of the old man in blood robe, the old man in white robe was not angry at all and still explained with a smile. See the real chapter under your hand. Seeing the shameless appearance of the white-robed old man, the blood-robed old man knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the other party in words, so he could only compete with the other party in the next intake. The blood-robed old man with an idea in his heart took a cold look at the white-robed old man, then waved his sleeve. The whole man disappeared in place, and then appeared over the Qianlong Peak. Looking at the old man in blood robe who left early, the old man in white robe did not dare to neglect. He also waved his sleeves and disappeared in situ, followed by the old man in blood robe, and appeared over the Qianlong Peak. The old man in blood robe and the old man in white robe who suddenly appeared over the Qianlong Peak showed a nervous look on the faces of Su Sheaji, the deputy peak leader of the law enforcement peak, who had been guarding over the Qianlong Peak, and the fat middle-aged man. As for the dragon cloud, it is a posture of watching a play. Because he knew very well that, let alone the old man in blood robe and the old man in white robe appeared over the Qianlong Peak. Even if the peak master of law enforcement peak, the temple master of Merit Hall and the lord of Zhangzhou Peak appeared over the Qianlong Peak, in the face of the lawless Zhao Enjun, he would not want to take Chu Zhongshan away. Although he was holding the posture of watching the play, the red-robed old man and the white-robed old man had a special identity and were elders independent of the sect, so he hurried to the front ceremony. Disciple Long Xingyun, I've seen old Lai and old Su. Yes. Facing Long Xingyun's respectful salute, the old man in blood robe just answered, which was enough to give Long Xingyun face. The white-robed old man showed a lot of enthusiasm. Nephew Long, I have to praise you for your outstanding talent. You haven't been introduced for more than 100 years. Your accomplishments have caught up with me. I'm afraid you'll surpass me in a short time and become the supreme position of no one. Compared with Mr. Su, Xingyun is still far away and there are still many places to learn. Long Xingyun said modestly. Su Sheaji, deputy head of law enforcement peak, has seen 2 elders. When Long Xingyun stepped down, Su Sheaji hurried forward with 3 subordinates to salute. The face of Su Sheaji from the law enforcement peak, whether the old man in blood robe or the old man in white robe, has a much colder attitude, which makes Su Sheaji very dissatisfied. For dissatisfaction was due to dissatisfaction. For the time being, he couldn't stand the 2 old people in front of him, because Yuan is always independent of the sects, which is where their law enforcement peak can't intervene. If you want to intervene in the elder forces independent of the sect, you can barely suppress the elder forces unless the law enforcement peak can unify Liyun's sect and then rely on the town and sect treasure of the sect. LV Pingsing has seen 2 elders. After Su Sheaji reluctantly stepped down, the fat middle-aged man hurried forward with 4 subordinates to salute. The old man in blood robe and the old man in white robe are enthusiastic about Long Xingyun, indifferent to Su Sheaji and mocking LV's character. This is the attitude of the old man in blood robe. Deputy Hall Leader LV, your Merit Hall has gone too far in recent years. I don't care if you deduct the welfare of other disciples, but you even deduct it from my disciples. It seems that I will go to the Merit Hall myself one day. The white-robed old man scoffed with an unhappy look. Really? In the face of the ridicule of the old man in white robe, LV Pingsing stared, immediately turned to a subordinate behind him and said, Hall Leader Li, go and check now to see which guy is not open-minded and dares to violate the sect rules and deduct the welfare of old disciple Saiyuan. When the hall leader surnamed Li left, LV Pingsing's fat face wore a flattering smile and said, Don't worry, old Su Yuan. When I find out that it's that blind guy who offended you, I must have cramped him, peeled his skin and gave you a satisfactory explanation. In the face of Lu's extraordinary conduct, even if the old man in white robe had a full belly of anger, He couldn't vent at once. He just took a cold look at Lu's conduct, and then, like the old man in blood robe, looked at Chu Zhongshan, who continued to break through the Qi transformation period below. The speed of auxiliary transformation of Zhenyuan is amazing. In just 10 minutes, the speed of auxiliary transformation of Zhenyuan is amazing. In just 10 minutes, the number of Zhenyuan transformed in the elixir field is almost equivalent to the capacity of a water basin. Although the transformation speed is still slow compared with the Reiki drawn into the body, it is at least dozens of times faster than when the heart meridian skill is operated alone. After observing the changes of Shinwon and Reiki in Danshan, Chu Zhongshan looked up and continued to observe the traction force generated over the Qianlong Peak when he broke through the Qi transformation period. At this time, the aura range formed by the traction force over the Qianlong Peak has reached more than 7,000 miles, which has far exceeded the Qianlong Peak and even extended to the test peak. At the same time, the trend of traction has not slowed down at all, so Chu Zhongshan is not in a hurry to take the next level 6 Feng Lingguo to improve his cultivation talent. He thought that after his traction weakened to a certain extent, he will continue to promote the expansion of traction while improving his cultivation talent with the help of Feng Lingguo. The range of Reiki fluctuation reaches 7,500 li, and the traction force is still strong. The range of aura fluctuation reaches 8,000 miles, and the traction is still strong. The range of aura fluctuation reaches 8,500 miles, and the traction force is still strong. The range of Reiki fluctuation reaches 9,000 miles. When the scope of the aura of heaven and earth was extended to 9,000 miles, the strong traction began to flat. When the range of heaven and earth aura was extended to 9,500 miles, the traction began to weaken slowly. If we follow the current trend, it is difficult for Chu Zhongshan to pull the Reiki of heaven and earth more than 10,000 miles, and it is likely to reach the range of 99 miles like the dragon cloud. Although it's only a mile away, it's only 500 meters, but the 500 meters distance is a watershed between the top peerless genius and the demon level. Next, the importance of the sect and the achievements in the future will be very different. Over Qianlong Peak. As Chu Zhongshan broke through the Qi transformation period, when the aura range formed by the traction force reached 8,000 miles, everyone in the sky felt a little nervous. When the aura range formed by the traction force reached 9,000 miles, the people in the sky began to breathe more. Like the old man in blood robe and the old man in white robe, they looked at each other and showed their determination to win. As for Su Shaoji, the deputy leader of the Law Enforcement Peak, and LV Pingsing, the deputy leader of the Merit Hall, they use special means to remind the Peak and Hall leaders who have already paid attention to the situation here. For the dragon cloud without any ideas, I also feel nervous at this time. Although because of Jiao Enjun's reason, he had nothing to attract Chu Zhongshan to join the suzerain Peak, the special relationship between the suzerain and Jiao Enjun, as well as the natural ally of Law Enforcement Peak in the face of the common enemy, made him very much look forward to Chu Zhongshan's talent surpassing himself, reaching the demon level, and becoming the supreme position in the future. If the range of heaven and earth aura reaches 5,000 miles, you are the top peerless genius. If the range of heaven and earth aura reaches 99 miles, you are also the top peerless genius. Although in terms of talent, they are all top peerless talents, there is a big difference between the two. Just like Long Xingyan, among the disciples who broke through the Qi transformation period with him at the beginning, there were also 3 people whose talents reached the ranks of top peerless talents, but those 3 people only managed to reach 6,000 miles with the largest range of heaven and earth aura. Nowadays, among the 3 top peerless talents, the one with the highest cultivation is only the peak of great power, while Long Xingyan is about to break through the supreme position, and the gap between them is like a world of difference. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan, whose aura range is more than 9,000 miles, has been a rare genius of Ligun sect for hundreds of years. If such a disciple can be brought into his lap and become a disciple who inherits his mantle, he can close his eyes with a smile even when he is afraid of death. After the range of the aura of heaven and earth exceeded 950 li, the expansion speed of the traction force began to slow down, but the expansion speed was still not slow. Therefore, many strong people in the sect began to appear over the Qianlong Peak one by one. In just 3 minutes, The original team of only 11 people over Qianlong Peak soon increased to more than 50 people. Moreover, the more than 50 people suspended in mid-air have the lowest accomplishments. Each one is a person who can shake his feet and make the southern region shake 3 times. Looking at the weakening traction in the sky, Chu Zhongshan knew that the reason why his talent did not reach the demon level was not his poor qualification and understanding, but the limitation of cultivation talent. After all, the highest achievement in this life is only the middle of the divine soul period. The lowest achievement of demon talent is also the supreme level, so this is the reason why the traction begins to weaken. Jiao Enjun had considered the limitation of cultivation talent long before breaking through the Qi transformation period. It was for this reason that he arranged Chu Zhongshan to enter the Shura secret realm for practice. First, he continued to improve his strength and potential. Second, he also hoped that he could collect 5 10-year-old blood nuclei through his own hands, in exchange for exotic treasures and pills that can improve the cultivation talent. Of course, what Jiao Enjun didn't tell Chu Zhongshan was that even if he didn't collect 5 blood nuclei of 10 years in the end, he would prepare spiritual fruits for Chu Zhongshan that could improve his cultivation talent. When the traction in the sky was weakened and could only expand the speed of more than 10 miles per minute, Chu Zhongshan knew that he had to take Finglingguo to improve his cultivation talent. Otherwise, when the traction power is weakened to within 10 miles per minute, improving the cultivation talent will not make the range of traction heaven and earth aura exceed 10,000 miles. Swallow the prepared Finglingguo into the mouth. After the Finglingguo starts to play its role, Chu Zhongshan quickly runs the Taixuan mental method and then waits for the consciousness to enter the empty state. Over Qianlong Peak. When Chu Zhongshan broke through the Qi transformation period, when the range of traction force reached 9,500 li, the speed of expansion was further weakened, and it could only expand 15 or 16 li per minute. At this time, everyone knew that Chu Zhongshan's talent had reached the limit, and the team of more than 70 people had been increased over Qianlong Peak. At the same time, they were relieved. If the traction force generated by Chu Zhongshan breaks through the Qi transformation period continues to maintain the expansion speed just now, I'm afraid it will break through 10,000 li in a few minutes, and the talent will reach the demon level. At that time, the sky will be different and become the supreme virtual shadow. I'm afraid it will absorb the real giants of the sect. If several major sectarian giants come in person, there will be no chance for them to compete for Chu Zhongshan. If you give up competing with me for the disciple below today, I will give you 3 blood-eating pills. Looking at the weakening traction, the white-robed old man knew that the battle of contention was about to start, so he wanted to eliminate the strongest opponent before the battle, and then take Chu Zhongshan with a strong advantage. Old Su Tu, I know you've always been greedy. I can extract the blood essence of martial artists. If you can give up today's competition, then I am willing to give you the secret method of extracting blood essence in my hand. How about it? In order to get Chu Zhongshan, the ancestor of Blood Robe also paid blood. If in the past, the ancestor of Blood Robe could put forward this request, even if he was asked to increase the number of health-eating pills to 10, he would be willing to exchange for a secret method that can extract the blood essence of martial artists and improve his own strength. However, in the face of disciples who have reached the top peerless genius, it doesn't matter what kind of pill to eat and what secret method to extract the blood essence of martial artists. After all, for their current practice and the rest of their life, the biggest wish in this life is to find a disciple who can truly inherit and carry forward their mantle. In fact, it was not only the old man in blood robe and the old man in white robe who offered exchange conditions to each other. Except for Long Xingyun, everyone at the scene began to deliberately take advantage of attractive conditions and start to eliminate threatening opponents in advance. No, younger martial brother Chu's traction suddenly began to increase. Long Xingyun, who has been holding the mentality of watching the play, doesn't start to show his hands and feet secretly like others. He has been paying attention to the speed of the expansion of the traction force when Chu Zhongshan breaks through. Because he wanted to see if the younger martial brother he had personally recruited had the same talent and fate as himself, and was defeated by the threshold of demon level by a mile. It is precisely because he has been paying attention that Chu Zhongshan, who has improved his cultivation talent with the help of Feng Lingguo, finally made his talent. Because the improvement of cultivation talent broke through the limitation of demons, and the traction increased at the speed of 20 miles and 30 miles per minute. Long Xingyun just exclaimed that there was no suppressed voice, so everyone who was bargaining on the scene heard it, so they temporarily put down the small action of bargaining on the scene heard it, so they temporarily put down the small action of eliminating their opponents and began to pay attention to the traction of rapid expansion. Old Su Tu, you are proficient in the art of pills and reasoning. What do you think of the current situation? The traction force that had begun to weaken suddenly began to soar. This is the first time that the old man with blood robe has seen and heard in thousands of years of practice. In fact, it was not only the old man in blood robe who did not understand the scene, but also other strong men. Therefore, when the voice of the old man in blood robe questioned the old man in white robe, everyone on the scene turned their eyes to the old man in white robe. Facing the suddenly increasing traction force below, although the old man in white robe was also very confused, he didn't have a clue like everyone. Nephew Long, listen to your tone just now. It seems that you are familiar with the disciples who are breaking through the Qi transformation period below. The thoughtful old man in white robe was bargaining with the old man in blood robe just now, but he always paid attention to the situation around him. Therefore, under the shock of Long Xingyun, he blurted out younger martial brother Chu, which made the old man in white robe remember in his heart. I'm not too familiar. I've met once and talked to each other. Neither denied nor confessed too much, Long Xingyun replied vaguely. Although the white-robed old man was not satisfied with Long Xingyun's vague answer, he didn't study it deeply. He continued to ask, Nephew Long, I don't know what kind of cultivation talent this disciple surnamed Chu had when he broke through the Qi transformation period. The interrogation of the white-robed old man stunned Long Xingyun. Although he personally solicited Chu Zhongshan at the end of the sect Dabai, he never paid attention to Chu Zhongshan's cultivation talent. At this time, the interrogation of the old man in white made him suddenly think of a possibility. Perhaps it is for this reason that the weakened traction began to soar again. Thinking of this, Long Xingyun glanced at the old man in white robe and disappeared over the Qianlong Peak. Zhang Zhufeng, ask for Deatai. It was not easy for the dragon cloud to appear on the Taoist platform. Before he could say a word, he was attracted away by the roar just now, which puzzled the disciples under the Taoist platform. Although a senior brother with profound cultivation explained the specific reason why Long Xingyun left, many disciples still didn't understand. It's just a disciple breaking through the Qi transformation period. How can the eldest martial brother care so much? The distance between Zhang Zhufeng and Qianlong Peak is so far that the traction force generated when the heaven in the middle of Chu breaks through the Qi transformation period. Except that the strong ones whose cultivation reaches above the divine soul period can observe it, the disciples below the divine soul period can't notice it at all, so they don't understand Long Xingyun's behavior. The elder martial brothers who solved their doubts were all peerless strong ones whose accomplishments exceeded the divine soul period, so they were also paying close attention to the expanding traction at this time. At the same time, they also looked forward to the eldest martial brother, who rushed in advance to bring this peerless genius with the highest talent back to Zhang Zhufeng and enhance the strength of Zhang Zhufeng. Just a few peerless strongmen in the divine soul period paid attention to the traction force over the Qianlong Peak. When many disciples below the divine soul period were at a loss under the Taoist platform, a human figure appeared on the Taoist platform in an instant. Where is the registered disciple Huang Fuqi? The figure appearing on the Taoist platform is the dragon cloud that left the Qianlong Peak. He just appeared and immediately began to look for Huang Fuqi, who joined the Lord Peak soon. Elder martial brother, I'm Huang Fuqi. The voice of Long Xingyun just fell. The man standing at the back of the crowd replied nervously. Although with the help of Zhao Enjun, Long Xingyun agreed to accept Huang Fuqi as a registered disciple of the sect leader's first generation, he would not take Huang Fuqi as a disciple with ordinary talent. Therefore, since Huang Fuqi became a disciple of the sect leader's first generation, he has never met Huang Fuqi and did not know Huang Fuqi. Seeing Huang Fuqi, who has excellent demeanor and talent, Long Xingyun showed a smile on his face but said very quickly, after younger martial brother Huangfu became a disciple of Zhang Zhufeng, I haven't guided as a senior brother. It's my mistake to be a senior brother. After I finish this thing, I will certainly take time to guide my junior brother's practice. Thank you, Elder Marshal Brother. Thank you, Elder Marshal Brother. Hearing that Long Xingyun was going to take time to guide his practice, Huang Fuqi was excited and quickly bent over to thank him. Huang Fuqi has been a registered disciple of the sect leader's first generation for some time. From other senior brothers of the same generation, he has long known the strength of Long Xingyun and his prestige in the sect leader's peak. It is the dream of every disciple of the sect leader's peak to get his own guidance. Unexpectedly, Huang Fuqi was not excited that he, a registered disciple who was not valued, should have this blessing. Younger martial brother Huangfu, now I want to ask you something. I hope you can answer truthfully. In addition to wanting to get the answer he wants, it's also because Huang Fuqi's own qualification is okay and can be regarded as a creative talent. Long Xingyun said that he personally guided his practice, not to deceive Huang Fuqi. Elder Marshal Brother, please say. Hearing that Long Xingyun asked himself a question, Huang Fuqi was flattered. Younger Marshal Brother Huangfu, you were originally a disciple of the Hidden Dragon Peak with Chu Zhongshan, so I don't know if you know Chu Zhongshan's own cultivation talent. Long Xingyun asked slightly nervously. If the facts are as they think, Chu Zhongshan's qualification is terrible. For this kind of gifted disciple, who is more evil than evil, even if he finally turns against Zhao Enjun, it is worth it. Looking back a little, Huang Fuqi said in detail, if you go back to Elder Marshal Brother, I have a good relationship with Elder Marshal Brother Chu. At the beginning, Elder Marshal Brother Chu and I took part in the disciple test at the same time and became one of the Hidden Dragon disciples. At the beginning, he became one of the elite disciples with the talent of 10 layers and 7 grades in the Qi refining period. Because he didn't know what Long Xingyun wanted to know about Chu Zhongshan, Huang Fuqi introduced everything he knew in detail. What do you mean? When Chu Zhongshan became a disciple of Li Yun sect, his cultivation talent was only inferior 7 grades, and his cultivation was only 10 levels of perfection in the period of Qi refining. Long Xingyun repeated it incredulously. That's right. More than 100 disciples who took part in the disciple test can be used as certificates. The questioning tone of Long Xingyun made Huang Fuqi explain quickly. Younger Marshal Brother Huangfu, thank you very much. Your information just now is very important. There may be a qualitative change for the future of our sect leader so I'll give you 3 lower-level 8-product melting elixirs to help you break through the Qi transformation period in the future and accelerate the transformation of Zhenyuan. Even in a hurry, Long Xingyun disappeared on the platform after making reasonable arrangements. Many strong people over Qianlong Peak know that the sudden departure of Longxing Cloud must be to verify the cultivation talent of Chu Zhongshan when he broke through the Qi transformation period. So many strong people on the scene are waiting quietly for the result of Longxing Cloud's verification. In just over a minute, the disappeared dragon cloud reappeared at the scene. The white-robed old man who had been waiting for a long time hurriedly asked, Nephew Long, what's the result? After looking at the white-robed old man, Long Xingyun didn't answer the white-robed old man's question. Instead, he hugged his fist with both hands and said apologetically, Uncle Jiao, I believe you must be hiding in the void at this time. The reason why I bother you at this time is that Marshal Nephew wants to do something sorry for your old age. After apologizing, Long Xingyun took out a gray spell about 10 cm long and 2 cm wide from the void. When he was about to use his internal energy to stimulate the spell, there was a sudden roar in the void. Long Xingyun, dare you? With the roar, a figure emerged from the void above the crowd. Isn't this the evil star who nearly triggered the sectarian shopping 100 years ago? Why did he appear? As Zhao Enjun appeared over the Qianlong Peak, some of the 70 strong people at the scene knew Zhao Enjun, but they didn't contact many strong people on weekdays and muttered to themselves. No, this evil star is moody and reckless. Hurry to inform the sect giants and let them come out to frighten this evil star. A strong man who once offended Zhao Enjun saw Zhao Enjun appearing in the void. He was scared to step back and send a distress signal to the backer behind him. Marshal Uncle, I knew you must be hiding in the void around you. Seeing Zhao Sijun emerging from the void, Long Xingyun smiled and put away the gray spell in his hand. The reason why he took out the gray spell just now was not to inform his mentor through this spell, but to force Zhao Enjun out by this means. Because the traction force over Qianlong Peak is about to exceed 10,000 li, and when the traction force exceeds 10,000 li, the whole Li Yun sect will have heaven and earth anomalies. The so-called evil spirit level, good at flower display, mood level, virtual image display. When the traction force of Chu Zhongshan breaks through thousands of miles, the strange image of heaven and earth caused by Chu Zhongshan will certainly attract the attention of several major leaders of sects and the elders, so he doesn't need to waste spells to inform his mentor. His mentor. The demon-level genius who can inspire the world is the most ideal inheritance disciple in the eyes of every giant, and it is a goal that must not be given up easily. Therefore, in order to get the demon-level Chu Zhongshan, several giants and veteran giants will certainly use various means, and the final result is to fight 2 defeats and fear injuries. Zhao Enjun, who is hidden in the void, can calmly pick the fruits of victory at that time. Therefore, Long Xingyun hopes everyone to stand on the same starting line and jointly compete for the ownership of Chu Zhongshan. Boy, Elder Martial Brother is an open and above-board man. How can he accept such a sinister and cunning disciple as you? Seeing that Long Xingyun obediently put away the gray spell, Zhao Enjun knew that he had just been teased by him and immediately scoffed. Hey, martial nephew, I'm magnanimous, forthright, and generous. I'm deeply respected by the sect disciples. How can I be a sinister and cunning villain in the mouth of martial uncle? Facing Zhao Enjun's ridicule, Long Xingyun retorted with a smile. Forget it, since you are willing to use the supreme level spell to force me out. You must have understood the cultivation talent of Chu Zhongshan when he broke through the Qi transformation period, the potential against the sky he has, and the importance of him to the sect leader and Liyan sect, so it's a wish to use conspiracy to force me out. Watching Long Xingyun continue to play a rogue, Zhao Enjun can't teach him a lesson by bullying the small. He can only accept the reality reluctantly. Martial Uncle Zhao, I have to admire your vision. I found the potential of younger martial brother Chu so early and accepted him as an apprentice in advance. Seeing that Zhao Enjun was not blaming himself for the means he had just forced him out, Long Xingyun also put away his rogue posture and said with great admiration, "That's necessary. Your martial uncle may not be as good as your master, but in terms of looking at people, he can get away from your master thousands of miles." Zhao Enjun boasted proudly. Following Zhao Enjun's complacent boasting, Long Xingyun directly set a trap and forced him to fall into the trap of his boasting. Boy, you think I'm like you and like to play some tricks. In the next competition, Zhao Enjun will be absolutely above board, because I believe in Chu Zhongshan's choice. Zhao Enjun paid attention to Long Xingyun's clever trick and said confidently, after more than half a year's contact, he has a deep understanding of Chu Zhongshan's character. Although Chu Zhongshan is not big or small with him on weekdays, he is a person who values friendship. He will give back 100 times if you treat him twice as well. Therefore, Zhao Enjun believed that even if several major sectarian giants made more attractive conditions, Chu Zhongshan would not agree to them and would always worship under his own door. Just have confidence, martial uncle. Seeing Zhao Enjun's confident look, Long Xingyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhao Enjun doesn't use his special identity to interfere with Chu Zhongshan in the next competition, Long Xingyun believes that the means of his mentor can definitely make Chu Zhongshan willingly join the suzerain peak and become the future giant of the suzerain. Did I let you go? Just after Zhao Enjun talked with Long Xingyun about the conditions, he saw several people quietly retreating at the scene. He glared at him and threatened in an impolite tone. Stay here and watch my apprentice successfully break through the gas transformation period. If anyone dares to leave secretly for me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Apprentice. Zhao Enjun didn't lower his voice in order to shock several people who were retreating, so everyone on the scene heard what he just said, especially the word apprentice, which deeply penetrated into everyone's heart. For the old man in blood robe and the old man in white robe, if the person who said this was not Zhao Enjun, even if it was the Peak Lord of Law Enforcement Peak or the Temple Lord of Merit Hall, they dared to argue with him. However, in the face of Zhao Enjun, who slaughtered hundreds of sect experts 100 years ago and killed Yun Leifeng angrily, the two dare not compete. They are afraid that the angry Zhao Enjun will directly kill them. With the character of Zhao Enjun, he is not afraid or unable. As the wind spirit fruit of the lower level 6 grades, it can improve the cultivation talents of 2 small grades below the 5 grades. Like other spiritual fruits and pills to improve the cultivation talents, when improving the cultivation talents, it will make the consciousness of the promoted fall into an empty state. Therefore, the soaring traction force over Qianlong Peak is unknown to Chu Zhongshan in the state of emptiness and brightness. While the cultivation talent is improved, the speed of the sharp increase of traction is directly extended to 9,900 li. 30 seconds later, the aura range of the traction force has been extended to 9999 miles, just 1 mile away from 10,000 miles. At this moment, not only the dozens of strong people over Qianlong Peak held their breath, but also the giants in the depths of the sect who have been paying attention to the spirit also opened their eyes and stared at the traction force over Finglong Peak. When the traction force reaches 9999 miles, the expansion direction of the traction force seems to be blocked by an invisible barrier, which makes the speed of the traction force slow down instantly. Although the speed of Reiki expansion slowed down, the traction force still expanded at the speed of tens of meters per minute. When the traction force is only 9 meters away from 10,000 miles, the medicine effect of Finglingyu is also the time to play its greatest role. Chu Zhongshan, who was in a state of emptiness and brightness, could not feel the change of his body, but his cultivation talent broke through the 6th grade. When he entered the 5th grade, when a prison in his body was broken, it seemed to make a light and brittle sound. The traction force originally blocked by the invisible barrier, with the light and brittle breaking sound from the celestial body in the middle of Chu, the expansion force was like being stimulated, and directly erupted into a stronger expansion force, breaking through 10,000 li at one stroke. Boom! After the traction force broke through 10,000 miles, the barrier in front seemed to disappear, and the expansion speed of the traction force soared to tens of miles per minute at a time. At the same time, the whole Ligan sect and the whole southern region issued a roar through the sky. With the roar, the whole Qianlong Peak and the whole Ligan sect suddenly came with 5-color sandalwood flowers. The sandalwood flowers exuded a strange fragrance that can calm the heart and make the mood and cultivation of each Ligan sect disciple improve at different levels. With the emergence of countless flowers, a huge virtual shadow slowly emerged 10,000 meters above the Qianlong Peak. As the traction force under the virtual shadow continues to expand the Reiki range, the emerging virtual shadow becomes more and more solid. By the time the range of the aura of heaven and earth reached 10,999 li, the virtual shadow had been completely solidified, and the solid shadow as like as 2 peas in the middle of the day are breaking through. Yunlongfeng, Green Bamboo Courtyard. Because Yunlong Peak is not too far away from Qianlong Peak, when Chu Zhongshan breaks through the Qi transformation period, the extension range of aura can be seen clearly by all the people in the Green Bamboo Courtyard of Yunlong Peak. However, the people of Yunlong Peak, who can't use the power of divine thoughts, don't know which mountain peak the disciples breaking through the Qi period come from, so they don't know that the disciples breaking through the Qi period are Chu Zhongshan. When the aura range formed by the traction force reached 3,000 miles, Dongfeng Yongping, standing in the center of the crowd, had moved the idea of wanting to contact and make friends. A disciple with such a talent will basically become a powerful person famous in the southern region as long as there is no accident on the way, which will greatly help him succeed as the crown prince of the Tianlong Emperor in 5 years. When the aura range formed by the traction force reached 5,000 li, Dongfeng Yongping's idea of making friends began to waver. The 5,000-mile aura range is the talent of the top peerless genius. A disciple with such talent is likely to become the emperor in the future. The emperor's position is no less than that of his own father, Dongfeng Xingba. It is difficult for him to reach a height in his life. When the aura range formed by the traction force reached 9,000 miles, Dongfeng Yongping had stopped the idea of making friends with each other. Because the Reiki range has reached 9,000 miles, which is already the level of the top peerless genius. Such peerless genius will have a great chance to become the supreme one in the future. The supreme position is not the level he can imagine, but also the level he is difficult to touch in his life. When the traction force of more than 9,000 miles began to slow down when the traction force of more than 9,000 miles began to slow down the expansion speed in the sky, not far from Yunlong Peak, knowing that Dongfeng Yongping was about to end, he had planned to start greeting people back to the living room. Because what happened next was that the top forces of the sects began to use their means to compete for the top peerless talents. The Tianlong Emperor's power in Liyan sect only belongs to the 3rd to 4th class, and it can't intervene in the competition for peerless talents. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to greet the people back to the living room, the slowing traction force over Yunlong Peak seemed to take a tonic, and suddenly became vigorous again. The expansion speed of the traction force soared at a time, which made him instantly put out his idea of opening his mouth. Then, like everyone else, he continued to pay attention to the expanding traction in the sky. When the aura range expanded by the traction force exceeded 10,000 li, and the whole Yunlong Peak began to come to the 5 colors and flowers to improve the state of mind cultivation, Dongfeng Yangping raised his head and looked at the void with envy, while improving the state of mind cultivation with the help of the power of incense. As one of the most valued princes of the Tianlong imperial dynasty, Dongfeng Yangping once saw a secret story about demonic genius in the imperial secret library. According to the record in the secret news, the demon genius will have the appearance of heaven and earth when he breaks through the qi transformation period. The strange image of heaven and earth may be good at flowers, lotus or lotus. Anyway, there will be strange images that make people feel incredible. At the same time, with the different images of heaven and earth, the supreme virtual shadow will appear in the void. Therefore, he wanted to see which demon-level gifted disciple the supreme virtual shadow formed in the void was, so that he could recognize each other in the future. When the virtual shadow of a human figure about hundreds of meters high appeared over Yunlong Peak, Dongfeng Yangping couldn't help clenching his fists and showing an expression of impossibility on his face. Then he quickly looked at Dongfeng Yuner and found that Dongfeng Yuner's eyes also showed a look of shock. A trace of regret rose quietly. After the virtual shadow hundreds of meters above gradually solidified, Dongfeng Yin, who had fought with Chu Zhongshan, said to himself with a slightly puzzled look, "Hey, the huge virtual shadow in the sky looks more and more familiar, as if it was Chu Zhongshan." Zhang Yanan and Yue Zhongzong, who were shocked by Dongfeng Yin's self-talk and had several contacts with Chu Zhongshan, also showed a sudden realization. Then, they quickly looked at Yangping in the east, and their eyes showed the look of interrogation. Facing the interrogation eyes of Yue Zhongzong and Zhang Yanan, Dongfeng Yangping lowered his head and clenched his fists to give himself a few big mouths. Although he had speculated that Chu Zhongshan's qualification might reach the demon level in the cave left by the peerless strong man in Purgatory City and the 3rd layer of the Blood Devil secret place, he was unwilling to believe his speculation. After all, unlike the demons of the sect, Chu Zhongshan was born within the sect. His parents were the top strongmen in the southern region. Their natural strong genes determined their extraordinary birth. Chu Zhongshan is just a little man from an 8th-grade family who was born in the subsidiary kingdom of the Tianlong imperial dynasty. The talent of such a little man can reach the top genius is the smoke on the ancestral tombs of the Chu family. If you can achieve peerless genius, I'm afraid it's the blessing of the Chu family for 800 generations. As for the demon level, it's impossible. It was in this unconscious contempt that he never thought that the talented disciple who broke through the qi transformation period at this time might be Chu Zhongshan. Looking up at the virtual shadow gradually solidified in the sky, Dongfeng Yangping has a desire to die at this time. At the same time, he is secretly regretting and blaming himself. I regret why I am in a hurry to break through the gas sea period, and blame myself for not resolving the misunderstanding between my sister and Chu Zhongshan first. After taking a look at Dongfeng Yuner, who was completely absent-minded, Dongfeng Yangping knew that the way he wanted to help the two people clear up their misunderstanding was no longer feasible. Talent reaches the demon level, breaks through the qi transformation period, and presents the supreme virtual shadow. No matter how Chu Zhongshan was born before, from now on he is very different from his identity and status. I can't face him as a superior as before, nor can I scold him as a senior brother. Brother Huang is the empty shadow above Chu Zhongshan, Dongfeng Yin without any eyesight asked loudly. The unhappy Dongfeng Yangping glared at Dongfeng Yan fiercely and then shouted to Dongfeng Yuner, "Yuner, you come with me. I want to talk to you about something." The misunderstanding between Dongfeng Yuner and Chu Zhongshan is that they have different ideas. As long as Dongfeng Yuner can change their ideas, the misunderstanding between her and Chu Zhongshan will disappear, and the two may be able to restore their previous relationship. If Chu Zhongshan could become his brother-in-law, relying on his demonic talent, amazing cultivation speed, and the competition for the crown prince 5 years later, he would be absolutely sure. Yes. Dongfeng Yuner, who was in a very complicated mood, nodded numbly, then followed Dongfeng Yongping like a walking corpse and raced straight into the living room. Subsequently, the door of the living room was tightly closed. Trial Peak, the residence of external disciples. With the help of the spirit stone and elixir presented by Chu Zhongshan, Zhang Qian's accomplishments broke through one after another in just 20 days. Now it is the peak cultivation of the third layer in the body training period, and it is not far from breaking through the fourth layer in the body training period. When He Huaying and LV Kong broke through the Qi transformation period, Zhang Qian had noticed the traction force formed over the test peak. She also knew that this was a talented disciple breaking through the Qi transformation period. While she was envious, she worked harder to practice. When a broader aura fluctuation was formed in the sky not far from the test peak, Zhang Qian suddenly thought that the third disciple who broke through the Qi transformation period was likely to be Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, she immediately ended her practice and found Wang Zhongning. Then they found a place with good vision and looked at the expanding Reiki range above. When the traction force broke through 10,000 li, Liyun's sect came and was good at flowers in 5 colors. At the same time, Zhang Qian recognized that the virtual shadow was Chu Zhongshan. Although she didn't know that Chu Zhongshan's expression was different from others, she knew it was a good thing through the 5 colors and flowers that could improve her state of mind cultivation just now, so she was really happy for Chu Zhongshan. Later, she negotiated with Wang Zhongning. When she broke through the 4-tier peak of the body training period, she went to the Qianlong Peak to congratulate Chu Zhongshan on breaking through the Qi transformation period and promoting her to an inner disciple. When the traction force broke through 10,000 li, and there was a strange image in the sect. When the traction force broke through 10,000 li, and there was a strange image in the sect. Chu Zhongshan's consciousness woke up from the empty and bright state. Seeing countless colorful flowers floating around the body and smelling the fragrance that can improve the cultivation of state of mind, Chu Zhongshan looked a little confused. Because he didn't know what happened to the Qianlong Peak after his consciousness fell into the empty state, so that there would be countless colorful flowers in other hospitals. When he raised his head and wanted to observe whether he had more than 10,000 miles to draw the Reiki of heaven and earth, he unexpectedly found that a virtual figure with a height of about hundreds of meters stood 10,000 meters above the Reiki of Qianlong Peak. Even more as like as 2 peas, he was shocked to see that the figure was gradually becoming solid, and his appearance was just like himself. Although I don't know what happened, Chu Zhongshan has a feeling that the abnormal image now may have a lot to do with his traction of the spirit of heaven and earth to break through 10,000 li. In other words, after talent breaks through the demon level, it is likely to be accompanied by the strange images of heaven and earth. Although he had doubts, he didn't pay much attention to the virtual shadow above his head, but closed his eyes and began to check the situation in the danshan. While improving the cultivation talent with the help of Finglingguo, the danshan, which has been extended to the limit, was forcibly deepened at one time. Although the capacity of danshan is still like a mountain spring, the depth up and down has been greatly deepened, and the number of real yuan stored has increased by at least 3 to 5 times. 3 to 5 times the true yuan capacity can make your strength stronger and keep your strength to challenge the higher order. At the same time, with the help of Finglingguo, you can improve your cultivation talent and make yourself break through the Qi transformation period. The range of spiritual Qi that leads to heaven and earth exceeds 10,000 li. More than 10,000 miles of heaven and earth aura was pulled into the danshan, making the aura in the whole danshan almost liquefied. Based on the total amount of Reiki in the elixir field and the capacity of the elixir field, all Reiki can be transformed into yuan. Your accomplishments may directly break through the 3rd layer of the Reiki period, and may even rise to the peak of the 3rd layer of the Reiki period. Like the gas refining period and body refining period, the gas refining period is also divided into 3 stages and 10 levels in junior high school and senior high school. The 1st layer to the 3rd layer in the gasification period is called the early stage of the gasification period. The practice process is only the increase of the true element capacity. When the number of true elements in the danshan reaches 1/3 of the capacity of the danshan, the cultivation will break through the 1st layer of the gasification period. When the number of true elements in the danshan reaches 2/3 of the capacity of the danshan, the cultivation will break through the second floor of the gasification period. When the number of true elements in the elixir field completely fills the elixir field, the cultivation will break through the third floor of the gasification period. It seems simple to absorb the aura of heaven and earth and transform genuine with the help of 7 meridians and 8 meridians. In fact, the process is quite complicated. 10 times of heaven and earth aura, after the transformation of 7 meridians and 8 veins, can form less than 1 layer of aura at most. To make the elixir field full of spiritual power, you need to absorb at least 100 times more spiritual qi, which takes 1 to 3 months. Of course, cultivation talent, potential and origin can speed up the absorption of Reiki and shorten the consumption time. Genuine is an energy that is more than 10 times higher than Lingli. It is difficult to convert it into a layer of genuine when it absorbs 100 times of Linqi. It takes at least half a year to a year and a half to fill the real yuan in the danshan. Half a year is the time that peerless talents need to spend. A year and a half is the time that ordinary talents need to spend. As for the genie-level genius, it takes less time, and the process of refining the body and true yuan is simpler. That's why a martial artist can really test his true talent only when his cultivation breaks through the qi transformation period. Only by detecting his true talent can he roughly estimate his future achievements and carry out targeted training according to his talent. Alas, it seems that if you want to convert all the aura in the elixir field into yuan in a short time, 3 bottles of melting elixir may not be enough. Looking at the melting elixir placed in front of him, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sighing. Because just now he simply calculated the amount of Reiki transformed by the melting elixir, Chu Zhongshan found that if he wanted to transform the Reiki almost in liquid state, he needed at least 100 lower level 8 grade melting elixirs. Even 100 melting pills may not be enough. After all, the human body has certain drug resistance. 8 and 10 melting elixirs can achieve the efficacy of 10 layers, but it's good that 30 and 50 melting elixirs can maintain the efficacy of 6 to 7 layers. The idea of the urgent lack of melting elixir was temporarily forgotten, and Chu Zhongshan looked up at the sky. With the hundreds of giant figures above the head fully solidified, the aura fluctuation formed by the traction force has stopped, and the range of traction aura finally stopped at 10,999 li. 9 seconds later, the traction force formed on his head slowly disappeared. At the same time, with the disappearance of the traction force, the giant human shadow gradually illusory and finally turned into endless energy and entered the danshan with the remaining heaven and earth aura. After the remaining heaven and earth aura enters the body, Chu Zhongshan takes advantage of the situation to pour all the remaining 7 pills and 1 brain in the first pill bottle into his mouth, and then runs the Taikshuan Heart Sutra skill to accelerate the transformation of the aura in the elixir field with the help of the power of the elixir of melting the elixir, hoping to promote the cultivation to the 3-level peak of the qi transformation period in the shortest time. However, just as he had just taken 7 melting elixirs and began to transform genuine, more than a dozen people appeared in the other courtyard of Qianlongfeng No. 9, which scared him almost into a devil. Looking up, he found that he only knew 2 of the more than a dozen people who appeared in No. 9 other hospital. One is Zhao Sijun, his mentor, and the other is Long Xingyun, the master brother of the first department of the patriarch. In addition, among the dozen people who appeared in other hospitals, one also absorbed his strong attention. The man was dressed in a robe dyed like blood, and there was a long scar between his eyebrows and earlobes, which made the man look very fierce. The reason why the old man in red clothes attracted his attention was not because of his strange appearance and clothes, but the energy in his body, which made the purple blood in Chu Zhongshan's blood vessels feel like boiling. Take a deep breath and suppress some boiling purple blood in his body. Chu Zhongshan stood up, walked straight to Zhao Enjun and saluted respectfully. Master, apprentice, you have lived up to your old expectations and successfully broke through the qi transformation period. Good, great. Zhao Enjun was so excited that he shouted 3 times. Chu Zhongshan's demon talent is only one of the reasons. The other reason is his respectful attitude just now. Zhao Enjun shouted 3 times excitedly, which also made Chu Zhongshan very happy. Zhao Enjun shouted 3 times excitedly, which also made Chu Zhongshan very happy, because this is Zhao Enjun's affirmation of breaking through the gasification period. Younger martial brother Chu, I don't know if you still remember his brother." Chu Zhongshan's respectful attitude towards Zhao Wenjun made Long Xingyun feel a little nervous. Because he was afraid that Chu Zhongshan's feelings for Zhao Wenjun were too deep, leading to a certain resistance when the patriarch solicited him, so after the cold quarrel between the two people was over, he quickly stood up and said hello. "Elder martial brother Long, younger martial brother, how dare you forget that elder martial brothers helped that day, and the importance he attached to him." Chu Zhongshan also responded respectfully with a fist to Long Xingyun. "Brother Chu, first of all, I want to congratulate you. You not only successfully broke through the Qi transformation period, but also your talent broke through the demon level and became the 4th demon level genius of the sect in a century. The genius of the 4th demon." Long Xingyun's congratulations just now revealed a very important information. That is to say, not counting himself, there are 3 demon-level geniuses in Liyun's sect, and those 3 demon-level geniuses have higher cultivation than themselves. The so-called peer is an enemy, and the same talent is a competitor. After you show your demon talent, you may become a thorn in the eye of those 3 demon geniuses, so you must guard against the secret means of these 3 people. Secondly, my mentor, the leader of Liyun's sect, wants to see you. The leader of Liyun's sect, one of the 9 giants in the southern region, wanted to see himself. Hearing the news, Chu Zhongshan was shocked and speechless. Although he knew that the demon-level talent he showed when he broke through the Qi transformation period would certainly attract the attention of the great figures of the sect, in his opinion, at most, people at the level of deputy sect leader appeared to encourage him. However, what I didn't expect was that it was the lord of a sect who met him in person, which shocked Chu Zhongshan and made him feel flattered. Finally, I really hope younger martial brother Chu can agree to the lord's request. The request of the patriarch. The last sentence of Long Xingyun made Chu Zhongshan very confused. When the patriarch saw him, he showed his demonic talent and encouraged himself to continue to practice hard and contribute to the future of Liyun's sect. Is there a secret you don't know? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan cast puzzled eyes on Zhao Wenjun, hoping that he could give the information he wanted to know. "Everything depends on your heart. No matter what decision you make, I won't blame you as a teacher." Seeing Chu Zhongshan's puzzled eyes, Zhao Wenjun not only didn't explain but said something that baffled him. "However, whether you understand it or not, the patriarch's advice can't be refused and can't be delayed. Therefore, let Ronglingdon reduce the efficiency and transform Zhenyun by itself." Chu Zhongshan nodded to Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun smiled gently at himself, and then he felt that the environment in front of him had changed. The immediate environment is very strange. It is no longer the number 9 other courtyard he is familiar with, but a place where the scenery is like a fairyland on earth and the aura is close to liquid. Here you are. Before Chu Zhongshan could observe the surrounding environment, a gentle voice made him look up. Then, a handsome and gentle young man in his 30s was sitting in the void with his knees bent and looked at himself with a smile. I don't know if it's an illusion. Chu Zhongshan always feels the eyes of the young man in front of him and hides himself in the bottom of his heart. It seems that he has seen through the 2 most important secrets, which makes Chu Zhongshan raise his vigilance. At the same time, there was a trace of disgust in my heart. Maybe you have a strong cultivation, maybe you have a high status, but no matter what, you can't easily check the secrets of others. This is the minimum etiquette for a strong person. My surname is Shen and my name is Tianxing. I'm the leader of Liyun's sect. You can call me the leader, or you can call me martial uncle as younger martial brother Jiao. The disgust that Chu Zhongshan had just inadvertently raised in his heart made the young man sitting in the void frown slightly. Then he thought of the reason. Knowing that he was unjustified, he not only actively introduced himself, but also took out a pill bottle from the void and sent it to the middle heaven of Chu with the power of God. This is a bottle of top-level 7 product melting elixir, which is just suitable for your current state. The first thing to do when seeing the other party meet is to give the pill, and the pill is the melting elixir he urgently needs. The effect of the upper-level 7 product melting aura is dozens of times that of the lower-level 8 product melting aura. Wait until the efficacy of the lower-level 8 product melting aura is reduced to 5 layers, and then take the upper-level 7 product melting aura. Chu Zhongshan is sure to convert all the liquid aura in the elixir field into yuan within 1 month. At the same time, we are sure to improve our cultivation to the 3-level peak in the Qi transformation period in 2 months. After accepting this heavy gift, Chu Zhongshan's dissatisfaction with Shen Fengxing just now disappeared. Chu Zhongshan, although I have 8 true disciples in my life, the only ones who can let me personally accept disciples are the big disciple Long Xingyun and the 5th disciple Zio Shan. Zio Shan is an apprentice I accepted 30 years ago. When he broke through the qi transformation period, the range of his spiritual qi reached 10,333 li. His talent is also a demon like you. Now, 30 years later, Zio Shan's cultivation is not far from breaking through the supreme position. At most, he can achieve the supreme position in 2 to 3 years. Chu Zhongshan, if you are willing to worship me as a teacher, then I also have the ability to let you break through the chaotic realm and advance to the supreme position within 30 years. After Chu Zhongshan happily put away the pill bottle, Shen Fengxing, sitting in the void, began his temptation as described. Break through chaos and advance to the supreme position within 30 years. Although it is not clear what is the realm of chaos, the supreme position of Chu Zhongshan is clear. Because in the southern region, the supreme position of achievement must be the giant of the southern region and the next chess player who can really determine the situation in the southern region. If he was a disciple of other demons, he would have knelt down and kowtowed to the master in the face of the promise just made by the leader of Liyan sect. However, it is too long for Chu Zhongshan to advance to the supreme position within 30 years. He hopes to use a shorter time to advance to the supreme level. Because only in this way can he integrate the power of space law and Danshan, have the ability to tear the void and roam the stars, and return to the earth in his parents' lifetime. In addition, as a man with pre-crossing memory, he is deeply influenced by the traditional concept of Long Shuo. His concept of being a teacher one day and a father all his life has gone deep into his heart. Then his tone changed and he said sincerely, "But the disciple has worshipped Elder Jiao then." His tone changed and he said sincerely, "But the disciple has worshipped Elder Jiao as a teacher and has paid a great ceremony of worshipping the teacher, so the disciple can't change the sect." While bending over to apologize and refuse, he raised the pill bottle he had just got. Chu Zhongshan, although younger martial brother Jiao's strength is not much weaker than me, he is not a good teacher with a casual temperament. If you continue to choose to worship him as a teacher, it may delay your demonic talent. Chu Zhongshan directly refused his just solicitation, which made Shen Fengxing, the leader of Liyan sect, never think of it, but he didn't want to give up Chu Zhongshan, an evil disciple, and continue to persuade him. "Lord, I don't know what other people think, but in my heart of Chu Zhongshan, the idea of being a teacher one day and a father all his life will never change. One day as a teacher, lifelong as a father." In a paragraph that Chu Zhongshan just declined, Shen Fengxing couldn't help repeating that he was a teacher one day and a father all his life. Then he looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complex look and loving eyes. He said more gently, "To tell you the truth, I'm a little envious and jealous of younger martial brother Jiao now because he accepted a good apprentice. Chu Zhongshan, the upper-level 7-grade melting elixir is a gift I gave you, not a gift from your teacher, so you can put it away at ease." "Thank you, Lord." Just now, although a righteous gesture raised the melting elixir, Chu Zhongshan was reluctant to give up. After all, the top-level 7 product melting elixir is the best elixir for him to improve his cultivation in the shortest time. Now hearing that Shen Fengxing is making a gift for himself, Chu Zhongshan is happy to put it into the storage bag. As long as he enters the storage bag, no matter what happens next, he can't hand in the upper-level 7-grade melting elixir. "Chu Zhongshan, although you don't want to worship me as a teacher, from the perspective of generation, I'm also your martial uncle. Moreover, this is the first time you and I have met. The gift of a bottle of pills is a little thin." At this point, Shen Fengxing's hands are bound, and gray energy is pulled out of the void. Gray energy pulled out eventually turned into a gray spell in the knot of his hands. Then, the gray spell floated in front of Chu Zhongshan. "This is a protective spell made by me with supreme power. It stores my energy in case. It can resist the Emperor's full blow. It is my second gift to you." Reaching out to take the spell made by Shen Fengxing, Chu Zhongshan felt a burst of joy. "The reason why I am ecstatic is not that I like the protective power of the spell, but the symbolic meaning of the spell. Because this spell is not sent by others, but the leader of Liyan sect, Shen Fengxing, one of the 9 giants in the southern region, has the life-saving card he made, which means he is favored by the leader. Those who want to deal with themselves should think about whether they can bear the wrath of Liyan sect leader. The so-called good things come in pairs. The above two things are my gifts to you. You can leave now. When Chu Zhongshan grasped the gray spell and Shen Fengxing waved his sleeve, Chu Zhongshan disappeared in a moment in the secret place where the scenery was like a fairyland. Be a teacher one day and a father all your life. Looking at the disappearing Chu Zhongshan, sitting in the void, Shen Fengxing stood up, looked complex, looked at the void and repeated what he had just said. With the popular cloud waving his sleeves, Chu Zhongshan felt that he had returned to number 9 Other Hospital. When he saw more than a dozen people standing in the courtyard, he determined that he was returning to number 9 Other Courtyard. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who returned to number 9 Other Hospital again, holding a gray spell, Long Xingyun's face showed a trace of joy, but Zhao Enjun's face was instantly gloomy. Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjun were the first two people Chu Zhongshan paid attention to after returning to number 9 Other Hospital, so they changed their looks. He saw it clearly and immediately knew that they had misunderstood. Put away the gray spell in his hand, Chu Zhongshan went to Zhao Enjun and said casually, "Lao Zhao, the patriarch is much more generous than you. The first time I met, he gave me a bottle of top-grade 7 pills and a life-saving card that can resist the Emperor's full attack. How about you?" Zhao Enjun, who was originally gloomy, brightened up in an instant after hearing Chu Zhongshan's ridicule. At the same time, the tone was quite forthright and said, "It's a bottle of top-grade 7 pills. I'll give you 10 bottles of top-grade 6 pills later." A gentleman's word. Seeing the success of his scheme designed with the help of the special situation, Chu Zhongshan hurriedly forced Zhao Enjun with a promise to avoid his later repentance. 4 horses are irretrievable. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's conspiracy, Zhao Enjun, who was in a good mood, not only didn't care about it but promised it with great pride. Younger martial brother Chu, why? Chu Zhongshan's casual attitude and frank words just now let Long Xingyun know that he refused his mentor's request, which made him a little confused. Who is your mentor? That's the leader of Liyan sect, one of the top giants in the southern region, who holds the huge cultivation resources in the southern region. How many people want to worship under his door and become his registered disciples, but they suffer from no way. The mentor not only accepted him as his own disciple, but also personally solicited him. In this case, Chu Zhongshan refused face to face. Is it difficult that he has a problem with his mind? Maybe his head is ill. Senior brother, everyone has his own ambition. Some things are reluctant. The question of Long Xingyun cannot be explained by words, so Chu Zhongshan can only deal with it vaguely. Nephew Chu, I'm Su Sheaji, deputy head of law enforcement peak. Just after Long Xingyun's depressed words, Su Sheaji, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, hurried forward to say hello. "Oh, it's Lord Su Feng. I've heard of you for a long time." Seeing Su Sheaji with nearly 7 or 8 floors similar to Su Hua, Chu Zhongshan responded with a warm gesture. Although the relationship with the law enforcement peak is not very harmonious, due to Zhao Enjun's personal reasons, there is likely to be fierce conflict in the future. We still try to avoid conflict with the senior management of the law enforcement peak before we fully grow up. "Nephew Chu, I want to see you." Chu Zhongshan's enthusiastic response made Su Sheaji mistakenly think that he was interested in law enforcement peak, and quickly greeted him warmly. This hypocrisy in public doesn't matter, but Chu Zhongshan feels a little drumming when he meets a completely strange law enforcement leader in a completely strange environment. Chu Zhongshan, who didn't want to conflict with the top management of law enforcement peak, immediately fell into a dilemma in the face of Su Sheaji's warm invitation. If he agrees to meet the leader of the law enforcement peak, he is worried that the powerful leader of the law enforcement peak will secretly do it to himself after he refuses his solicitation. If you do not agree to see the owner of the law enforcement peak, it is equivalent to not giving face to the law enforcement peak. That is, directly offending the high level of the law enforcement peak, which is contrary to his original intention. The leader senior brother wants to take Chu Zhongshan as his disciple. I Zhao Enjun have nothing to say. Because the leader senior brother is stronger than me, and he is open and above board, I believe he will not harm Chu Zhongshan. However, the defeated generals who were good at using intrigues and tricks in those days, and now the shrinking tortoise who dare not appear actively wants to compete for Chu Zhongshan, then I'll tell you 2 words, no. In fact, when Su Sheaji came forward to say hello, Zhao Enjun wanted to directly drink and scold, and let him get out of number 9 Other Courtyard and get out of Qianlong Peak. However, Chu Zhongshan's first greeting interrupted his steps, and made him resist the idea of drinking and scolding for a while. now seeing Chu Zhongshan in hesitation. How can Zhao Enjun, who understands his mind, not immediately stand up and take the initiative to block back Su Sheyaji's invitation for him? It seemed that the threat just now was not strong enough. Zhao Enjun took a step forward and roared with a strong, murderous spirit. Su Sheyaji, to tell you the truth, even if Chu Zhongshan agrees to be your disciple of the law enforcement peak, I will kill the law enforcement peak and bring him back from the law enforcement peak. Zhao Enjun's murderous threat made Su Sheyaji step back and made other strong people on the scene hold their breath. They all know that what Zhao Enjun just said is not a joke, but must be done. In the bloody conflict 100 years ago, except for the younger Long Xingyun, everyone at the scene had heard of Zhao Enjun's means of killing people, and had witnessed his cruel means of killing people. Elder Zhao, you are just an inner deacon elder of Liyun's sect now. You have no right to Elder Zhao, you are just an inner deacon elder of Liyun's sect now. You have no right to intervene in the affairs of the top level of the sect. Su Sheyaji retorted with a stiff head. Zhao Enjun's murderous threat just now. Su Sheyaji was the most nervous person on the scene. In addition to the irreconcilable contradiction between the law enforcement Feng master and Zhao Enjun 100 years ago, he directly faced Zhao Enjun in that year and still has a fresh memory of Zhao Enjun's bloody means. If he hadn't left the battlefield in advance pretending to be seriously injured, there would be his own body among the law enforcement peak disciples killed that year. Originally, in the face of Zhao Enjun's murderous threat, he had given up the idea of soliciting Chu Zhongshan, but the leader of the law enforcement peak whispered secretly, so that he had to face Zhao Enjun directly. Alas, 100 years have passed. It seems that some people have forgotten what someone did in those days. In the face of Su Sheyaji, who stubbornly refuted himself, Zhao Enjun sighed, his face changed, stepped forward and stared at Su Sheyaji, and his tone was even more naked and threatening. Su Sheyaji, believe it or not, I'll kill you now. In the face of Zhao Enjun's naked threat, Su Sheyaji was scared and stepped back more than a dozen steps, but Zhao Enjun still didn't want to let go of his idea, and a momentum that changed the color of the world gradually rose from him. Master Apprentice has something to say. Seeing that Zhao Enjun is about to kill Su Sheyaji, Chu Zhongshan suddenly interrupts his murderous spirit. As a supreme strongman, Zhao Enjun's strength is very strong, but as one of the 3 factions of Liyun's sect, there may be unknown power behind him. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want Zhao Enjun to conflict with the law enforcement peak now. Although Zhao Enjun directly killed Luo Changlao of the law enforcement peak during the sect comparison of the external disciples, the elder is far from the deputy peak leader in terms of strength and status. To kill an elder in the spirit period, the law enforcement peak scruples about Zhao Enjun's strength and chooses to swallow life with patience. However, if they kill a high-ranking deputy peak leader, they will kill Zhao Enjun even if they use their hidden power for the face and prestige of the law enforcement peak. If the law enforcement peak uses the hidden power, and Zhao Enjun can't really be alone, the desperate killing of the 2 sides is likely to lead to the internal struggle of Liyun's sect. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to see this happen, so he takes the initiative to stand up and stop Zhao Enjun from doing it, while quickly thinking about the solution. Shen Fengxing repeated what he said at that time, which made Chu Zhongshan think of a way, so he went to Zhao Enjun, stood between him and Su Sheyaji, and bent over to salute more than a dozen people at the scene. Chu Zhongshan would like to thank you very much for your kindness, but I want to say sorry to you. Then he turned around, knelt down in front of Zhao Enjun directly in front of the crowd, looked firm and said in a sensational tone, Chu Zhongshan was born in a small family in a remote kingdom. When I was an adult, because of an accident, I couldn't practice for nearly a year. During that time, the elders of the family had given up the idea of continuing treatment, but I didn't give up myself. In order to cure my injury and get back on the path of cultivation, I searched all the books and materials of the family, and finally found the treatment in a corner of the family library. At the same time, I found that in addition to the methods of treating my injury, there was also a story recorded in that book. At this point, Chu Zhongshan paused, glanced at the crowd, and said with an apologetic tone, The plot of the story is too long, so I won't elaborate here, but one sentence in the book is hard for me to forget. At the same time, that sentence has also become my goal. Looking directly at Zhao Enjun, Chu Zhongshan continued to say sensationally, Master, when you wanted to take me as an apprentice, do you know why I asked you to fulfill your gambling agreement? Aren't you afraid I won't admit it afterwards? In the face of Chu Zhongshan's inexplicable, sensational, and confused Zhao Enjun, it is rare to respond seriously. He shook his head. Chu Zhongshan then knocked his head for 3 times. He looked up and said, "One day as a teacher and all his life as a father." This is the original sentence in the story. The reason why I let you fulfill your gambling agreement is to worship you as a teacher without any distractions. Be a teacher one day and a father all your life. Zhao Enjun repeated this sentence like Shen Fengxing, but his mood at this time was much more excited than Shen Fengxing. Because Chu Zhongshan said this to himself, which was the duty he had been performing since he kowtowed to himself, which Zhao Enjun never thought of. For example, an apprentice's accomplishment surpassed that of a master. In order not to delay his future, an apprentice has reason to learn from a stronger person. For example, after irreconcilable contradictions occur between teachers and apprentices due to differences in something, apprentices can also choose another teacher. For example, in the process of cultivation, if an apprentice finds that his cultivation methods and martial arts are different from those of his master, he can also find a master suitable for his own cultivation. Therefore, in the eternal continent, there has never been a saying of being a teacher for one day and a father for life. Chu Zhongshan's theory and action just now completely changed people's ideas and made them begin to realize the importance of inheritance between teachers and disciples. Good, good, good. Zhao Enjun, who was deeply moved, said hello 3 times, then bent over to help Chu Zhongshan kneel on the ground and roared excitedly. From today on, Chu Zhongshan is the only disciple of Zhao Enjun in his life. Whoever dares to touch a hair of my disciple, even if I fight this old life, I will let Zhao Enjun pay back his blood. The roar was so loud that the whole Liyun sect echoed the roar of Zhao Enjun just now. In a secret place in the void of Liyun sect, he has been paying attention to Shen Fengxing in the number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's words and actions just now and Zhao Enjun's oath, he couldn't help talking to himself with envy and jealousy. If Chu Zhongshan is willing to worship me as a teacher, then I Shen Fengxing dare to make the promise just now. In the deepest void of Liyun sect, on a bare mountain peak, a white-haired old man, after paying attention to Chu Zhongshan's words and actions just now, after hearing Zhao Enjun's oath, said to himself with a moved look like Shen Fengxing, "If I have such a sincere and filial disciple, I can also make a just promise." Chu Zhongshan's sensational remarks just now also moved the people on the scene. At this moment, both Su Shaoji of Law Enforcement Peak, LV Pinxing of Merit Hall and representatives of other forces looked at Chu Zhongshan with a complex look, and no one was soliciting Chu Zhongshan. Alas, if I could have such a sincere and filial disciple as Chu Zhongshan, I would be willing to let me die now. Glancing at Chu Zhongshan, the old man in blood robe couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. In this regard, the white-robed old man nodded with deep understanding. Old Su too, let's go back. Chu Zhongshan's words just now have made his choice very clear, and they also know that they have no chance. At the same time, influenced by the remarks made by Chu Zhongshan just now, they want to go back and think about what they will do when choosing disciples in the future. All right. The remarks made by Chu Zhongshan just now also deeply moved the old man in white robe, and also let him know that Chu Zhongshan has no fate with himself. Elder, please wait. Chu Zhongshan didn't care if others left the number 9 other courtyard, and even couldn't wait to do so. Because he needs quiet time to refine the remaining melting elixir in his body and receive liquid Reiki. However, the old man in the blood robe, who could induce the purple blood boiling in his body, left, but Chu Zhongshan was reluctant to give up. Because he wanted to know whether the old man in blood robes was the reason for his practice of kung fu or his own reason, which made the purple blood in his body boil. Chu Zioyu, what advice do you have? Although he could not accept Chu Zhongshan as a disciple, Chu Zhongshan's theory just now won the respect of the old man in blood robe, so his attitude towards Chu Zhongshan was very gentle. However, the old man in blood robe was uncertain about how to call Chu Zhongshan. In terms of seniority, Zhao Enjun must call him martial uncle, but in terms of practice, he must call Zhao Sijin martial uncle. It is precisely because of the relationship between continuous cutting and chaos that the old man in blood robe finally chooses to be closer and independent of the name of sectarian relationship. I don't know what to call you, elder. There was no hurry to interrogate the doubts in his heart. Chu Zhongshan respectfully asked with his younger generation's courtesy. My surname is Lai, and my single name is Huo. Because my cultivation method is based on the blood essence of martial artists, and I wear a blood robe for many years, many people call me Blood Robe. The old man in blood robe introduced himself in detail. At this time, the old man in white robe standing beside him, as well as Zhao Injun and Long Xingyun standing behind Chu Zhongshan, looked at the old man in blood robe in surprise. Because in their cognition, the old man in blood robe has a strange temperament, and is because in their cognition, the old man in blood robe has a strange temperament and is silent on weekdays. Even the people closest to him rarely see his good face, but his attitude towards Chu Zhongshan suddenly seems to have changed. How can they not be surprised and surprised? Master Lai, I don't know what's going on. Since I saw you first, I always feel like an elder of mine. There's always an impulse in my heart to let me know my master. Chu Zhongshan's face is not red and his heart is not jumping. He gives full play to his acting skills at the film emperor level and uses his gentle family affection to kiss the blood-robed ancestor. Really? Chu Zhongshan's words didn't make the old man in blood robe doubt. He even agreed with what he just said. Master Lai, I don't know which mountain you live in now. After you consolidate your cultivation, you will definitely take time to visit. The reaction of the old man in blood robe made Chu Zhongshan happy and quickly said his good idea. The mountain where I live is called Blood Peak, which is hidden in the void deep in the sect. I'm afraid you can't find it with your current strength. At this point, the old man in the blood robe took out a blood-colored jade pendant from the void and handed it to Chu Zhongshan. This is a jade pendant associated with my Blood Peak defense array. As long as you crush it, the jade pendant will automatically emit a wave of energy and send you to the Blood Peak. Thank you, Master. He happily took over the bloody jade pendant, and Chu Zhongshan quickly thanked him. Martial Nephew Chu, now you have just broken through the Qi transformation period, and the aura in your body has not been transformed into Zhenyuan, so what you need to do now is calm down and continue to transform Zhenyuan with the help of the power of Pill. Maybe Chu Zhongshan's acting just now is too real. The old man in blood robe feels that Chu Zhong is as innocent as his younger generation, so he is like an elder's advice before leaving. Thank you for reminding me. Chu Zhongshan remembered it. Still a respectful response. When the old man in blood robe and the old man in white robe left the Qianlong Peak, the depressed Long Xingyun was not in the mood to stay here. After the same farewell, he left number 9 other hospital. Master, do you have any instructions? When only he and Zhao Injun were left at the scene, Chu Zhongshan asked. Apprentice, when you break through the Qi transformation period, draw more than 10,000 miles of heaven and earth aura into your body. I'm afraid the aura in your danshan is close to liquid. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongshan's sensational remarks just now made Zhao Injun sincerely accept him and decided that he would never use his mind to check the situation in his body without Chu Zhongshan's consent. Therefore, he asked in a speculative tone. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan didn't say much. In fact, what the blood robe said just now is right. What you need to do next is to shut down with all your strength and strive to refine all the auras in your body in a short time with the help of the power of Pill. Speaking of this, Zhao Injun thought carefully and then said, with the amount of Reiki in your body now, after all the Reiki is converted into Zhenyuan, your accomplishments should be able to be raised to the 3rd level of Qi melting period, but that's not enough. Because your realm perception has already exceeded the 3rd level of Qi melting period, so, reach out and take out a pill bottle from the void, then pour out a pill that seems to be burning with fire from the pill bottle and point to the pill in your hand, Zhao Injun explained. This is a top-level 8-grade fire walking pill. Although its grade is not high, it is a pill specially suitable for the middle-level martial arts in the Qi melting period. Its effect is to help improve the martial arts understanding of fire attribute. Apprentice, you have mastered the attribute power in advance in the state of body refining. This fire walking pill can make you better understand the attribute power of fire, understand the true meaning of the attribute power of fire in a short time, and improve your cultivation to the 4th floor of Qi transforming period. Reaching for the fire walking pill, Chu Zhongshan nodded. Because the 2nd layer of the body refining period mastered the attribute power of the realm of Qi melting period in advance, and for a period of time, he has been using attribute power against the enemy, and has been experiencing attribute power in his spare time. Now, his perception of attribute power is no less than that of high-level martial artists in the Qi melting period. Therefore, he has a clear idea of how to improve his cultivation to the middle and high stage of the qi melting period in a short time. But if there is a pill that is suitable for one's own attribute constitution, the speed of realm improvement will be further accelerated. How can Chu Zhongshan not be happy about this? After all, the goal he set for himself is to use a shorter time to quickly improve his cultivation. As for the places that need to be noticed after the cultivation breaks through the fourth floor of the qi transformation period and the pills that need assistance, I will help you prepare for this period of time, so in the next period of time, you will do your best to close down and latent cultivation. Yes, master. Even if Zhao Enjun didn't deliberately tell him, Chu Zhongshan knew what he needed to do next. By the way, do you want to stay in number 9 other hospital for latent training, or go to another hospital for latent training as a teacher? Looking at number 9 other hospital with general aura concentration, Zhao Enjun asked. Master, after all, this is my first home after I entered Ligun sect. The qi transformation period is the first turning point in my life, so I want to stay in number 9 other hospital for latent cultivation. In addition to the above reasons, Chu Zhongshan also hopes to have a quiet environment where he can copy and paste some items, because when he finishes his latent cultivation and improves his cultivation to the fourth floor of the qi transformation period, he will have the opportunity to return to the Chu family. Therefore, before returning to the family, he must paste some pills and spiritual fruits that can improve the children of the family. Okay, whatever you want. Zhao Enjun had no opinion on Chu Zhongshan's choice, because as long as it is at Qianlong Peak, the safety of Chu Zhongshan will be guaranteed. After seeing Zhao Enjun off, Chu Zhongshan didn't immediately enter the practice chamber, but specially made a sign and put it at the door. The content on the sign is very simple. It's just that I'm in seclusion, and it's not convenient to receive any distinguished guests for the time being. The reason why Chu Zhongshan set up this brand is that Chu Zhongshan understood that the abnormal image generated when he broke through the qi transformation period would certainly cause some people with ulterior motives. They either want to make friends with themselves sincerely, perhaps with some purpose. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to pay attention to that situation for the time being. After entering the secret room of cultivation, Chu Zhongshan first took 900,000 pieces of 7-grade medium-grade spiritual stones and 90,000 pieces of 6-grade medium-grade spiritual stones from the storage bag. First, 70 lower-level 8-level melting elixirs were pasted with the 7-level medium-level stone, and then 20 upper-level 7-level melting elixirs were copied and pasted. The remaining spirit stones are arranged into a simplified version of the spirit gathering array. Although he drew more than 10,000 li of heaven and earth aura into his body and made the aura indantian close to the liquid state, his goal in this latent cultivation is to ascend to the 3-level peak of qi melting period at one stroke. He was worried that if he could not fill his super large dantian after transforming all the Reiki in his body, he prepared the Reiki in advance and made use of the sufficient Reiki in the Reiki to finally achieve his goal. Time is like water. 10 days passed in the twinkling of an eye. Chu Zhongshan, sitting in the simplified version of Jeweling Array, opened his eyes. 10 days and 10 nights of continuous latent cultivation, 10 days and 10 nights of continuous transformation of the aura in the elixir field with the help of the lower-level 8-product melting elixir. At this time, the nearly liquid Reiki in his elixir field has been transformed into 2/5, and his cultivation has successfully broken through the second layer of the qi melting period. The reason why he stopped the latent cultivation temporarily was that he found that the effect of the lower-level 8-level melting elixir on the transformation of Zhenyuan had been reduced to 4 layers. Moreover, pasting a lower-level 8-level melting elixir required consuming thousands of 7-level middle-level spirit stones, and the expenditure was no longer proportional to the payment. Therefore, he resolutely stopped taking the lower-level 8-level melting elixir and continued to take the upper-level 7-level melting elixir instead. As early as before the latent training, he had copied and pasted 20 upper-level 7-level melting pills in advance in order to replace the lower-level 8-level melting pills. Looking at the 3 bottles placed in front of him, Chu Zhongshan picked up a pill bottle, poured out one of the pills, and swallowed it directly. As the upper-level Kippenrong elixir melted into a special energy, Chu Zhongshan found that the liquid Reiki in the elixir field was rapidly decreasing, while the genuine in the elixir field was rapidly increasing. After carefully feeling the speed of transforming genuine, Chu Zhongshan was surprised to find that the speed of transforming genuine from the upper-level Kippen Ronglingden was no less than 20 times faster than that from the lower-level Bappen Ronglingden. With such a rapid transformation speed, he is confident that his cultivation will be improved to the 3-level peak in the Qi transformation period within 1 month. The effect of the upper-level 7-product melting elixir is so strong that Chu Zhongshan doesn't delay time and immediately re-enter the latent cultivation. Just when Chu Zhongshan accelerated the transformation of the aura in the elixir field with the help of the upper-level Kippen melting elixir, there were 2 waves of guests outside the Qianlong Peak. The number of guests in the second wave is 5, including 3 in one wave and 2 in the other wave. Elder Martial Sister Dongfeng, come and see Elder Martial Brother Chu. Among the 3 guests, the girl with excellent appearance and slightly cold temperament greeted them with joy. Younger Martial Sister Zhang, you're here too. Facing Zhang Qian with a warm attitude, Dongfeng Yuner responded with a slightly cold look. When she went to Dongfeng Yuner and carefully observed her current cultivation, a trace of pride rose in Zhang Qian's heart. In terms of appearance, she thinks she can never surpass Dongfeng Younger. The only thing she can surpass is cultivation. Originally, Zhang Qian's confidence was not enough when she wanted to surpass Dongfeng Yangyuner in cultivation. After all, Dongfeng Yuner is far inferior to Dongfeng Yuner in both cultivation talent and backer. However, now after seeing Dongfeng Yuner, Zhang Qian finds that her cultivation is still on the 4th floor of the body training period, and her cultivation has broken through the 4th floor of the body training period. That is to say, she has caught up with Dongfeng Yuner in cultivation. If you can completely surpass Dongfeng Yuner in cultivation, I don't know if you will win the attention of Chu Zhongshan. I've seen Elder Martial Sister Dongfeng, Wang Zhongning, standing behind Zhang Qian, greeted Dongfeng Yuner with a silly smile. Wang Zhongning, who was originally more than 2 meters tall, maybe because the food has suddenly improved recently and his height has soared. Now he has reached 2 meters and 5. Moreover, his cultivation has also broken through the 4th floor of the physical training period. I've seen Dongfeng Junior Sister. The mature and steady time was bright and greeted with a smile. As a woman, Dongfeng Yuner can also respond to Zhang Qian's greetings, but for Wang Zhongning and Time Liang she just nodded. Yuner, why don't you introduce these friends to your brother? Dongfeng Yangger's indifference to others and his character of not being good at interpersonal communication make Dongfeng Yangping helpless, so he can only take the initiative to stand up. This is my brother Dongfeng Yangping. Referring to Dongfeng Yangping, Dongfeng Yuner still said in a cold tone. This is senior brother Xiat Dan. This is Wang Zhongning, younger martial brother Wang. This is Zhang Qian, younger martial sister Zhang. Referring to Zhang Qian and other 3 people, Dongfeng Yuner also introduced them in a cold tone. All 3 of them are good friends of elder martial brother Chu. Only when mentioning Chu Zhongshan, a glimmer of light gradually appeared in Dongfeng Yuner's indifferent eyes. However, the light in his eyes did not last long and disappeared without a trace. Hello, Yuner and I are brothers and sisters of a mother's compatriots. We have entered Liyun's sect a little longer than you. Dongfeng Yangping has no pride of the top strong in the gas C period, and its attitude towards Zhang Qian and others is quite easygoing. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, I saw you once before the Blood Devil secret place was opened. You are the top expert in the half-step Qi C period. The face of Oriental Yangping's easygoing attitude, Zhang Qian showed her admiration. Elder Martial Brother Dongfeng, are you Dongfeng Yangping who won the 3rd place in the sect competition of internal disciples this time? As early as Dongfeng Yuner introduced Dongfeng Yangping, Time has felt that the name is somewhat familiar. When Zhang Qian mentioned that he was a master in the half-step Qi C period, he had thought of who Dongfeng Yangping was. He has regarded himself as a follower of Chu Zhongshan. In addition to improving his cultivation with the help of spiritual stones and pills given by Chu Zhongshan, the rest of the time is devoted to inquire about the news in the sect. Among them, the experts in the realm of Qi transforming period and the secrets among the inner disciples pay the most attention. After all, with Chu Zhongshan's qualifications and potential, it's not very difficult to promote the inner disciple if you want to break through the Qi transformation period. Therefore, he needs to collect enough information for Chu Zhongshan before promoting to the inner disciple, so that Chu Zhongshan can stand firm in the shortest time. The ranking of the inner sect disciple Dabai once a year is what Time Liang pays most attention to. That's why he knows that the East is always peaceful. Yes, I'm Dongfeng Yangping, the third in the sect comparison of internal disciples. There is neither superior arrogance nor too much humility, Dongfeng Yangping truthfully admitted. I've seen elder martial brother Dongfeng at dawn. After getting the confirmation of Dongfeng Yangping, Time Liang quickly and respectfully saluted. You're welcome, younger martial brother Shi. Although Time Liang's attitude is very respectful, for Dongfeng Yangping, who has a noble status, there are too many people who are respectful to him on weekdays, so his attitude has not changed at all. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, who are you? After making a cold noise with each other, Time Liang asked with a puzzled expression. At this time, the other courtyard on the hillside of Qianlong Peak is less than a few miles away. Now, only Chu Zhongshan lives in the other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. The goal of Dongfeng Yangping is very obvious, that is to see Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, the light of time is purely a matter of knowing and pretending to be confused. Younger martial brother Shi, since you and Yuner are good friends, you must also know the special relationship between her and younger martial brother Chu. First, clarify your position, Dongfeng Yangping continued. Younger martial brother Chu has successfully broken through the Qi transformation period. At the same time, he shows his demon talent. As Yuner, who has a special relationship with him, of course, I have to congratulate him personally. As Yuner's eldest brother, I have to accompany her in love and reason. Oh, that's what happened. Time Light pretends to be suddenly enlightened. Then he stepped back and motioned Dongfeng Yangping to go ahead. As a follower of Chu Zhongshan's prosperity determines his future. Of course, Time Liang should pay attention to Chu Zhongshan's choice of life partner. As a man, Dongfeng Yuner has a peerless appearance, a light temperament like a fairy, and a powerful Tianlong imperial dynasty behind it. He is definitely the most ideal life partner. However, as a friend and follower, Time Liang doesn't like Dongfeng Yuner from the heart, because he felt that Dongfeng Yuner was too cold and arrogant, and treated the people around Chu Zhongshan too coldly. Unlike Zhang Qian, he looked cold and arrogant on the outside, but in fact, he was a very forthright and generous woman. If Zhang Qian can become the life partner of Chu Zhongshan, it will be a good thing for the followers themselves. Simple Dongfeng Yuner and Zhang Qian, who was eager to see Chu Zhongshan, didn't know simple Dongfeng Yuner and Zhang Qian, who was eager to see Chu Zhongshan, didn't know that her brother and her friends had just secretly fought for a round. As a result, Dongfeng Yangping was in the upper hand for the time being. When the 5 people of Dongfeng Yangping came to the number 9 other courtyard on the hillside of Qianlong Peak, they looked at the closed gate and the sign of no admittance outside the gate. Their faces showed disappointment. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, you're the top expert in the half-step Qi period. You have a wide range of experience and knowledge. Younger martial sister has a question. Can you ask me? In a month's time, cultivation broke through 2 small levels one after another. Zhang Qian originally wanted to surprise Chu Zhongshan and get Chu Zhongshan's heartfelt praise. Therefore, in the face of the closed door, she was disappointed and didn't give up. Younger martial sister Zhang, you're welcome. If you have any doubts, just mention it, Dongfeng Yangping said with great atmosphere. However, in the eyes of Zhang Qian, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. In terms of appearance alone, although Zhang Qian's appearance is not as good as Dongfeng Yuner, she is also a top beauty. Moreover, the cold temperament revealed by her is very easy to arouse the desire of men to conquer. Therefore, in the eyes of the owner Yangping, Zhang Qian is definitely the strongest competitor of her sister at this stage. Elder martial brother Dongfeng, after the martial arts break through the Qi transformation period, although it needs to be closed to convert genuine, it basically takes 3 to 5 days. Why hasn't elder martial brother Chu passed the customs until now? Zhang Qiangang's question is not a rash guess. Because just as she was fully prepared to break through the 4th floor of the body training period, He Wang, the first of the disciples outside the test peak to break through the Qi transformation period, unexpectedly appeared in the girls' dormitory. Of course, the reason why He Wang appears in the girls' dormitory is not that she has any friends, but because his own sister He Yan is also an external disciple of Trial Peak. He came to say goodbye to his sister this time. Because He Wang, who has finished her latent cultivation, has officially become an expert in the Qi transformation period. Next, she will enter the merit hall for identity recognition and seal. After she is promoted to the inner door disciple, she will move into the mountain where the inner door disciple lives. He Wang, who has been the second of the top 10 experts in the outside world for a year, is very popular in the girls' dormitory. Although Zhang Qian doesn't worship He Huaying very much, she also wants to see what changes He Huaying has after breaking through the gasification period. Imagine the changes after the breakthrough of Chu Zhongshan, through the changes after He Huaying's breakthrough of Qi transformation period. It was He Huaying, who was in high spirits while watching him, who briefly introduced some precautions and secrets before and after the breakthrough of Qi transformation period. What younger martial sister Zhang said just now is only half right. For ordinary martial artists, after breaking through the Qi transformation period, with the help of the power of pills, it only takes 3 or 5 days to transform the real yuan in the danshan. However, it takes more time for some talented martial arts talents, such as some geniuses, top geniuses and peerless geniuses, to transform the real yuan in danshan. As for geniuses at the demon level, it may take longer for them to transform into real yuan. When introduced here, Dongfeng Yangping suddenly thought of his breakthrough in the gasification period. At the beginning, when he broke through the Qi transformation period, the scope of the spirit of heaven and earth reached more than 900 miles, close to the level of a barely peerless genius. More than 900 li of heaven and earth aura was drawn into the body, making the aura in the elixir field almost vaporized. At the same time, with the help of the lower-level 8-grade melting elixir, he spent a total of 9 days to refine all the spiritual power in the elixir field, and also improved his cultivation to the peak of the Qi melting period. When Chu Zhongshan broke through the Qi transformation period, the range of spirit Qi pulling heaven and earth exceeded 10,000 li. To what extent will the amount of spirit Qi pulled into his body be close to the level of liquid? If all these auras are transformed into real yuan, what degree of cultivation will Chu Zhongshan achieve when he ends his seclusion? Thinking of this, Dongfeng Yangping suddenly feels a kind of pressure. With Chu Zhongshan demon-level talent and his amazing breakthrough speed, maybe his cultivation will surpass himself next time we meet. Yuner, according to my judgment, younger martial brother Chu needs at least 2 to 3 months to transform the aura in his body. He won't pass the pass in a short time, so let's come to Qianlong Peak in 2 months. According to his original speed of refining Reiki, Dongfeng Yangping calculated the speed of Reiki during the body refining period in the middle of Chu, and finally got a time of 2 to 3 months. At the same time, feeling stressed, he wanted to return to his residence for latent cultivation immediately, so as to avoid Chu Zhongshan's cultivation surpassing himself when he met next time. Yes, originally, he was not fully prepared to face Chu Zhongshan. This time, he was just forcibly pulled by Dongfeng Yangping. At this time, he didn't have to face Chu Zhongshan directly. Dongfeng Yuner was certainly happy, because she needs more time to think about how she can solve her misunderstanding of Chu Zhongshan. Looking at Dongfeng Yangping and Dongfeng Yuner who left Qianlong Peak, Zhang Qian's eyes turned to Time Liang. As the third-ranking expert among the internal disciples, although I believe Dongfeng Yangping's judgment just now, I can't do like him. After all, if elder martial brother Chu has something to end his latent cultivation ahead of time. After thinking about it, Time Liang finally made the decision that the 3 people should take turns to guard at the Qianlong Peak. Time is like quicksand, always inadvertently across your fingers. 12 days, like quicksand, pass quietly without feeling at all. Number 9 Other Courtyard, in the secret room of practice. Sitting in the Chu Zhongshan in the simplified edition gathering spirit array, his eyes are closed and his breath is long. His momentum is sometimes like a violent thunderstorm, and sometimes as quiet as a light wind. As the last pill in the 3rd pill bottle in front of him was swallowed into his stomach, the tranquility was like the momentum of a light wind, and turned into a violent storm in an instant. The storm-like momentum stirred the rich aura in the secret room, and caused a tornado in the whole practice secret room. After 10 breaths, the tornado formed by aura became more and more powerful. The walls of the whole practice chamber had been shaken by the wind of the tornado. Just as the power of the tornado continued to increase, and the cultivation chamber was about to be destroyed, Chu Zhongshan's powerful momentum was immediately recovered, which gradually weakened the tornado that had lost its follow-up power, and finally turned into a breeze and disappeared in the cultivation chamber. Who? After taking back his strong momentum, Chu Zhongshan spit out a long mouthful of turbid qi, and then slowly opened his eyes. With the help of the upper-level Kippenrong elixir, The remaining 3/5 of the aura in the elixir field has been transformed into yuan in just 12 days. Normally speaking, more than 10,000 li of heaven and earth aura is pulled into the body, and the concentration of aura is close to liquid. Such a huge aura is enough to raise his cultivation to the 3-level peak of qi melting period. However, the expanded and deepened Danshan made Chu Zhongshan, who refined all the auras in the body, barely reach the 3-tier high level of the qi melting period. Fortunately, he had been prepared in advance. When he felt that the aura in his body was not enough to improve his cultivation to the 3-tier peak of the qi melting period, he continued to transform the aura in his body by using the melting elixir and absorbed the aura in the spirit gathering array with all his strength. 2-pronged approach. Finally, after the last trace of aura in the body was transformed into genuine, his cultivation was upgraded to the 3-level peak of qi melting period. Chu Zhongshan was overjoyed and couldn't help sighing after feeling the strength changes brought to him by the 3-tier peak in the qi transformation period. It's only 7 months since I left the Chu family. For the ordinary people of the Chu family, 7 months is very short. People with better qualifications may improve their accomplishments by 1 or 2 small levels. People with ordinary qualifications may just stand still, but for Chu Zhongshan, 7 months has achieved the most important turning point in life. I thought that when I left the Chu family, Ziyue barely broke through the 10 layers of perfection in the gas refining period. Facing an expert in the gas refining period like Chu Zhengshuan is like facing a towering tree rising into the clouds, and I am like a grass growing next to the tree. In just 7 months, the grass has grown into a towering tree. Although it is not as strong as the big tree next to it, it is not difficult to surpass it. Remove the spirit gathering array around him and put away the remaining spirit stones. Chu Zhongshan stood up and walked away from the practice chamber. Although he holds the fire attribute fire walking pill of the upper grade 8 in his hand, and can use the fire walking pill to improve his cultivation to the 4th floor of the qi transformation period, he is not in a hurry to improve. After more than 20 days of continuous transformation of genuine, the body does not consume much because of the nourishment of genuine, but the energy consumption is very large. Therefore, he plans to go to the United States and have a good sleep first. After the essence, qi and spirit return to their peak state, he is ready to try to break through the 4th floor of the qi transformation period. After leaving the secret room of practice, Chu Zhongshan Jing went straight to the bedroom on the east side of the other courtyard. But just as he passed the main door of the other courtyard, he felt as if there were someone outside the other courtyard. Although he knows that after he breaks through the gasification period, there will be people he knows or doesn't know to visit him. His goal is to make friends with him, the supreme power in the future. The reason why he chose to close down, in addition to the need to transform genuine, he also hoped to avoid those who came to visit by means of closed down and latent cultivation. After more than 20 days, those who want to visit must have gone back long ago when they see the closed door and the sign of no admittance hanging on the door. At this moment, the people who can always stay outside the other courtyard must be those real friends, so Chu Zhongshan is not in a hurry to rest, but opens the door of the other courtyard. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, you are out of the pass. The sound of the door being pushed open woke up Shitliang, who was practicing. Seeing Chu Zhongshan standing at the door with a smile on his face, Shitliang quickly stood up and said hello. Younger Marshal Brother Shi, it's hard for you. Looking at the man outside the door, Chu Zhongshan comforted him with satisfaction. It's not hard for me to wait for Elder Marshal Brother Chu to leave the pass. Chu Zhongshan's comfort made time bright and moved. At the same time, he quickly explained. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, I'm not here alone. Younger Marshal Sister Zhang and Younger Marshal Brother Wang are here in turn. We just hope to see you at the first moment, when Elder Marshal Brother Chu finishes his latent cultivation. Come on in. Chu Long Zhongfeng, who has Vincent Chaio's seat, believes that no one in the faction has the courage to use his mind to look at this place. But he is worried that someone will arrange his eyelid to stay outside the mountain peak. In order to avoid those people knowing that he has already left the house, he signaled the time to enter the other courtyard. Elder Marshal Brother Chu, congratulations on breaking through the qi transformation period and becoming a real expert in the southern region. When I walked into another hospital, I congratulated quickly. There is nothing to congratulate. The qi transformation period is just the starting point of the road of cultivation. I still have a long way to go in the future. Chu Zhongshan sighed. For Time Liang, the realm of Hueki period has been a peak that he is difficult to climb in his life, but for Chu Zhongshan, Hueki period is just the starting point for him to climb the Wush peak. Elder Martial Brother Chu, now you have officially become an expert in the Qi transformation period. I don't know when to go to the merit hall for ID verification and officially promote yourself to an inner disciple. Follow Chu Zhongshan into the living room. After Chu Zhongshan sits on the Tongmu dragon chair in the middle of the living room, Time Liang quickly asks. Although Chu Zhongshan is already an expert in the realm of Qi transformation, he is still quite strange to Ligun's sect. During this period of time, with the help of the spirit stone given by Chu Zhongshan, he has learned the detailed location and situation of some places within many sects. For example, the mountain peak where inner disciples live every day. For example, the Hall of Merit used to confirm identity. For example, there are law enforcement peaks that determine the life and death of sect disciples, and so on. If Chu Zhongshan is willing to go to the Hall of Merit for identity verification now, he can guide the way personally as a guide. The matter of ID card is not urgent. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan was not in a hurry to get his ID card, because he is different from ordinary disciples. Mentor is Zhao Enjun, a maverick in Ligun's sect. No matter whether his cultivation is to break through the Qi transformation period or the Qi C period, it is irrelevant to his identity card. Because of the treatment that inner disciples and core disciples should enjoy, Zhao Enjun will definitely win it for him in advance. Oh, seeing that Chu Zhongshan is not in a hurry to get his ID card, he is not in a hurry to promote his identity as an inner disciple. Time Liang is a little disappointed. Because at the beginning, he agreed with Chu Zhongshan that he would officially become a follower of Chu Zhongshan after he broke through the Qi transformation period and promoted to the inner disciple. He could also officially leave the trial peak and move into number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. Now Chu Zhongshan is not in a hurry to be promoted to the inner disciple. I'm afraid he has to refuse for a while when he wants to move into number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Feng. Martial Brother Shi, to tell you the truth, I am different from other disciples. Identity verification does not have much substantive significance for me, so I am now an inner disciple of Ligun's sect. Chu Zhongshan said, slightly domineering. Then his tone changed and he warmly invited, Younger Martial Brother Shi, next you go back to the trial peak and clean up. 10 days later, you will officially move to number 9 other hospital and help me take care of number 9 other hospital. Whether to accept followers or not is the matter of the warrior himself. However, if the followers move away from their original residence, they need to discuss with the peak master, who is responsible for the disciples of the trial peak. Thinking of the care given to him by Zhang Fakan, the leader of Feng, and the demon-level talent he showed when he broke through the Qi transformation period, he believed that Zhang Fakan would give himself this face. Even if Zhang Fakan didn't agree with the Time Liang leaving the test peak in advance, he didn't worry, because he can let Zhao Enjun come forward. Presumably, with Zhao Enjun's face, Zhang Fakan can't and dare not refuse. Really? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan asked him to move into number 9 other hospital in 10, really? Hearing that Chu Zhongshan asked him to move into number 9 other hospital in 10 days, Time Bright looked at him in disbelief. Although it was his dream to move into number 9 other hospital recently, his dream suddenly came to him, and he was obviously not well prepared. That's right, nodded. Chu Zhongshan gave him the most affirmative answer, and then explained why he had to move to number 9 other hospital in 10 days. Because he wants to use these 10 days to break through his cultivation to the 4th floor of the gasification period. At the same time, according to the door rules of Ligun's sect, he who broke through the realm of Qi transformation period has a chance to go home to visit his relatives. For whether to take this opportunity to return to his hometown, Chu Zhongshan decided to return to his family without too much consideration. Because he left the Chu family for more than 7 months, Chu Zhongshan missed Chu Zhongba and Chu, and others who had a good relationship with him in the family, as well as the great elder and Chu Zhengshuan who were very kind to him. At the same time, a large number of cultivation resources to improve the Chu family are stored in his storage ring. He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to go home to visit relatives and give these cultivation resources to the people, so as to enhance the overall strength of the Chu family. No problem, I'll go back and prepare immediately. He nodded excitedly. Time Liang wanted to return to the test peak immediately and prepare things to move to number 9 other courtyard of Qianlong Peak. Fortunately, Time Liang knows his identity and that he is just a follower of Chu Zhongshan. All wishes must comply with Chu Zhongshan's arrangement, so he forcibly suppresses his inner excitement and waits for Chu Zhongshan's arrangement. Well, younger martial brother Shi, you can go back to the test peak to prepare now. I need to have a rest next, and then try my best to make the final breakthrough. Looking at the time when he had controlled his emotions, Chu Zhongshan nodded with satisfaction and then signaled that he could leave first. The purpose of temporarily ending the latent cultivation is to have a good rest so that he can maintain his peak state and break through the 4th floor of the Qi transformation period, so he doesn't want to delay his rest time because of chatting. Yes, elder martial brother Chu, he answered with both hands clasping his fists. Time Liang turned and planned to leave the living room, but just as he turned, he suddenly thought of something and turned back immediately. At the same time, take out more than 10 pages of paper from the storage bag. Elder martial brother Chu, this is what I have collected recently about the matters needing attention of inner disciples and the experts needing special attention among inner disciples. Reaching for the paper handed by Time Liang, Chu Zhongshan smiled and thanked, younger martial brother Shi, it's bothering. Without deliberately telling him, Time Liang knew what he needed now. Chu Zhongshan was very satisfied with the decision to accept him as his follower and let him take charge of his other hospital. Elder martial brother Chu, you're welcome. This is what you must do as a follower. Without merit or reward, Time Liang responded with his duty attitude. Then he left the living room directly, left number 9 other courtyard, and left Qianlong Peak. Looking at more than a dozen pages of paper about the inner disciples in his hand, Chu Zhongshan took a deep breath, didn't look through it, but directly put it into the storage bag, then left the living room and returned to the bedroom to have a rest. The reason why he didn't read it right away was that Chu Zhongshan knew that the information about inner disciples collected by Time Light was not of great use to him. Because in the eyes of other disciples, it is difficult to break through the realm of Qi transformation period. They often need 3 to 5 years to break through this realm. However, in his eyes, the Qi transformation period is the easiest to break through. Who let him master the attribute power in advance when he was on the 2nd floor of the body training period. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, Chu Zhongshan, who was relaxed, soon entered his dream. One day and one night, after sleeping soundly for 1 day and 1 night, genius in Chu woke up. After a deep sleep day and night, Chu Zhongshan felt that his essence, Qi and spirit were not only restored, but also the genuine in the Danshan was more condensed. In the face of his own changes, Chu Zhongshan is full of confidence in the next breakthrough. When Chu Zhongshan returned to the secret room of practice and planned to break through the 4th floor of the gasification period by using the upper grade 8 grade Huoxing pill, the atmosphere in the state of Qi, which is millions of kilometers away from Liyun sect, was very tense recently. Especially in Lu City, the capital of the state of Qi, there is a tense situation. The king's palace of Lucheng is in the hall of administration. Qi Heng, the leader of the state of Qi, did not sit on the dragon chair belonging to his throne alone, but willingly stood next to the dragon chair. On the loose dragon chair of the throne of the state of Qi, there was an old man with pale hair, dressed in a light purple dragon robe and thin white skin, as young as a baby. The old man sitting on the dragon chair glanced at the guests gathered in the living room and the family affiliated to Wang, and said in a loud tone, "First of all, I would like to thank my friends, subjects, and people for being able to gather in the palace. Brother Qi, you're welcome. Old Lord, it's serious. Old Patriarch, you should." In the face of Qi Yalong's thanks, the people in the hall, sitting or standing, quickly made a polite response. "Secondly, I gathered you to listen to the government hall because the state of Qi is facing a major crisis and needs your full help. Old clan leader, I don't know what kind of crisis it is. You are not only allowed to come forward in person, but even invite all of us." A member of the Qi family dressed in marquee clothes, cooperating with Qi Yalong's steps, asked questions that most people at the scene already knew. Alas, unfortunately, there are a group of rebels in the kingdom who plan to destroy the royal family of Qi and become the ruler of Qi instead. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Qi is the ancestor of our Qi family. It was laid down by bloody battles more than 1,000 years ago. The state of Qi will always belong to our Qi family. How can we tolerate little people to peep? The old lord's words are right. The state of Qi always belongs to the Wang family of the state of Qi, We will try our best to punish anyone who dares to peep into the throne. Just as Qi Yilong clarified his point of view, he listened to the echoing voice outside the political hall. With the accompanying chorus, two elders with slightly white hair and similar age to Qi Yilong, and two middle-aged people with dignified appearance and similar age to Qi Heng walked into the Hall of Administration. It's Brother Liu and Brother Wang, as well as Leader Liu and Leader Wang. Welcome, welcome. Seeing Qi Yilong sitting on the dragon chair and the four people walking into the Hall of Administration, he quickly stood up and stepped up his legs to meet the two elders. Qi Heng, standing next to the dragon chair, also followed Qi Yilong's back and welcomed the two middle-aged people entering the hall.